Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Members for Ford and Hughes could conduct their conversation somewhere else. That would be helpful. And I call the member for Robertson with petitions.
Mr Speaker, and today I present the 33rd report of the Petitions Committee for the 45th Parliament, together with 2 petitions and 19 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. Mr Speaker, as part of the inquiry into the future of petitioning in the House, this committee heard via video conference last week from the Petitions Committee of the UK House of Commons. The chair of the committee, Helen Jones, explained that petitions can be referred for debate in their second chamber, Westminster Hall. She suggested that these debates, together with the introduction of e-petitioning, have significantly increased public engagement and interest in petitions. Currently, Mr Speaker, the Australian Parliament does not have a similar mechanism to refer petitions to debate in either chamber. So on behalf of the committee, I thank the House of Commons for the opportunity to learn from their experience with petitions. Mr Speaker, this inquiry is a timely opportunity for the committee to reflect on its role and its current practices and to consider ways to further strengthen the petitioning process in Australia. The committee hopes that some of the outcomes of this current inquiry could lead to positive change as part of an integral part of our democratic process. Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I look forward to updating the House further on the work of the Petitions Committee and on the progress of the committee's inquiry.
I thank the member for Robertson and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1, International Human Rights and Corruption Magnitsky Sanctions Bill 2018.
And I call the member for Melbourne Ports.
Speaker, I present the International Human Rights and Corruption Magnitsky Sanctions Bill 2018 and the explanatory memorandum. Thank you. And I move
no, you just need to wait until the clerk does the first reading. The clerk.
First reading a bill for an act to enable Australia to impose sanctions to promote compliance with international human rights law and respect for human rights, or to deter significant corruption and for related purposes.
And I call the member for Melbourne Ports.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time.
The member for Melbourne Ports may proceed.
Speaker, if you're the general who sent the military hooligans to shoot down MH17, or you're the official in Khartoum who sends the Janjaweed militia to murder the Muslim people of Western Sudan, or if you're the Beijing official who has set up concentration camps for 1 million Uyghur people in East Kazakhstan, you will not like this bill. For too long, government officials and others connected with authoritarian governments and kleptocracies around the world have gotten away with the abuses of power without sanction. rubbing salt into the wounds of those they exploit, the ordinary law-abiding citizens of their countries. These abusers use their ill-gotten gains and status to travel abroad and bask in the affluence of the West, purchasing and investing in assets overseas, sending their children to expensive overseas private schools, hiding their ill-gotten gains in offshore bank accounts, and generally using such money offshore for the benefit of themselves, their families and their cronies. The aim of this bill, the International Human Rights and Corruption Magnitsky Sanctions Bill 2018, are threefold. First, to prevent proscribed foreign persons engaged in gross violations of human rights and corruption from visiting Australia and spending and investing their money here. It does this by enabling the Governor-General, on the advice of the Minister, to target these individuals with immigration, financial and trade sanctions. Second, by imposing sanctions on these individuals, they are exposed to the world and to the people of their countries as pariahs in the international community. And third, it is hoped that such sanctions and exposure will deter individuals in these authoritarian regimes from engaging in future gross human rights violations and corruption. As we know, sunlight can be one of the best disinfectants. Sergei Magnitsky, whose name appears on the title of this bill, was a Russian lawyer who acted for Mr. Bill Browder in his Hermitage capital in Russia. Magnitsky discovered that some $230 million paid by Browder's company in taxes to the Russian government had been fraudulently misappropriated by officials working together with organised criminals. Magnitsky naively testified against these Russian officials. What happened then was an outrage. In testimony before the US House of Representatives, it was explained that Magnitsky thought that the President of Russia, Vladimir Putin, was someone who was acting in the national interest. And if this $230 million theft of Russian people's money was exposed, the good guys would get the bad guys, and that would be the end of the story. Instead, Sergei Magnitsky testified about these officials. The same officials arrested him, put him in pre-trial detention, tortured him in the most horrific way for 358 days, and he was killed in Russia in November 16, 2009. We thought the days of the Lubyanka were over in Stalin's time, but they weren't. The United States, the United Kingdom, Canada have already responded to Russia's increasing international aggression with democratic legislation called the Magnitsky legislation. These laws link Russia and other authoritarian countries' corruption and human rights abuses with bars on entry, moving of funds and receiving family education. Partially as a response to Russia's insolent indifference to the murder of 228 million people and 38 Australians, I've moved this legislation. Let's remember, Mr Speaker, that the joint investigation team of which Australia participated reported that the Russians sent a Book 7 missile launcher from the 53rd Brigade of the Russian Federation Army across into disputed Ukraine. It then shot down the MH17. Both then and now, Russia and its leader Vladimir Putin have displayed a cruel indifference to their role in causing the tragic and unnecessary death of citizens from around the world, including the 38 Australians. And I speak today on their behalf. Australians are still outraged, Mr Putin, and the Duma of the Russian Federation should act to respond to this. The Magnitsky Acts are becoming around the world a weapon for democratic pushback by Western governments against officials connected with authoritarian governments who engage in serious human rights abuses and corruption in their own country. It's great to see all around the world democratic pushback, legislation by parliaments like ours in Canada, the United States and the United Kingdom. As the international lawyer Jeffrey Robertson argues, Magnitsky laws are national laws that allow governments to apply targeted sanctions on any individual involved in human rights violations, from senior officials to low-level officials, from judges to policemen and even non-government actors such as CEOs and contractors, as we know them in Russia, oligarchs. They take the form of asset freezes for funds held in banks and other financial institutions, as well as bans on visas for entering the country. It was a very interesting article of his in Australian Quarterly. The idea of pushing back on authoritarian regimes is best explained in testimony before the US Congress. Criminal justice is based on jurisdiction. One cannot prosecute someone in New York for a murder committed in Moscow. The murder of Sergei Magnitsky, for instance, was done under the cover of theft of the $230 million from the Russian Treasury. The money that was stolen wouldn't be kept in Russia. They easily stole it there, but they keep their ill-gotten gains in the West, where property rights and the rule of law exist. This led to the idea of freezing their assets and banning their visa travel to Western democratic countries. Following democratic pressure to extend the Magnitsky laws, the United States, for instance, passed the Global Magnitsky Act in 2016, called the Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act, in which this proposed bill of mine partially replicates, which deals with corrupt abuses of human rights and corruption all around the world, not just in Russia. In addition to the direct effects it has on individuals, the mere exposure or threat of exposure of corrupt human rights abuse is likely to have a significant deterrent effect on anyone contemplating such conduct around the world. For instance, the human rights activist and president of the World Uyghur Congress, my friend Rabia Kadir, in her statement before the US House of Representatives subcommittee said, if this Global Magnitsky Act becomes law, it will have a profound ripple effect, because merely listing some of the well-known human rights violators in authoritarian states like China will send a powerful message to low-ranking officials that their criminal actions will not be immune to international scrutiny, condemnation or consequences. For instance, and I think this is something that all of us all around the world are outraged, I, particularly with my background, find it incredible that in these days that 1 million Uyghur people could be sent to concentration camps. So the Xinjiang or East Kazakhstan Communist Party Viceroy Chen Guangzhou, with his monstrous plan to incarcerate 1 million Uyghurs in concentration camps, will not be forgotten by legislation like this if it is passed and a future federal government has a chance to name him. Just as the Christian people who are being persecuted in China at the moment, with their churches blown up and crosses blown off the roof also. The Global Magnitsky Act will protect fundamental human rights of the oppressed and save lives of people in Burma, Darfur, North Korea and Syria. The Global Magnitsky sanctions, according to Browder, will issue a stark warning to human rights abusers and kleptocrats around the world that no longer will they be able to commit atrocities with complete impunity. Targeted sanctions against those involved in corruption and human rights abuse will provide an immediate, tangible consequence which directly affects an individual where it hurts them the most, in the pocket. Leaders of corrupt regimes will know they are no longer able to protect their ill-gotten gains abroad or flee to their lavish properties in foreign countries. Totalitarian dictatorships ultimately fall, and when they do, the Global Magnitsky Act will prevent those who have committed human rights abuses from claiming asylum almost anywhere in the world. It's time that Australia joined this growing international movement and adopted its own Global Magnitsky law. The more countries that adopt such laws, the more jurisdictions that can potentially be made out of bounds to individuals involved in the shooting down of planes over Ukraine, or murdering journalists inside embassies, or interning and abusing millions of Uyghurs in concentration camps, expelling or killing Rohingyas, starving or incarcerating and torturing and executing the citizens, 300,000 of them in concentration camps in North Korea, or ethnic cleansing of people in places like Darfur, Rwanda or Srebrenica, and so on and so on. Vladimir Putin hates these laws, not so much because they could potentially target him directly, something that is probably unlikely given international relations, but because they could be used to target and expose his cronies and thus make them less amenable to doing his bidding. Geoffrey Robertson, in his fine article in Australian Quarterly, concluded by saying, if all advanced democracies adopted such laws and pooled information and targeted lists, the pleasures available to the cruel and corrupt would be considerably diminished. Mr Speaker, I think democratic countries around the world need to be involved in more pushback against these authoritarian regimes. This is something that should attract support of both sides of politics. The great Australian actor Peter Finch in the film Network advised people in that film, go to the windows, open the windows and shout, I'm as mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. That should be the attitude that informs democratic citizens right across the world. I urge them to support this Magnitsky bill. People who want to speak to foreign spokesman Payne and Wong, who want to speak to Attorney General Porter and Dreyfus, they should do it. Email them.
Is the motion seconded? The member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private Members' Business, Notice Number 2, Live Sheep Long Haul Export Prohibition Bill 2018, Number 2.
And I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Live Sheep Long-Haul Export Prohibition Bill 2018, number 2, and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading a bill for an act to restrict the long-haul export of live sheep and for related purposes.
The member for Mayo.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. Mr Speaker, Australians were horrified by the images in the 60 Minutes report in April this year. It has now been 8 months and no meaningful action has been taken by the government. There have been attempts to delay, distract and weather the storm. But let me tell you, Mr Speaker, the Australian community has not forgotten this and they continue to make contact with MPs. I alone receive between 70 and 80 emails any given day. The bill I introduced today mirrors the compromise bill that was first introduced by the member for Farrer, and I applaud her leadership on this issue and that of the member of Corangamite who seconded this issue. I worked with the member for Farrer to reach a compromise that stretched across party lines. It cannot be the perfect bill for everyone who has a view on this issue, but it is a good bill. An excellent working compromise that provides the opportunity for the supply chain of the long-haul live sheep export industry to transition over 5 years to genuinely create sustainable markets and practices. The words of the member for Farrer, for 17 years as a sheep farmer herself, so well summarise the tragedy of the live sheep export industry. And I quote the member, "The litany for animal cruelty in the live sheep trade makes a mockery of the industry's no fear, no pain mantra. If the results were actually enforced, no access to feed, water and rest, avoiding high heat stress, no commercial operator would undertake the trade. Exporters have explained to me that this would not be viable. Unfortunately, this is an industry with an operating model built on animal suffering." So I support the member for Farrer's views, as does, I believe, a majority of this House and clearly also a majority of the Senate. The overwhelming response from the Australian people tells every person in this place that they want us to act. Members have told me that they've never before seen an issue that has created such an immediate and overwhelming flood of emails, letters, phone calls to their office. And so, with this reasoned, sensible, centre-way bill, the government has yet again needs to act. They've failed to act so far. As the member for Farrer also noted, the long-haul sheep export industry is in terminal decline. It accounts for only 6% of our sheep and lamb offtake and is supported predominantly by rapidly unwinding subsidies from Middle Eastern governments. 99% of consumers in the Gulf have refrigeration, and every Middle Eastern country accepts Australia's halal slaughter. This bill should not be perceived as a threat, but as the impetus and opportunity to develop a supporting package of measures that help the 6% transition away from long-haul live sheep exports to support Australian jobs, farmers, and creating abattoirs that are under Australian code. Look, these are regional jobs, Mr Speaker, and I have a regional electorate that wants these jobs. The opportunity for reinvigorating abattoirs in my own electorate of Mayo, we could have this at Normanville. We could mirror this in Western Australia and elsewhere. To quote the member for Corangamite, if the bill is passed, it will provide our farmers, processors and extended supply chain with an appropriate time to transition completely to chilled lamb and mutton exports to the Middle East, to grow our sheep meat processing capacity, to invest with certainty, to protect and enhance our reputation as a nation of agricultural excellence, and to invest in more Australian jobs. And yet, I must confess that I believe our current government is incapable of grasping the opportunities of a transition and acting upon the long-haul live sheep export. It has well and truly given up listening to the Australian people and has instead focused on the echo chamber of its own internal squabbles. And so I say to the coalition government, you can do better than this, you can act, and these are jobs in your regional communities as much as they are jobs in my regional community of Mayo. You can hark back to a judicious past by adopting a sensible, centrist solution to long-haul live sheep export. The Australian people overwhelmingly expect you to do this and will find you lacking if you do not. And so I make a particular call out to the member for Farrer and the member for Corangamite. You had the gumption to come in here and introduce a bill that you believed in. I note that both members now have ministries. I hope that that's not the reason for their change of mind and change of heart, and so I commend this bill to the House. Mr Speaker, I would like to grant the remainder of my time to the new member for Wentworth, who is seconding the bill. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded? Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Mr Speaker. It's my pleasure to second the Live Sheep Long-Haul Export Prohibition Bill 2018, which has been introduced by the member for Mayo. During the recent by-election, the people of Wentworth made it clear to me that they will no longer tolerate the inhumane practices of the live sheep export trade. The bill proposes an end only to long-haul live sheep exports. It does not affect cattle or short-haul exports. This ban is to be phased in over 5 years. This is a measured and responsible lead time that will allow farmers, processors and the extended supply chain the necessary time to transition to chilled exports. This transition will allow additional jobs as domestic processing capacity is increased and will end the cloud of uncertainty over the industry that has hindered investment. The bill also proposes that from 2019 there will be no export of live sheep to the Middle East during the hottest Northern Hemisphere summer months of July, August and September. These measures will restore Australia's reputation as a nation of agricultural excellence. I note that the government recently released the Moss Review into the capability and culture of the live export regulator. The review found that regulation of the industry does not meet community expectations and that the Department of Agriculture needs to strengthen its regulatory capability and culture. This would include the establishment of an Inspector General of Live Animal Exports to provide independent oversight and evaluation of the live animal export regulator and the regulatory system. However, the release of the Moss report does nothing to change my view that live sheep exports must be phased out. The live sheep export industry has had plenty of chances to lift its game and, in my view, is beyond redemption. Having seen footage of live sheep being transported to the Middle East in terrible conditions, I see no justification for this inhumane trade. It is shocking and cruel that these animals spend weeks in extreme heat and overcrowded conditions, with many dying on their way to their destination. A poll conducted on September 20 by Animals Australia in the seat of Wentworth and subsequently released during the by-election campaign found that 72.2% of people surveyed in the electorate of Wentworth said that they support a phasing out of live sheep exports. I said during the Wentworth by-election that I would follow the wishes of my electorate and back the phasing out of live sheep exports. This speech and my position honours that commitment. I commend this bill to the House.
Well said.
The question is this bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 3. Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment, Heritage Listing for the Bite Bill 2018.
I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment, Heritage Listing for the Bite Bill 2018 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading a bill for an act to include the Great Australian Bite in the National Heritage List and for related purposes.
The member for Mayo.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. Mr Speaker, the purpose of this bill, the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Heritage Listing of the Bite Bill 2018, is to bestow greater environmental protection upon the Great Australian Bite and those who rely upon it for their livelihoods by granting it national heritage status. The Great Australian Bite is one of the few remaining large coastal regions in the world that has not yet been overexploited. The Bite is a biodiversity hotspot, a major fisheries resource and tourism drawcard, and the source of the livelihoods and the way of life of towns and cities across the entire coastline of South Australia and beyond. And yet, under a Labor government, the former Minister for Resources and Energy, Martin Ferguson, opened the Bight for oil drilling just as British Petroleum was spewing forth 4.9 million barrels of oil, that's 780,000 cubic metres, into the Gulf of Mexico in the notorious Deepwater Horizon disaster. 11 people died in that disaster. The full catastrophic effect upon marine life, the environmental food chains and resultant health impacts are still not fully known, but the indications are alarming and continue to be affected to this day. However, it is not alarmism to say that my community of Mayo and the communities along the southern South Australian shorelines do not want to see that happen again and to our region. This is not a left or right-wing issue. Rural and urban communities have lined up across South Australia to voice their opposition. There are 13 local councils in South Australia that currently oppose seismic drilling in the Bight and seismic testing, including all of the coastal councils in my electorate of Mayo: Alexandrina Council, Kangaroo Island Council, the District Council of Yankalilla and the City of Victor Harbour. My community of Mayo has been polled by the Australia Institute as having 74% support for World Heritage protection of the Bight and the majority support from voters across all political parties. The current government is simply ignoring community sentiment across my electorate, South Australia and the Bight. However, the same can be said of the opposition. The Labor Party talks a big game about protecting jobs and about acting on climate change, but they have been notably silent on drilling for oil in the Bight. Not only is the Labor Party remaining complicit in this folly, they are the ones originally responsible for it. And I might say, whatever did happen to former Minister Martin Ferguson, he unashamedly profiteered from his actions and connections made as a resources minister by becoming the head of the oil and gas lobby, yet another reason we need a National Integrity Commission. I recognise that, according to current modelling produced by the big oil companies, the chance of a spill is predicted to be relatively low, yet the impacts of any spill are modelled as utterly catastrophic. The latest foreign company to line up to have a crack at our Bight is Equinor, a Norwegian state oil company. Their worst-case discharges estimates range between 4.3 million barrels to 7.9 million barrels, and that's been between approximately 1 and 2 times the destruction of the Deepwater Horizon disaster. The worst-case scenario would see oil spread between Albany, the envelope, and right across the Bight, and actually towards Tasmania, and wrap around the east coast as far as Port Macquarie. Suddenly, South Australia's problem would become Western Australia, Tasmania, New South Wales and Victoria's problem too. My community and the communities across southeastern Australia would be devastated. Every swimmer at the beach, every fisherman, fisherwoman, every bed and breakfast, every fish and chip shop, everyone near the coast would be affected. There is an economic argument to banning oil drilling in the Bight. I would like to see such risky deepwater drilling in the Bight banned altogether. However, I recognise the affection for abdicating Australia's sovereignty to avoid so-called sovereign risk. This catchphrase argument amounts to, we can't stop a bad decision once it's been made because it might scare off future investors. Well, I for one want to avoid bad decisions in the first place. And I believe that this bill strikes the right balance between sovereign risk and social, economic and environmental protection. In recognition of that balance, the bill does not outright ban oil drilling in the Bight, but it does require all activities carried out in Commonwealth waters in the Bight do not have unacceptable impacts upon the national heritage and environmental values of the Bight, upon the ecological character of a declared Ramsar wetland, such as the Coorong and Murray Mouth, upon listed migratory species, listed threatened species and ecological communities, and upon the environment in a Commonwealth marine area or a Commonwealth land. This would set the current threshold for resource exploitation substantially higher so as to adequately safeguard the livelihoods of South Australian coastal communities and also the environment on the bight upon which they rely. This is what the community wants. This is what my community says. We are not anti-development, but we must manage catastrophic risks at the appropriately high threshold. It also opens up the pathway for the bight to become a World Heritage listed area and join its rightful place as one of the natural wonders of Australia that includes the Great Barrier Reef, Kakadu and Uluru. In conclusion, I urge the government and opposition to heed what the community wants and prevent risky oil drilling in the bight. This bill strikes a careful balance and, I believe, the right balance. I would like, Deputy Speaker, at this point just to reach out to all of the hands across the sand communities, all of the people across Mayo and beyond in South Australia who have called for us to have World Heritage status. This is a great first step. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member for Mayo. Is the motion seconded? No seconder? Oh, the member for Denison.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker. Yes, it's my pleasure to second the bill and I reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Denison. The question is the bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned. Resumption of debate made an order day for the next day of sitting. The clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 4, Sex Discrimination Amendment, Removing Discrimination Against Students Bill 2018, number 2.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. I present the Sex Discrimination Amendment, Removing Discrimination Against Students Bill 2018 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Sex Discrimination Act 1984 to remove discrimination against students.
The Leader of the Opposition.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. In the final parliamentary sitting week of last year, this chamber overwhelmingly voted to make marriage equality a reality. No one who sat in the House for that final vote on that day will forget the emotion of that moment. And yet it is not even a year past, barely 360 days. The Australian people are entitled to ask if their government has already forgotten the lessons of that day and that change. On marriage equality, it's fair to say that our parliament followed behind the people of Australia, trailed the people of Australia by years. Too many times the simple question of every Australian's right to be equal in the eyes of the law was contorted and distorted and delayed, weaponised in a culture war, employed as a proxy for internal struggles. And then, in a final admission of failure, the decision was outsourced to a postal survey. Now, for too many of our fellow Australians, this survey was a gruelling, emotional ordeal. What a cheek for loving couples to have their relationships subjected to the judgment of 16 million strangers. Our young Australians, some of whom grappling with their identity, listening to people publicly argue that somehow they were second-class citizens. It's a powerful testament to the resilience and courage of our LGBTI community that they came through last year unbowed. It is a tribute to the wisdom and generosity of our fellow Australians, and in particular to our young Australians. But that is no reason to revisit it in another form, no reason to reopen scars still in the process of healing. Our country does not need another nasty, ill-informed debate about whether people's sexuality somehow diminishes their right to equality, especially when the Australians we are talking about are children and young people. There are many parents and aunts and uncles and neighbours here in this chamber. All of us want our children to be happy at school, to make friends, to be resilient, to learn character and values, as well as maths and science and reading and writing and coding. I'm sure all of us try and teach our children to be kind and respectful. I'm like most Australians. I don't make a habit of talking about my faith publicly as a rule. But as the beneficiary of a Jesuit education, this is what I was taught. I was taught the lessons of the Beatitudes, perhaps the most famous speech in human history, from the Sermon on the Mount, It was a message of universal love, tolerance and service. The instruction to judge not, for in the same you judge others, you will be judged. In everything do unto others that you would have them do unto you. When I was at school, this was called the Golden Rule. To do to others what you would have them do unto you. And today this parliament has a chance to write the principle of the Golden Rule into the laws of our land. I believe we should be able to do this without a protracted or heated debate, without a whole lot of delaying tactics and diversionary arguments. Because surely as a parliament and a people, we can agree that every Australian child has the right to be treated equally. This is precisely and solely what this legislation seeks to do. Simply put, this legislation will prevent any child from being denied an education because of their sexuality. Voting for this bill would repeal section 38, subsection 3 of the Sex Discrimination Act, which currently makes it lawful for religious educational institutions to discriminate against another person on the ground of the person's sexual orientation or gender identity in the provision of education and training. Or put another way, this legislation removes the power of schools to discriminate against a prospective or current student on the basis of their sexual orientation. I want to be clear about this. The power to discriminate is something that many of the religious school administrators I've spoken to in preparation of this legislation have made it clear to me that they do not want and do not use. Catholic schools, Anglican schools, Baptist schools have all said so. The archbishops and the bishops I've spoken to do not seek its retention. Our legislation seeks the balance between protecting the religious freedom of faith-based schools and protecting the essential human dignity of every Australian child, and that's what voting for this proposition would achieve. And, Mr Speaker, I also want to be clear about what this legislation does not do. This legislation does not affect the teaching of religious education. This legislation does not prevent schools from including chapel or prayer in the timetable. This legislation does not prevent religious schools from setting out reasonable requirements on their students in accordance with their beliefs and values. The legislation is not about Bible colleges training people for missionary work or priests and ministers. I recognise that almost all religions are engaged in education as part of their weekly worship and their community life. It's core business and it will continue. And this legislation does not release any of the thousands of straw men and slippery slope arguments of political correctness gone mad. This legislation is neither a Trojan horse nor Pandora's box. It is neither an insult on Western Judeo-Christian society nor the expulsion of faith from the public square. It's a simple change driven by unarguable basic decency. It's something the parliament can pass today with support from all sides. I understand the Prime Minister did not vote for marriage equality. He's always clear about that. But he's publicly and repeatedly said that he supports protecting kids from discrimination. So has the Treasurer. So has the Attorney-General. So have many more government members, frontbench and backbench, Liberal and National. And it would be a better and stronger statement of respect and equality if this law was passed this week, with the support of the government, the opposition and the crossbench. In fact, the major reason the legislation has drafted deals with the question of discrimination against students but not teachers. I've already said that the Labor supports protecting teachers and school staff from discrimination on the basis of their sexuality or marital status or pregnancy. I don't believe any Australian should be denied employment because of who they are or who they love. A teacher's marital or relationship status or sexual orientation or gender identity or pregnancy has no correlation whether they are a good person or a good teacher. But I recognise that there isn't quite yet the same degree of consensus in the parliament on this question. So rather than seek to use this as a wedge or cause division or as a bargaining chip in negotiations, Labor is prepared to prioritise students immediately before the parliament rises, and I will seek a private member's bill dealing with protecting teachers and staff from discrimination in the first sitting fortnight of next year following the school holidays. This will be done in a way which ensures that schools can continue to make employment decisions in line with their beliefs. And in this specific context and across the board, Labor has repeatedly said that we're open to a discussion about how religious freedom can be better protected in this country. But surely the starting point for anything the parliament does in regard to this must involve the release of the Ruddock Review. It reflects poorly on the government. They've held the review from Labor, from the parliament, from the people of Australia for 7 months to try and gain some political advantage from something deeply personal as people's faith. Labor believes that this is a situation where religious organisations can teach according to their faith, but we can have a situation which doesn't authorise discrimination against teachers or students. We don't have to have a situation where people, on basis of their sexuality, are accused of being able to impinge upon other people's faith. It is not an either-or. This is another issue which a substantial majority in this parliament agree with each other, but the determination of some in the government to play politics runs the risk of getting in the way. So therefore we'll rise at the end of the week for, as widely been noted, quite some time. And I'm sure that every member of the place, when they're back in their local community, will hear from people who are frustrated and bewildered by politics at the moment. I'm sure, like me, honourable members have heard on more than one occasion, surely isn't this just a bit of show on television, colour and movement? Surely, as we say back, most of the time Parliament is a productive, cooperative place. Now, actually, that does happen to be true on many occasions, but today is an opportunity to restore people's faith in our system. Let us not tie ourselves in knots trying to manufacture a fight on this argument. The schools don't need this exemption to discrimination laws. They don't seek this exemption, and we shouldn't be arguing about it here. We don't need to complicate the process with needless amendments, raising issues which are not actually in contention, dressed up as questions of principle. For that matter, let us not waste a minute arguing over whose signature goes on the front page of this bill. If the government want to match this mirror legislation exactly as we have it, they can sign the bill. There's currently a bill in the Senate. We're happy to look at that too. This shouldn't be too hard. Let's change the law before the House adjourns for 2018, before school starts in 2019. Politics can be a complicated business. Today is a simple test of our decency.
Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Sydney. The question is the bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned. Resumption of debate be made on day for next day of sitting. The clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 5, National Integrity Parliamentary Standards Bill 2018.
The member for Indi.
Deputy Speaker, I present the National Integrity Parliamentary Standards Bill 2018 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk. Sorry.
First reading, a bill for an act to enhance the integrity of the Parliament of Australia and for related purposes.
The member for Indi.
Colleagues, I move this bill be read a second time. This bill is a part of a package of bills to promote public trust and confidence in the integrity of Parliament, the public sector and our system of government. The package is about creating a culture of integrity, a proactive and solutions-focused approach to preventing corruption. And this package will implement option 3 of the Transparency International and Griffith University papers Strengthening Australia's National Integrity System, Priorities for Reform. The bill will operate alongside the National Integrity Commission Bill 2018, which I introduced into this place last week. The bill incorporates aspects and builds on the work of others, and I'd particularly like to acknowledge the work of the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interest report into the Draft Code of Conduct for Members of Parliament 2011 in the 43rd Parliament, and the work of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association's recommended benchmarks for Code of Conduct applying to Members of Parliament 2015. The intent of this package is to create a nationally coordinated integrity framework, with an emphasis on prevention, supported by strong powers of investigation to enable criminal charges or other actions in response to cases of corruption. And what will this bill do? This bill focuses on values and a code of conduct. The bill sets out the values that parliamentarians hold, as well as a code of conduct. And this includes having respect for others, regardless of background, dealing with conflicts of interest, using positions for profit, outside employment, accepting gifts or hospitalities, use of influence and use of public resources. The Code requires that a parliamentarian must ensure that their conduct as a parliamentarian does not bring discredit upon the parliament. The values and code of conduct are based on the recommendations of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, of which this parliament is a member. The CPA recommendations are based on extensive research, including by Queensland's Fitzgerald Royal Commission, the UK Nolan Committee on Standards in Public Life, and original research on the codes of conduct commissioned by the CPA, led by Adjunct Professor Ken Coghill. The bill places the register of interest into the registers of interest into legislation, and these are unchanged. This move is ahead of further reviews to lobby and post-separation employment and regulation of donations and campaign regulation that are established by this bill. And the intent is to eventually have all parliamentary integrity functions operating under a single framework. The Parliamentary Integrity Advisor will be established as an independent office of this parliament. Their role will be to provide independent confidential advice to parliamentarians and our staff about ethics of integrity issues. And this model is based on the work of the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interest in the 43rd Parliament and on the operations of the Queensland Integrity Act. The Parliamentary Standards Commissioner will be an independent office of the Parliament. Their role will be to investigate alleged or suspected breaches of a code of conduct, including a parliamentary code of conduct, and at the request of a minister, including the Prime Minister, to investigate alleged or suspected breaches of the ministerial code of conduct, and at the request of a presiding officer or a committee of a House of the Parliament, investigate and report on any matters related to ethical and integrity standards among parliamentarians or our staff. The Commissioner will be independent and report through the relevant Privileges Committee or Minister or the Prime Minister, depending on the origin of the referral. The Parliamentary Standards Commissioner will have the powers of the Auditor-General in conducting investigations, and any person will be able to make referrals to the Commissioners, but the Commissioner can determine how to deal with the referrals. And if there is a question of corruption beyond a breach of a code of conduct, the Commissioner may refer the matter to the National Integrity Commission. The drafting of this bill was a collaboration with some of Australia's leading thinkers, strengthening the integrity of Parliament, and I do acknowledge the assistance of the Honourable Dr Ken Coghill, born in Mansfield in my electorate, and former councillor at Wodonga, both in the Indi electorate. He is an Associate Professor at Monash University and Adjunct Professor at Swinburne University. And Ken is a member of the Government's Open Government Forum, founding member of the Accountability Roundtable and former Speaker of the Legislative Assembly of Victoria. He was the lead author of the Code of Conduct recommendations adopted by the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. I also acknowledge the work of Professor A.J. Brown and Transparency International, and thank them for their support in pulling together this package of reforms. Without their support, we would not have been able to put together such a simple but comprehensive package. And I would also like to acknowledge to the House of Representatives, the legislative drafter, and I cannot speak highly enough about the support given to us by drafters, but to Olivia Gossip, thank you for the hours, the time, the energy and the professional skill you've brought to this bill. And acknowledging my own staff who have worked long and hard on this work, but particularly to acknowledge my political and parliamentary advisor, Jeremy. Thank you very much for your work. All the bills presented today and the work have been done with those two, in particular, excellent staff. But, colleagues, what I really want to say in bringing my comments to a close is what will it take? for this parliament to introduce a code of conduct and surrounding legislation. We have been at this since 2012. 2012. We on the crossbench know how important it is, but our communities know how important it is. Industry knows how important it is. And to think that we operate in this House without a code of conduct, without an understanding of what it actually means to be a politician, and without the resources that we need to get advice on sometimes very tricky ethical issues, and then, if need be, to take steps further on corruption. To me, it's an absolute no-brainer. And I say to the government, what will it take for you in this term of parliament to do what everybody's asking of you, to step up to the plate and give us the legislation we need? I know you find it difficult. I know, government, you want to argue with me about definitions, but we're up to that. We're grown-ups. We're happy to have the debate in this parliament, but we need our colleagues on the other side to step up, to actually front up that we haven't got a code of conduct and that we need them. And, Deputy Speaker, I'd now like my colleague from the crossbench, the member for Mayo, to make her comments in support of this as a seconder of the motion.
I thank the member for Indi. Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am pleased to second this motion and the bill of the member for Indi. There is a huge body of work that she has done with this bill and also the National Integrity Commission bill. And this is important. At some point, this place needs to step forward and do the right thing, because right now the Australian public thinks very little of us, all of us. They lump us all in the same boat, whether we spend $38,000 on our internet at home or not. They think we are all the same, that we all have our snouts in the trough, that we are all here, we are self-serving. They believe we are guided by self-interest, vested interests, or the interests of our donors. They believe that this is a horrible place to work. It is a place with bullying and poor behaviour. Every time I meet with a school, and I meet with at least 2 schools a week, after I've given a talk about what it's like to be the member for Mayo and how exciting this role is, I say to the students, would you like to be the future member for Mayo? We need people with a heart and a mind. And no hands go up. They believe this is not a good job. They want to have a job where they're respected. And unfortunately, the behaviour of many people in this place has let all of us down. Yeah. I commend the member for Indi for this work. This is a huge body of work. And if we want the Australian community to trust us again, if we want the Australian community to believe us again and to hold us with high regard, then we need to do the work in this place in order for this to happen. And I urge government and opposition, get behind this. We can't continue to have stories in the media where people are accepting free flights or bags of Rolexes, as I said, or $38,000 worth of internet that they just happen to pay back, so it's all okay now. No, it's not okay. Our behaviour in this place needs to lift. We need to treat each other with respect, and we need to treat the Australian community with respect in order for that to change. And so I commend this bill to the House, and I look forward to working with the Parliament.
I thank the member for Indi. Question into the bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and resumption of debate be made in order day for next day of sitting. The clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 6, Coal-Fired Power Funding Prohibition Bill 2018.
The member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Coal-Fired Power Funding Prohibition Bill 2018 in the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to prohibit Commonwealth support for coal-fired power stations and for related purposes.
The member for Melbourne has the call.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. I rise to introduce the Coal-Fired Power Funding Prohibition Bill 2018, and this bill is, as environmentally responsible as it is economically responsible. A primary aim of this bill is to assist in the reduction of Australia's greenhouse gas emissions by preventing the Commonwealth from actively assisting in the construction of new coal-fired power stations, extending the life of existing coal-fired power stations or helping purchase new coal-fired power stations. But it will also protect the Commonwealth and the Australian taxpayer from unnecessary exposure to the significant financial risk associated with providing financial support to potentially stranded assets. It also protects from exposure associated with underwriting of the carbon risk of new coal-fired power generation, which may be significant if a future government takes steps to limit greenhouse gas emissions. Now, Mr Speaker, this bill should not be necessary. If we had a government that took its fiscal responsibilities seriously and took its duties to the taxpayer seriously, as well as taking climate change seriously, it would not be necessary. And if we had a government that behaved in an economically responsible manner and was willing to put in place a sensible climate and energy policy, or indeed any climate and energy policy, this bill would also not be necessary. But instead, it seems that we have a government on the eve of an election rushing to hand over large amounts of taxpayer money to either increasingly unreliable and economically unviable ageing coal-fired power stations, or worse, funding a new coal-fired power plant. It is clear that the Prime Minister, who once hugged a piece of coal in this very chamber, is well and truly in the clutches of the climate-denying bully boys who've hijacked the Coalition's energy policy. And this is all taking place in the context of a changing global and national energy market that's being transformed by the twin technological revolutions of digitalisation and clean, renewable energy with storage. This transformation has already made new coal-fired power stations economically unviable and is rapidly replacing the energy production of existing coal-fired power plants. The energy market operator has a plan for this transition, following the blueprint set out by the chief scientist, and there is no role for new coal power plants or extending existing coal-fired power plants in this plan. Any new coal-fired plant or a plant with an extended life risks being a stranded asset, with the taxpayers losing our contribution. But the risk to the taxpayer doesn't end there. The government has also flagged the possibility of indemnifying coal plants from a future carbon price or from other policies to limit emissions brought in by a future government. This potentially open-ended liability for taxpayers is an irresponsible concoction from the coal-powered obsessed minority in the Coalition that tore down a previous Prime Minister and now wants to booby-trap climate and energy policy for future governments. And we don't have to look far to see how dangerous to the taxpayer such an 11th-hour attempt to bind a government can be. We saw in my state of Victoria what happened with an outgoing Coalition government rushing to sign contracts for the East-West Link toll road, despite the opposition and incoming Labor government making it clear that they opposed the project. The result was more than $1.1 billion in costs to the taxpayer because of the scrapping of the project. And we now face a similar prospect, with the government's rush to sign contracts to underwrite coal-fired power stations. Mr Deputy Speaker, the reality is the whole world is moving away from coal-fired power. Solar and wind is now cheaper, not only than new coal-fired power, but existing coal as well in many instances. And Bloomberg New Energy Finance estimates the cost of renewables dropped by a fifth over the last year and will reach parity with existing coal in the next 2 years. But the most recent IPCC report from the world's scientists says the world must retire 2/3 of its coal plants in just over a decade, by 2030, and close the rest soon after. And they warn that unless we accelerate the transition away from coal, we face catastrophe. But the government shows no sign of behaving responsibly. And if the government is not prepared to behave responsibly, then this power-sharing parliament must act. The underwriting or the indemnifying of new or existing coal-fired power plants by the government must be prevented by this parliament, because the government has made it clear that they potentially want to sign up some of these contracts over summer, and we cannot allow this to proceed. That is the responsible thing to do, and that is what this bill will do. This bill will prohibit the Commonwealth or an associated Commonwealth body from providing financial assistance to coal-fired power plants in a number of respects. As I said before, a primary aim of the bill is to assist in the reduction of Australia's greenhouse gas emissions by preventing the Commonwealth from actively assisting in the construction of new coal-fired power stations, extending the life of existing coal-fired power stations, or helping purchase new coal-fired power stations. The bill will also protect the Commonwealth and the Australian taxpayer from unnecessary exposure to the significant financial risk associated with providing financial support to potentially stranded assets. And it also protects from exposure associated with what the government has flagged, which is the underwriting of the carbon risk of new coal-fired power generation, which could potentially be very significant if a future government takes steps to limit greenhouse gas emissions. Upon commencement of this bill, the Commonwealth must not provide financial assistance for the building of, refurbishment of or purchase of coal-fired power stations. And this includes the provision of indirect assistance, such as through the underwriting or guarantee of someone else's financial obligations. Exemptions are provided to permit the Commonwealth to exercise its usual regulatory processes, to provide support to workers and communities affected by power station closures, to fund research related to coal-fired power stations generally, or to manage the closure of coal-fired power stations. Section 4 of the bill defines authority of the Commonwealth as an entity or company under the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act, and any other body established for a public purpose under the law of the Commonwealth. And Section 5 prohibits the Commonwealth or an authority of the Commonwealth from providing financial or other support for the purpose of building or refurbishment of a coal-fired power station. The Commonwealth is also prohibited from purchasing or assisting in the purchase or transfer of ownership of a coal-fired power station, but there are some further limited exemptions to that. Now, importantly, Mr Deputy Speaker, support in this bill includes those kind of matters that we know the government wants to press ahead with, potentially over Christmas, those outlined in the government's Underwriting New Generation Investment Consultation paper, as well as other kinds of support, including direct payments, loans, underwriting of agreements, including between purchasers of power and the builders or operators of coal-fired power generation, the issuing of government bonds, contracts for difference, guarantees of a floor price, equity in a company, capacity payments and indemnity from carbon risk. But the bill, through Section 5, goes on to set out a number of important exemptions, including making it clear the Commonwealth is not prohibited from exercising its usual regulatory functions with respect to coal-fired power stations. It's also clear in subsection 3 that the Commonwealth is not prohibited from providing transitional assistance to workers who are affected or who may be affected by the closure of coal-fired power stations. And this is important, something the Greens have been pushing for a while. We need an authority and we need financial support for those workers and communities who are going to be affected as coal-fired power stations close and we replace them with renewables. The Commonwealth is also will continue to be permitted to fund research by an approved research institute, provided that the research relates to coal-fired power stations generally and not a particular coal-fired power station. And of course, the Commonwealth, through subsection 4, may assist in the managed closures of coal-fired power stations. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, no matter what political crisis the government may have got themselves into, responsible governments should not play fast and loose with taxpayers' money on the eve of an election just to try and save their skin or to paper over internal differences. They should also not be so fiscally irresponsible as to bind future governments to shell out taxpayers' money to big power companies if they decide to change energy policy. Now, there are many things that this government could have done and still could do to address the problems of climate change and the energy transformation facing our nation, but propping up ageing coal-fired power stations is not one of them, and neither is giving taxpayer money to what will inevitably be a stranded asset in the years to come. And I am sure if the government was willing to see sense in this power-sharing parliament, we would be able to work constructively together to put in place the actions that are needed. In the meantime, unless the government can shrug off the irrational fear of the energy transition promulgated by the Luddites in its ranks, it is up to this parliament to prevent the damage they might do on the way out the door. We still believe it would be possible under a future government to walk away from any deals that the government has made, but the much better way of protecting the taxpayer interest and the economically and environmentally responsible thing to do is not to enter them into the first place, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Melbourne. Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Denison.
Deputy Speaker, I second the bill and reserve my right to speak.
Thank the member for Denison. Question is the bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next day of sitting. The clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 7, Live Animal Export Prohibition Ending Cruelty Bill 2018.
The member for Denison.
Deputy Speaker, I present the Live Animal Export Prohibition Ending Cruelty Bill 2018 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to restrict the export of live animals for slaughter pending its prohibition and for related purposes.
The member for Denison.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. Deputy Speaker, in essence, this bill would end all live sheep and cattle exports from Australia in 3 years' time in 2021, and in the interim would put in place much tougher safeguards to ensure or to help reduce the cruelty in the export industry. Deputy Speaker, this bill I have tabled in this parliament a number of times before, and it has never gained the support of the government or the alternative government. And it is indeed regrettable that I need to stand here again to table this bill again, because we have a very serious animal cruelty problem and it remains unaddressed. In essence, Deputy Speaker, the live animal export industry is a cruel industry. And by now we have seen countless exposés of that cruelty. The cruelty on the export vessels, the cruelty suffered by, in particular, beef cattle and sheep once they reach their markets. We've seen exposés of cruelties in countries as diverse as Southeast Asia, places like Vietnam, Indonesia, many times Indonesia, in South Asia, places like Pakistan. Who can forget that shocking footage of Australian sheep being buried alive in Pakistan? And then there's all the exposés out of the Middle East, a whole range of countries there, but also countries there that we might not expect, like in Israel, in Turkey. Indeed, in the time I've been in this place, there have been countless exposés, so many exposés that it is clear that there is systemic cruelty in the live animal export trade, and that the only way to end the cruelty, Deputy Speaker, is to end the trade. What we saw on the Awasi Express recently, that awful cruelty being suffered by thousands, tens of thousands of Australian sheep on a vessel in which more than 2,000 died. That wasn't a one-off. That wasn't just a rogue exporter or a rogue operator, one bad ship. That was a snapshot into what is typical in the live animal export trade. It is systemically cruel. It's also not in Australia's best economic interest, because every time we send a vessel with thousands of beef cattle or sheep overseas, we're sending the jobs overseas that could have been established in Australia to process those animals in a more carefully regulated way in which any cruelty would be minimised or removed. So we send those jobs overseas. So it's not in Australia's economic self-interest. And, Deputy Speaker, it also ruins our reputation. Being a Tasmanian, I'm very, very alert to the importance of a state or a country's good reputation as a producer of clean, healthy food that is produced ethically. So how can we, on one hand, go into overseas markets and try and sell ourselves and sell our agricultural produce, when it's just as likely the people we're talking to are going to see on the news that night another expose about how we treat our animals and how governments are prepared, almost happy I would say, that animals are treated on those vessels and when they reach export markets. And, Deputy Speaker, apart from the fact that the live animal export industry is systemically cruel, apart from the fact that it's not in our economic self-interest because we send jobs overseas and it ruins our reputation as a producer of foodstuffs to world markets, it just doesn't have public support. Deputy Speaker, how many polls do we need to see before a government, any government, gets it that people hate the live animal export industry? I mean, sure, there's hundreds of farmers and thousands of others in the industry who benefit from the industry, but what about the 25 million Australians? What about the vast majority of Australians? I mean, it's undeniable. It is undeniable that when you poll people who know anything about the live export trade, and not just the long-haul sheep trade to the Middle East, but also the beef cattle trade into a number of countries, especially in our region in Southeast Asia and North Asia, whenever you poll people, they say they hate it. They hate the cruelty. They hate the fact that we're sending our jobs overseas. They hate the fact, Deputy Speaker, that governments, a succession of governments, are ignoring public opinion. A generation of politicians, Deputy Speaker, ignore the fact, willfully ignore the fact, that their job is to represent their community. And it just beggars belief that so many people come into this place and when the votes are to be had, they don't vote to end the cruelty. They vote to perpetuate the cruelty. And every time they do that, Deputy Speaker, in just about every electorate in this country, they're treating their constituents with contempt. And they think they can recover their position by standing in the shopping mall or the shopping centre a month before the next election, and they can convince people to vote for them. And then they wonder why they're voted out or why their government is voted out. And this isn't just my opinion, Deputy Speaker. It's fascinating to see in the Western Australian, just on Saturday 2 days ago, a revelation that the Australian Livestock Exporters Council commissioned a study 5 years ago in which it was warned that the industry faced, quote, extinction unless it cleaned up its act. So the industry knows it's in strife. The industry know it's only being propped up by a succession of dodgy governments that are beholden to the industry and beholden to people in the industry. Deputy Speaker, this is an industry not only propped up by dodgy governments, it's propped up by myths. The myth that these exposés are extraordinary, that the industry generally is sound. But as I've already discussed in detail, Deputy Speaker, there is so much evidence that the industry is systemically cruel, that what we see on the TV are not one-offs, they're just more and more snapshots into a fundamentally cruel industry. And of course, governments say, but in these markets, they'll only buy fresh produce, and that's bunkum. It is not the case that some religions will only, or people of some religions will only buy live sheep and live cattle. I mean, it's a fact, Deputy Speaker, that we send almost 3 times more in value processed sheep meat than live sheep meat to the Middle East. That's right, Deputy Speaker. The people in the Middle East, largely of the Islamic faith, they are mostly buying Australian frozen and chilled processed sheep meat, processed in Australia, employing Australian jobs by companies that are paying taxes in this country. So it is a myth, it's a lie, Deputy Speaker, that when people in the industry say they can only sell live animals into those markets, or that they don't have refrigeration in Indonesia or in the Middle East. I mean, heavens, what paternalism, what racism. Of course they've got fridges, they're just like us, Deputy Speaker. It's a myth that the recent Moss Review has got to the bottom of things and has made hard recommendations will clean up the industry. Well, the fact is, Deputy Speaker, although the Moss Review did recommend tougher standards and tougher penalties, it still, at the end of the day, by the end of the report, came down in support of a cruel industry. And that alone fundamentally discredits the Moss Review. This excuse, but if we don't sell live sheep and live cattle into these countries, they'll go somewhere else and they'll buy from somewhere else. Well, you know what? If we've got a good food reputation, they'll probably switch to buying processed meat from our country. And if they do go somewhere else, well, so be it. At least we can know that we live in a country with integrity. And this nonsense, this furphy that some farmers are solely interested in feeding the world. What bunkum? They're businesses. They're trying to make a buck. They want to have the lowest production costs. That's a myth. Deputy Speaker, in closing, can I just say the refusal of a succession of governments, the refusal of the Labor Party, the National Party and the Labor Party, Liberal Party, the National Party and the Labor Party, the refusal for those parties to shut the industry down is a shocking thing. It's a shocking betrayal of our constituents. Well, I say to the government and the alternative government, you can start to repair your reputation. You can start to represent the will of the Australian people by getting behind this latest version to move this bill, which in essence would give the industry 3 years to prepare for it, and in 3 years' time the live export of sheep and cattle from this country is over. It's ended forever, like countries like New Zealand decided to do sensibly years ago. So I call on the government, I call on the opposition. If you care about animal welfare, if you care about representing your constituents, then this time, please, get behind this bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Denison. Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Melbourne.
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank the member for Melbourne. The question is, this bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and resumption of the debate be made an all day for the next day of sitting. The clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 8, Migration Amendment, Urgent Medical Treatment Bill 2018.
The member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I present the Migration Amendment, Urgent Medical Treatment Bill 2018 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
The member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. There is an urgent medical crisis in Australia's offshore detention centres, particularly for those children who've been held on Nauru for as long as 5 years. The Migration Amendment Urgent Medical Treatment Bill 2018 would address this crisis by allowing for the temporary transfer of people held in offshore processing centres to be brought to Australia for medical assessment and treatment. The medical crisis in offshore detention has been worsening for a number of years, and today Médecins Sans Frontières has released a report documenting extreme mental health suffering in offshore detention. A dossier of leaked materials in August this year uncovered shocking signs of medical neglect in Australia's offshore processing facilities, precipitated and exacerbated by incidences of violence, sexual assault, degrading treatment and self-harm. There are currently 1,224 people detained on the islands of Manus and Nauru, including, according to the latest reports, 12 children, as well as pregnant women and unaccompanied minors. They have all been held in offshore detention for as long as 5 years. Since the Kids Off Nauru campaign began on August 20 this year, some children and their families have been transferred to Australia for medical treatment. This has occurred as a result of political pressure or at the behest of Australian courts, not through a proper process for medical transfer. A clinically led process for medical transfer of those sick asylum seekers and their families must be put in place. In relation to Nauru, medical experts who've worked in the detention centre there have issued clear warnings about the escalating medical crisis. 3 former medical staff employed on Nauru blew the whistle on this crisis, warning that medical conditions are so critical that a child may die. Yet 2 months ago, Médecins Sans Frontières was abruptly ordered to leave Nauru, depriving its patients on the island of specialist health services. MSF's report into conditions on Nauru, released this morning, is a shocking indictment of Australia's treatment of asylum seekers. It states that the mental health suffering on Nauru is among the worst MSF has ever seen, including in projects providing care for victims of torture. That description is borne out by a huge number of independent accounts of medical neglect, in some cases resulting in death in Australia's offshore detention centres. There have been recent reports of a dramatic escalation of children locked up in Nauru with symptoms of traumatic withdrawal syndrome. This is a life-threatening condition where children withdraw from school and play, stop interacting and eventually stop eating and drinking. Parents are becoming desperate for help as they try to force food and water into the limp bodies of their children. The MSF report found that children as young as 9 have been found to have suicidal thoughts, committed acts of self-harm or attempted suicide. I understand that there are entire families struggling through prolonged trauma without adequate medical and psychological treatment, facing the obstructiveness of the Australian Government and Border Force as doctors' recommendations for overseas medical treatment to save their children's lives have been blocked. These children are suffering not just from the trauma that they have experienced as asylum seekers and refugees, but also from a deep sense of hopelessness caused by them and their families being confined indefinitely. It is appalling that the Australian Government has pushed children to such despair, to the point where they've lost their will to live. And it is concerning that the Nauruan Government responds to such a crisis by removing a non-political, vital organisation such as Médecins Sans Frontières from Nauru. On Manus Island as well, the situation is critical. A report released by the UN High Commissioner for Refugees in November 2016 found that the men on the Manus Island Detention Centre were suffering from some of the highest rates of depression, post-traumatic stress and anxiety disorders in the world. Existing medical facilities on Manus Island are not adequate for addressing such a crisis. There is a local hospital, but it lacks resources and staff. The number of mental health professionals supporting the men in Papua New Guinea has halved since the beginning of the year. We've seen 12 people die in offshore detention centres over the last 5 years. I refuse to see another person die in Australian-funded offshore detention. We have a legal and a moral responsibility to act, and we must act urgently. In a letter delivered to Parliament last week, 12 Australian medical colleges and 6,000 individual Australian doctors implored parliamentary representatives to urgently transfer sick children to Australia for medical treatment and to address the escalating medical crisis in Nauru and on Manus Island. I have listened to these calls. In Australia, clinical need, not politics, should determine access to care. This approach should apply equally on Manus Island and Nauru. As every parent knows, if a child needs urgent medical support, access to care must be determined by a doctor, not a public servant. I'm introducing this bill to address the urgent medical crisis unfolding on our watch and to follow the expert advice from Australian doctors. These doctors have overwhelmingly requested the immediate transfer of all refugee and asylum seeker children from Nauru to Australia and the provision of appropriate medical treatment to everyone in offshore detention. The bill provides for the Australian Government to immediately transfer all refugee and asylum seeker children from Nauru to Australia for medical treatment. The bill will also enact a proper process for medical treatment, ensuring that when 2 treating doctors recommend transfer of any person in offshore detention to Australia temporarily for treatment, these doctors' orders are followed. Those who would say that by introducing this bill we are letting the people smugglers win or inviting a flood of boats should consider that the bill does not compel the permanent resettlement of refugees or even their permanent transfer to Australia. It does not end offshore detention. It does not contradict either of the major parties' stated policies on offshore detention. It simply ensures doctors' orders are followed in relation to the treatment of sick people in offshore detention. Regardless of opinions on offshore processing, Australia must not fail to provide critically ill people, and particularly children in its care, with urgent medical treatment, especially when the Australian Government policy of indefinite detention has caused or seriously exacerbated physical and psychiatric illness. I will continue to work with the Parliament in having this legislation passed, and if any amendments are made, I will update this chamber accordingly. It is unacceptable for us to continue to ignore the medical crisis that has emerged through the lack of appropriate care and the failure of the Australian Government to transfer children and adults to Australia when doctors have so clearly recommended it to do so. We are better than this. I thank the member for Denison for seconding the motion, and he will be speaking for the remainder of the time.
I thank the member for Wentworth. Is the motion seconded? And I call the member for Denison.
Deputy Speaker, I second the bill and I commend the member for Wentworth for the good work she's already done in this place in a very short time. And can I just add, Deputy Speaker, that Australia's response to asylum seekers is illegal in international law and deeply immoral. And it is especially abhorrent that we've been locking up children and that we've been denying children and adults the urgent medical care they need. I struggle to think of anything worse than to do that, to be denying adults and to be denying children the urgent medical care that they need, and indeed for Border Force officers to be willfully ignoring the advice of medical professionals. Who do they think they are? What right do they think they have to be ignoring the advice of medical professionals? And it's great that the member for Wentworth has brought this bill to the House today. And I struggle to believe that the government or the opposition would not support this bill, because this bill is a good thing. It's a humanitarian thing. It's what the community wants. Frankly, Deputy Speaker, it beggars belief that doctors are being ignored. It is a fact, Deputy Speaker, that Border Force officers are routinely failing to act on medical advice. And in fact, we now know as a fact that most of the children that have been evacuated from Nauru this year have only been evacuated by order of the federal court or by threat of such legal action. So it is a downright lie from the government when they say that people are being evacuated when it is being recommended, because it is a fact that most people have only been recommended by order of a court. And, Deputy Speaker, it is a lie when the government says that the asylum seekers and refugees on Manus Island and Nauru have adequate medical care, because they don't. And it's probably symbolised no better than the fact that the only psychiatrist at the Nauru hospital is a Cuban that speaks Spanish and doesn't speak English, doesn't speak any of the languages from South Asia or from the Middle East, and there are no translators on Nauru. I can't think of a better example of how woefully inadequate the health facilities and medical facilities are in those two places. And the same on Manus, where there are hundreds of men incarcerated. And incarcerated they are, Deputy Speaker. They're prison islands. I commend the bill to the House, and I plead with the government, I plead with the opposition to support this bill and to get these sick kids, get these sick adults to Australia quick.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and resumption of debate be made an order day for the next day of sitting. The Clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 9, Queensland electricity prices.
The member for Fairfax.
Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to Queensland electricity prices in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
The member for Fairfax.
Deputy Speaker, if you want a sneak preview into how the Labor Party would manage its national energy policy, look no further than its comrades in Queensland and the horror story which is the Queensland energy sector. Now, most times when you talk about Labor and management, you could call it out for those two words almost being an oxymoron. But there are times when, by virtue of having government, Labor is forced to manage. And in Queensland, what they are showing is not just the typical habit of Labor unconscious incompetence, but in fact willful deceit. Willful deceit where they are effectively ripping off everyday Queenslanders to put more money into the coffers of the Queensland Labor government. This is nothing short, Deputy Speaker, of a sophisticated scam involving a myriad of feedback loops that converts money earned by hard-working Queenslanders into political power by the Labor Party in Queensland. They prey on people enjoying the opaque system that the energy market represents in Queensland. And they do so to the tune of a quarterly bill every single year for the average household. In other words, about $468 is being effectively stolen out of the pockets of everyday Queenslanders because of the Queensland Labor government's management of the electricity system. Now, if you're wondering why these claims can be made about Queensland in particular, Deputy Speaker, it's because the Queensland government controls 65 to 70% of the power generated in my state. It's because they operate in every single sector of the supply chain in Queensland. Nobody has the power when it comes to energy than the Queensland Labor government, and yet they rip Queenslanders off to the tune of a quarterly bill every single year. Put it differently, 25% of your next bill as a Queenslander could be removed if the government stopped its rip-offs. Imagine what that would do to the pensioner, who right now is sweating and finding it difficult in the heat in Queensland. Imagine what that would do to the family that's trying to get enough money together to cook the Christmas ham in a few weeks' time if 25% of the bill could be wiped out so the rip-offs start. And the three key areas where the rip-offs take place. Number one, the Queensland government has overinvested in poles and wires to the tune of $7.3 billion. $28 billion is the overall asset value, 7.3 of which represents an overinvestment. Why do they do this? Because the more they invest, the more they can charge consumers. And when you own the companies, that's what happens. That is why they need to partially write down those assets, and they need to accept a lower return on investment on those assets. Number two, Deputy Speaker, we have seen a drop in wholesale prices thanks to the pressure of the federal coalition government. From October to October, a 40% drop in wholesale prices. Has the Queensland government passed on those wholesale prices, especially in regional Queensland where they are in fact the retailer themselves? No, they have not. 40% drop has converted into 1.8% tops is what they've taken off their bill, a complete rip-off on the cost of energy. Meanwhile, of course, they've got a debt-to-dividend rip-off going on where they say to the utilities, you take on debt, state utility, and then they call that money back as a special dividend, effectively laundering money, and then wait for it, they charge them an interest payment on top of 4.8%. This is a complete rip-off, a rip-off by the Labor government in Queensland that should separate its two generators into three, should be split. It should stop paying a subsidy only to their regional retailer in regional areas and pay that subsidy to customers instead. What we need to have is what we are doing federally in Queensland. We need to take a big stick to those who are price gouging. We need to ensure we have a price safety net. We need to ensure that we back reliable energy and get rid of the Queensland rip-off for the Labor government.
The member's
That's
time
what's
is
required.
expired. Is the motion seconded? The member for Dawson. I call the honourable member for Moreton.
For Fairfax. I agree with the member for Fairfax on one thing, that many Queensland families are certainly struggling with cost of living pressures, and many small businesses are being crippled by the cost of doing business. It's a timely reminder, actually, Deputy Speaker, that this coalition government has been in power. They're limping towards their 6th year of government. I note that the house prices in many capital cities, share prices, have also taken a big hit under their watch. Now, it's an old tactic, isn't it? When you've run out of vision, when you run out of things to do, you pick a fight with the state government. Let's look at the speaking list today. Let's have a look. Let's look in terms of Fair Work Amendment, Family and Domestic Violence Leave. No coalition speakers. Higher Education Support Changes Bill. No coalition speakers. The Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Amendment Bill. One speaker. One speaker. Oh, but they're happy to jump up to speak about this piece of legislation, this private member's bill.
The member will resume his seat. The member for Fairfax.
The member for Moreton is failing to address the topic in the motion. Relevance is therefore the point of order.
Okay. I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you. Unbelievable. I'm talking directly to the motion put forward by the member for Fairfax, and he can't take a little bit of criticism. He's got a glass jaw.
Order.
He's got a glass jaw. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I remember in 2013, when the member for Warringah, the leader of the opposition, promised Australians that he would drop power bills by $550. $550. That was his promise to the people of Queensland, to the people of Australia. What happened? Have we ever had an apology from those opposite? Have we ever had anyone stand up and say, I'm sorry about that? No, we haven't. Instead, we have hiding behind parliamentary tactics when we're talking about power bills.
The member will resume his seat. Member for Fairfax.
Relevance, Deputy Speaker. 2 minutes has already gone. He hasn't addressed this issue. The entire motion talks about the Queensland Labor government. He's refusing to defend his comrades. I don't know what's wrong. He has 2.5 minutes to go. I'm hoping he might address the topic.
There's no point of order.
Intolerable. Private members' business. It has been the practice in this place that we don't call point of order, particularly relevance in private members' business. He's had his time to speak. Perhaps the member for Moreton can be allowed to have his entire allotment.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it's great to have in Hansard on the record that the member for Fairfax says that the member for Warringah's promise that power bills would be reduced is not relevant in a discussion about power bills. I mean, what planet do these people live on? What planet do they live on? We know that people in Queensland are doing it tough. I've door-knocked people. I had a pensioner in just off Monash Road the other day in Tarragindi who said in winter he had to turn his hot water system off. Now, in Queensland you can almost get away with that, but in the middle of winter it broke my heart to hear. I'm sure for the member for Fairfax to say, I know that $550 reduction in power bills that the Leader of the Opposition and then Prime Minister, the last but one Prime Minister promised, a broken promise. And I remember in 2018 when the former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, have you ever heard that name, Malcolm Turnbull?
He did a door
Malcolm, that's right, former member for Wentworth, the then Treasurer and now Prime Minister Morrison and the current Treasurer Josh Frydenberg, the current Treasurer, they promised a $550 power saving if the National Energy Guarantee was adopted. That's not ancient history. That's not ancient history. This is only a few months ago. Remember? But it hasn't happened because their policy went up in smoke. It went through the Liberal Party room after it was backed by those opposite three times, including by the member for Hume, the current member for Hume, and the member for Fairfax. They backed it three times, but then they ditched it like they ditched the former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull. So it's a bit rich for the member for Fairfax to complain about power prices in Queensland when for the last 6 years, under the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison, whoever government, power prices have gone up and up and up despite their promises. We actually need a Labor Party that can take control, that will invest in renewables. That's what will deliver cheaper power prices in Queensland.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Dawson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Now, our use of energy in the family home, in business and all kinds of industry is what enables us to live comfortable lives. It's a fundamental driver of our economy. So it doesn't take an economist to understand higher energy costs lead to a weaker economy. High electricity costs result in lower productivity and less money in the household budget. So it beggars belief that any government could rip off its own constituents with a massive energy tax. But that is exactly what the Queensland Labor government has done. Queensland Labor is ripping off everyday Queenslanders with secret energy taxes hidden in each and every one of their quarterly energy bills. In what the Courier Mail describes as a sophisticated scam run by the state government, Labor has pushed up the cost of electricity so much that Queenslanders are paying about 25% more than what they actually should. The Queensland Labor government has the ability to lower power prices. They could pass on reductions in wholesale prices. They could write down the state energy provider's assets. They could agree to a reduction in its rate of return. And they could subsidise electricity customers to make up for Labor's dodgy deals with debt. That would cut the power bill for an average family in my electorate by 25%. But just because the Labor government has the ability to cut those power prices doesn't mean they will, sadly. They don't have the will because they're using this secret electricity tax to prop up their budget. Mums and dads in Queensland across my electorate are paying for Labor's inability to manage the books. Farmers and small businesses are paying for Labor's waste. An Australian Competition and Consumer Commission report found that the Queensland Labor government could save householders $419 a year on average by adopting some of their recommendations. That would effectively remove about one of the quarterly bills for every family across the state. Now, while the federal government is looking for ways to bring power prices down, the Queensland Labor government is looking for ways to push power prices up. And I encourage all Queenslanders to see how much Labor is taxing their family budget by going to a simple website called energytax.com.au. They can enter the cost of their last power bill and it will tell them how much of that bill that the state Labor government is gouging from them. It's almost 25%, a massive impost on mums and dads. It makes the cost of business so high that it impacts on jobs and it forces businesses to shut down or reduce in capacity. In North Queensland, I've got to say that Thomas Borthwick's abattoir in Mackay, they've got an energy bill ballooning into the millions of dollars. That's money that would be better spent on employing locals, job creation, making the end product more affordable for families. Farmers are already paying exorbitant prices for power without the Queensland Labor government adding a secret energy tax on top. The escalating cost of water is made even more unaffordable when the price of electricity used to pump the water gets out of control. Unaffordable costs have already pushed the Pioneer Valley irrigation scheme to the verge of collapse. To make matters worse in North Queensland, we've only got one energy provider. Such a monopoly, it's a state government, mind you, such a monopoly means families and businesses are forced to take whatever price is offered to them. It's not unusual for a government to move to break up such a monopoly, and it's time the federal government probably take a closer look at what the Queensland Labor government has done with the energy market and what it has failed to do. Because while the Queensland Labor government is happy to price gouge and kill jobs and industry and make families in North Queensland across the state even poorer, I am not. And I'm very pleased that the Energy Minister and the Prime Minister have talked about considering setting up competition to the electricity market in Queensland, because we need fairer prices. We need fairer prices for North Queenslanders. So I would call on the federal government to take note of the strong support for building a high-efficiency, low-emissions coal-fired power plant in North Queensland. Earlier this year I started a petition, which again can be signed at powerthenorth.com.au. The campaign has attracted tremendous support from North Queenslanders because, unlike the Greens and Labor, we are not afraid of coal. We are not afraid of coal. North Queenslanders know modern generators reduce emissions by up to 50%, and they know they're a better option than Labor's dangerous 45% renewable or emissions reduction target. North Queenslanders want to see jobs in construction and in operation, and they appreciate the benefits that affordable and reliable power can bring to their family and to local jobs, because energy is what drives our economy and it improves our standard of living. Outrageous taxes from the Labor Party on your electricity bill. It's from a Labor government. It's driving down our economy, driving down our standard of living and costing local jobs and costing your family budget.
The question is that the motion be agreed, and I call the honourable member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, you'd think the member for Fairfax would have learnt by now the people of Queensland are sick and tired of blame Labor mantra. It's galling he can stand up here in this chamber, point the finger on energy policy when his party has held government since 2013 and done absolutely nothing for power prices. This government is in its 6th year and they haven't done anything but bicker amongst themselves about whether to listen to trusted scientists and economists. On average, electricity prices in Queensland are the cheapest of all mainland states in Australia. The cheapest. In fact, the Queensland Competition Authority says that power prices have either fallen or remained stable in South East Queensland for 4 quarters in a row, Deputy Speaker. The ACCC have acknowledged that this, at least in part, is because of the Palaszczuk government's policies, which are placing downward pressure on electricity prices. The matter of the fact is that Queensland's state Labor government have been investing in affordable energy. Their $2 billion affordable energy plan is on track, and more than 90% of the dividends received by the state-owned power assets have been invested into putting downward pressure on prices, Deputy Speaker. You won't hear that from the member for Fairfax, of course. But it seems that the facts don't interest the member for Fairfax. The LNP's analysis relies on incorrect assumptions and flawed logic from the starting proposition that wholesale prices have reduced by 40%. The Queensland government's actions have certainly put pressure on wholesale spot prices, which have fallen 21.7% between 2016 and 2017 and 2017 and 2018. But, as the author of this motion, of course, the member for Fairfax should know that spot prices do not correlate directly with expected reductions in household bills. Now, Queensland power assets compete in a national energy market to sell power, and subsequently they need to be competitive, and their cost structures, including their staffing, need to reflect a commercial reality. Now, further to this, Deputy Speaker, the Australian Energy Regulator regulates Queensland Power Network, including just how much revenue they can make, Deputy Speaker. Interesting. That, again, you won't hear that from the member for Fairfax. Deputy Speaker, it's because Queensland's fought against the LNP's goal of privatising our power networks. The Queensland government can invest the dividends from these businesses to make electricity more affordable. The member for Fairfax clearly has forgotten about Campbell Newman and the LNP government in Queensland. Ask the Queenslanders what they thought of that government. Ask the Queenslanders what they thought about that government.
Order.
There is no need, of course, to plead with boards or CEOs interstate or overseas for profits to be returned or reinvested into Queensland. But the member for Fairfax chooses to ignore absolutely all of this. Instead, he's just lazily pointing his finger. 5 years of government, and we are still waiting for a federal policy from this government. The reality is the Federal Labor Party have instead stepped in and crafted sensible policy from opposition. Policy of cheaper energy, policy of cleaner energy, policy of reliable energy, a policy that means working with state and private companies, not fighting with them. It involves listening to scientists, involves listening to economists to create a forward-thinking plan that acknowledges the lifespans of our pre-existing power stations and complements them with technologies like renewable energy generators and energy storage. Deputy Speaker, it's true. We've never been the biggest fans of the National Energy Guarantee, but if it means something finally gets done, we're happy to work with the government to get this passed. If that's what it means, let's do something and get this passed. This time, it's time that this government put aside their petty politics and seek to find a way to compromise within their party and their party room so that regular Aussies finally get a go. It's time the Liberals actually showed some leadership. It's time they showed up, took some initiative, took some action, put downward pressure on power prices, just like Queensland's state Labor government done. And I'd suggest actually it's fine that they just showed up. As we heard from the member for Moreton say, not too many speakers today. Maybe they could just show up. That might be a good start. Deputy Speaker, I'd suggest that this government, if they don't take action now, what I'd suggest what's going to happen is that come election time, the voters are going to be pulling out a big stick to them.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Fairfax for bringing this motion to the House, because not only does it give me an opportunity to talk about the failure of the Queensland State Labor Government, and not just the current Queensland State Labor Government, but it reminded me of a previous Queensland State Labor Government led by one Peter Beattie, who promised that prices would be cheaper and that they would fall under his privatisation of the retailers. But we've seen ever since that occurred, prices increase, Mr Deputy Speaker. And on that note, I'd like to congratulate the work being done by the Minister Angus Taylor in terms of seeking ways to reduce electricity prices, because at the end of the day we know that we have an economy that is based on power, and most importantly, Mr Deputy Speaker, based on reliable, affordable power. Business in this country relies on reliable and affordable power to ensure that it can manufacture and produce the goods necessary both for Australia's here locally, but also for our export economy. We require cheap and affordable power to ensure that we can compete on an international stage, that our products are competitive. We require cheap and affordable power to ensure that our households can turn their lights on and power their air conditioners. As the member for Fairfax rightly pointed out, at the moment in Queensland we're having some very hot weather, and we need people to be comfortable that they can turn their air conditioners on when they get home from work, or if they're elderly people, that they can afford to have their air conditioners on during the day. That is why this motion is so important, Mr Deputy Speaker. Now, I know firsthand, and have seen firsthand in my electorate, the gold plating of the electricity network by a state Labor government. There was a project put together in my electorate through Logan Reserve and Chambers Flat and through Logan Village that was complete and utter gold plating. A number of alternative proposals were put to Energex at that time by people in the local community who had a background in the electricity industry, which would have been half the cost of what was ultimately put in place by Energex. That is just one example locally in my electorate, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I'm aware of plenty of others across the state where those things were also done. And in relation to that issue of gold plating, we know that this government has passed legislation to prevent those power companies and those networks gouging on those gold-plated networks. But the worst part of all, Mr Deputy Speaker, is in relation to this motion and in relation to Queensland in particular, the electricity companies, the distribution, the generation, transmission, 70% of that is owned by the state government. So they have been direct beneficiaries of these gold-plated networks, and in addition, they've been direct beneficiaries of the fact that those operators of those networks have sought to get returns over and above the regulated return that was originally approved by the Australian Energy Regulator by appealing those decisions. And it's this government, Mr Deputy Speaker, who's put new rules in place that prevents those energy companies appealing those decisions by the AER in order to reduce the cost of those energy networks. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank again the member for Fairfax, and I call on the Queensland State Government to use the opportunity they have as a 70% owner of transmission distribution across the state to reduce electricity prices, as the ACCC report has pointed out, potentially to some $419 a year, which is roughly a quarterly bill, but also, as we've seen now in another report today, a potential increase for the profits of AGL and Origin for them to take a hit as well.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for
Thanks,
Auspol.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Look, I've been looking forward to this debate. It's sort of like Christmas has come early. And I was thinking, what does it say about a government that has stopped governing, that has stopped turning up to work, that their only policy announcement for today is to criticise a Labor state government? It says everything about what is the so-called shambles of a government led by the current Prime Minister. And I think it was best summarised by Laura Tingle on the weekend in the Financial Review, who wrote, "There aren't many occasions in the last 30 years when a government has so comprehensively lost its political and administrative battle." That says everything you need to know about this government. And today, Mr Deputy Speaker, the member for Fairfax wants to point to energy policy as a matter of which this government has some authority on. Now, we know they've jumped from one position to the next. We know that they, depending on which day of the week or whether the weather is set for the day, where their position will be. And what we haven't heard a lot today in today's energy debate is about the so-called abandoned signature policy, the National Energy Guarantee. Now, we know the Prime Minister has said through all the course of this year that that policy had a broader base of consensus than any other proposition he had seen in his 10 years in Parliament. He and the Treasurer reminded households pretty much every day that delivering the National Energy Guarantee would result in a cut in their power bills of $550. I'm going to read a quote, Mr Deputy Speaker, into the Hansard that was made about the National Energy Guarantee, and it's this. The National Energy Guarantee will lower electricity prices, make the system more reliable, encourage the right investment and reduce emissions without subsidies, taxes or trading schemes. Now, who said that? Who said that? Was it anyone in this chamber? Well, it was. It was the member for Fairfax who made that comment. Now, bagging out his own policy is one thing. Flip-flopping on his own government's policy is another. But instead, they've junked their signature policy, from which the own words through you, Mr Deputy Speaker, that would lower prices, to come up with the so-called big stick policy. Well, this has gone down so well that in media reports today, and I quote, that they say the move has prompted the Australian Energy Council, Australian Industry Group, the BCA and others to join together to appeal to the government to abandon its plans, which says it will specifically discourage badly needed investment in the energy sector. Now, so time and time again, we have made an offer to work with the government on the National Energy Guarantee because, in their own words, it's the best way to bring the government's energy crisis to an end. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, the member for Fairfax draws the attention to the house to power prices in the Queensland government. Well, he doesn't reference anything to do with his own government because we know there is nothing for them to reference. No plan, no ideas, nothing that the government has provided in the last 5 years. Now, if the government could stop ripping itself apart for 10 seconds instead of talking about themselves, bagging each other out, doing doorstops against each other, former Prime Ministers, current Prime Ministers, ex-Prime Ministers, future Prime Ministers, all bagging each other out, they might actually want to listen to what has happened in Queensland. Because thanks to the Palaszczuk Labor government, we have the lowest prices in the country. And why is that, Mr Deputy Speaker? Because Queenslanders own their electricity assets. Now, there's someone very quiet in this debate today, in this chamber today, that has not said a peep, and that's the member for Groom, trying to keep his head down, trying to keep out of this frame, because the member for Groom speaks with authority about assets in Queensland. He was a minister in the Newman government that sold Queensland's essential assets, attempted to sell Queensland assets. And what happened to them? Thrown out of office, rejected by the community, rejected outright. The largest swing against a sitting Conservative government in the nation's history occurred under the member for Groom's watch, because they had such great ideas when it came to policies. We know their only agenda is to cut, sack and sell. And if the member for Fairfax, the member for Bowman and the member for Groom had their way, Queensland's essential services and assets would have been sold off. So we will not be taking any lectures from any members from the LNP in Queensland when it comes to lowering prices in Queensland, because under the Palaszczuk Labor government we have the lowest energy prices. Rather than attacking that government, I would take a lesson out of the Palaszczuk government, listen to what the government is doing to deliver a real energy policy in Australia.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I have received messages from His Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to several bills. I do not propose to read the titles, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. I call the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the Deputy Leader of the Opposition from moving the following motion immediately. That the House, 1, notes that A, the member for Hughes has threatened to quit the government and move to the crossbench unless his Liberal Party pre-selection is protected. B, the Prime Minister is tearing the government apart to protect the member for Hughes, but did nothing to protect the member for Ryan, the member for Gilmore, Senator Gachui or the member for Chisholm. And C, the Minister for Women has said the Liberal Party is widely seen as, and I quote, homophobic, anti-women climate change deniers. And 2, therefore reprimands the Prime Minister for only ever protecting the men in his party and abandoning the women. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has just returned from the G20 and it was good that he was able to make it because the Treasurer didn't. But we saw the very entertaining photo of German Chancellor Angela Merkel with her cheat sheet introducing her to, I think it's the 7th Australian Prime Minister that she's dealt with. The cheat sheet, who is this guy? Why is he here? You can imagine that briefing note. It starts with a little section, who is he? Well, he's the former Liberal Party machine man, a former advertising man sacked by Tourism Minister Fran Bailey. The former advertising guy who came in as Prime Minister, flicked the switch to vaudeville and doesn't know how to flick it back. I've said before, he is like a cross between Darren from Bewitched and Ted Bullpit from Kingswood Country. So confused about the world around him, so angry about the change that he sees, so worried about his job that he can't do a thing right. The briefing goes on to say, what's he done in politics? Well, he was the Treasurer. He was the Treasurer that presided over the doubling of Australia's debt. He's the Treasurer that presided over historic low wages growth. He's the Prime Minister who was prepared to use the Israel-Palestine conflict in the final week before the Wentworth by-election to try and win a few extra votes. He's the guy who thought it would be a good idea to send a bus with his face around Queensland to show how in touch he was with the concerns of ordinary Queenslanders, and then caught the VIP jet from stop to stop where the bus was stopping. I mean, it's a good backdrop for a Twitter photo, but if you're going to use the bus, you ought to really use the bus. And that briefing note, it goes on. What's he like? What's his personality like? Little briefing for the Chancellor. Well, they would have had photos of the many moods of Scott Morrison. Scott Morrison angry, Scott Morrison irate, Scott Morrison furious, Scott Morrison really browned off. The many moods of Scott Morrison would have included the photo of him being angry when he ate the pie. Who can get angry when eating a pie? It's one of Australia's favourite pastimes, and he was even angry when he was eating the pie. The conclusion of that briefing note would have been beware. It would have been beware. This man is enthralled to the reactionary right wing of his party, as the member for Chisholm calls it, or the homophobic anti-women climate change deniers, as the member for Higgins has said. And the final beware is if he puts his arm around you and he says, I'm very ambitious for this woman, I'm very ambitious, run. Mr Deputy Speaker, when the member for Ryan, an assistant minister no less, was dumped, the Prime Minister went on Insiders and said about her pre-selection, and I quote, "It is a contestable process, politics, and this has been a rank-and-file pre-selection, and we're all subject to those as members of Parliament." And further he said, and I quote, "Politics is a contestable process, and in the Liberal Party there are no quarantines on that." Well, I guess there are two qualifications on that. If you're a bloke, if you're in the right, you get your pre-selection fixed up. You get it sorted out if you're a bloke and if you're in the right. Tough luck for the member for Ryan because she was replaced by a bloke. The member for Gilmore also replaced by a bloke. The member for Chisholm bullied until she left the party and was prepared to leave the parliament. And the member for Curtin, well, Thank you to the now Prime Minister for the wonderful support that he gave the member for Chisholm. The member for Curtin, 11 votes. He didn't do the numbers for her, he did the numbers on her. There was more than a quarter of women in the Liberal Party have now said that the Liberal Party has a problem with women, that there is bullying and intimidation and a culture that is hostile to women in the Liberal Party. And what's the Prime Minister's response to that? Nothing to see here, no problem, not investigating it, doesn't even pick the phone up to the member for Chisholm, as we heard on the weekend, doesn't even bother to give her a call. And you look at the Prime Minister's own experience of his own pre-selection. Well, he was able to sort out his own pre-selection pretty well back in the day, wasn't he? When he ran for the seat of Cook in 2007, the former numbers man managed to get 8 votes out of 152. Well, that in itself raises questions, doesn't it? And the fellow who actually won at the time, Michael Tauck, was subject to an anonymous smear campaign against him, with 4 defamatory articles appearing in the newspaper. After relentless pressure, he finally gave up and signed a deed with the party saying that the party would publicly acknowledge him to be a fit and proper person, but he would not run for pre-selection. And in fact, he had to support the now Prime Minister in his pre-selection. That's how you sort it out, isn't it? That's pretty well done. He could have done that for the member for Gilmore, or he could have done that for some of the other women who've apparently, if he was really interested. But you know, the member for Cook has been very keen to say that it's all about merit, that he is there. Yeah, I know, it is hilarious, isn't it? It's all about merit. And, you know, when Alex Bragg stepped aside from the Wentworth pre-selection, saying that a woman should be pre-selected in Wentworth, the Prime Minister said, "I am a merit person and the party members will decide our candidate in Wentworth. Of course I want to see more women in the federal parliament. We have not done as well in that area as I would like us to do. But the party members are the ones who have to take on that responsibility, and they are the ones who have to make those decisions." He's a merit guy and he believes in rank and file pre-selections, unless it's the knuckle-draggers and the Neanderthals of the extreme right that he's protecting. And in that case, of course, he's all for intervention, and merit takes on a pretty new and interesting definition compared to the way I've previously seen this word used. We've got the member for Hughes, or the member for Sky News, as he's been called, touring the country with the member for Warringah running forums called Back from the Brink, saving Australia from the left's agenda. Now, also, merit's got a slightly different definition. Left's also got a kind of different definition in their world compared with ours. These are obviously people who believe in the science of climate change, those dangerous radicals who listen to the science. He said in the past, the member for Hughes, that people will die during winter because of renewable energy. He's talked about non-existent subsidies to electric cars, claiming they created more pollution than diesel. He's twice gone to Azerbaijan, courtesy of the poor old put-upon Azerbaijani taxpayer, to inspect their electoral system, which he tells us is actually better than the Australian electoral. He's quoted in the Azerbaijani media as saying it was a coherent democratic process and an election organisation that surpassed Australia's experience. Well, it probably surpasses the experience they have in Hughes, where you've got Liberal Party pre-selectors lined up to make it clear that they want a change. They don't want to be represented by the extreme right in this part. Normal, average, centrist Liberal Party members who don't want to be represented by the Neanderthals and the knuckle-draggers, why don't they get a say? Why don't they get a say in who represents them? At the end of the day, you've got Malcolm Turnbull today, the former Prime Minister, saying in Twitter, and I quote, "Deny Liberal Party members in Hughes the opportunity to have their say. He says it's a problem. They're being ignored." When even Malcolm Turnbull is pointing out that Scott Morrison, the member for Cook, is too weak to stand up, for what he believes in, you've really got a problem. When the man who, as Prime Minister, couldn't back a single thing that he said was a priority for him, and he now says his successor is weak, you know we've come to a pretty pass. There's at most 166 days to the next election. We're wasting another one with Liberals talking about themselves.
Order. Is the motion seconded?
There's more.
There's a turn-up we could get to 76
It is.
with that.
I call the member for
Ballarat.
Ballarat.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I am very, very pleased to second this motion moved by the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. Well, you couldn't have had a better example than over the weekend of the problem that this once great Liberal Party has with women. You could not have had a better example. I thought it was a joke. We saw over the weekend the member for Hughes saying that he was going to go to the crossbench again, that he was threatening to do so if his pre-selection was threatened. And then you had the Prime Minister who tells us that it is all about merit in this great Liberal Party, saying that he was prepared to intervene. Now, you would have thought, if this is a Liberal Party of merit, you would have thought that the Prime Minister would have thought, when you had the member for Ryan's pre-selection threatened, someone who's been in this place for a long period of time, a woman of merit, that the Prime Minister would have said, oh, actually, we want to keep the member for Ryan. We want to step in and intervene here. We know that we want to keep the member for Ryan, but no, the Prime Minister does nothing. The member for Gilmore, I hear members say, the member for Gilmore, who's been here contributing for some time, the gift to the nation, the leader reminds us. The Prime Minister says again, I don't have a lot of women. I don't have a lot of women in our show. This is about merit. She's been there for a while. She's won the seat in trying circumstances. Let's support another woman. No. Again, Lucy Kachuri, I'm getting lots of— there's a list here. There is well and truly a list. Lucy Kachuri in the Senate, making a contribution over in the Senate. Does the Prime Minister intervene? No. The Prime Minister does not intervene on a single one of these pre-selections when any of the women on their side come under pressure for pre-selection. Does the Prime Minister intervene? No. Suddenly, there is a need for an intervention for the member for Hughes. Why? Why, you have to ask. The guy is a bloke, for a start. The guy is a right-wing bloke. Second, they clearly don't have enough of them. Clearly they don't have enough of them. And the Prime Minister makes the decision that the one person whose pre-selection is challenged in this place on the Liberal Party, who deserves his protection, is the member for Hughes. The member for Hughes who does not believe in the science of climate change, who consistently in this place and on Sky News, where he likes to appear often and regularly— I must admit I'm surprised he actually has time to do anything else, given that he's on Sky News all the time. The member who is one of the most right-wing reactionaries in this place, and that can be saying something given some of the people that they've got and some of the people over in the Senate. This is the person that this Prime Minister believes has to be protected in pre-selection. If you are a woman on the other side of the chamber in the Liberal Party, the very few that you had to have, you would have to say, what do I have to do to be recognised by this Prime Minister as someone who is making a substantial contribution to the Liberal Party? What do I actually have to do? You've then got their behaviour to the member for Curtin, who now is on the backbench, a foreign minister of some standing, one of the people who has obviously been in substantial positions within this government. What do they do to the member for Curtin? What do they do for the member for Chisholm when she raises that you have a problem within your political party about the way in which you are treating women? Not just the way in which you're recruiting them, the way in which you're abandoning them when their pre-selections are challenged. What is it that you are doing to actually promote and change this culture? And this is the signal today that has been sent loudly and clearly to every woman in the Liberal Party, to every woman who supports the Liberal Party, to every woman who is here in this parliament today, that if you are on the Liberal Party side, this Prime Minister will not be on your side. Not today, not ever. This is what we've seen over the course of the weekend. The only person who is set to have their pre-selection being challenged overturned by this Prime Minister, the member for Hughes. You've got to ask, what on earth has happened to this Liberal Party under this Prime Minister, who has got no capacity to actually stand up to the right wing of his party, whether it be on policy or whether it be on the promotion of women here in this parliament?
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Can I call the honourable minister?
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and we should be clear about what this motion is doing, because this motion is wanting to suspend standing orders in order to allow the Labor Party to play Canberra politics. This is what this is about, and for those who are listening into this broadcast, they should understand exactly what a suspension motion is about. It's about the opposition coming in, attempting to change the ordinary business of the day. And so what are they suspending from discussing right now? Are they concerned about what the next debate is on the agenda? Well, let me tell the listeners, and let me tell this chamber exactly what they have interrupted from being debated.
Order, members.
The next item, Mr Deputy Speaker, on the list to discuss is in fact a bill in relation to family and domestic violence. And so the Labor Party is coming in to suspend standing orders because they don't want to discuss family and domestic violence. That is what they're doing. After that bill has been completed, there's a higher education support bill, which is on the agenda to be discussed today in this Parliament.
The Minister resume his seat. There's far too much noise in the chamber. The Minister will be heard in silence. I call the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. They clearly don't like having this pointed out to them, that what they are doing, they want to have a debate on the Canberra internal politics, the inside games which go on in this building, which they love so much, and yet they don't want to debate domestic violence. They don't want to debate higher education support. They don't want to debate the next item after that, Aboriginal land rights in the Northern Territory. These are the three items which are on the agenda today to be debated, but no, the Labor Party come in here full of bluster to try to suspend all that debate so that they can discuss the internal, inside party political games which go on in this building.
I call the Deputy Leader.
It's extraordinary that the
What is the point of order?
No, if you'd let me finish the sentence, you'd find out.
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition will resume her seat,
is
and the Minister will continue.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The Minister has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. As I was saying, what is on the agenda for today is family and domestic violence.
You've been asked to resume your seat.
So, as I was outlining, Mr Deputy Speaker, what is on the agenda today is family and domestic violence, it is higher education, Aboriginal land rights amendments bill. These are the bills which are scheduled to be debated today, and yet the Labor Party comes in and is trying to suspend this debate in order to have a discussion about internal games in this place. That's what they're about. That is what they are focused on. It is the internal games which the Australian public is sick of. They're sick of the internal games. They want us to focus on the things that matter to them. And there are items on the agenda today which do concern everyday Australians. Family violence is a very important topic and it should be debated today. Higher education support is a critically important topic and it should be debated today. Aboriginal land rights is a very important topic, particularly in the Northern Territory, and it is on the list to be debated today. There's all sorts of other topics which I know the Australian public are interested in discussing, far more than they are interested in discussing the internal games that the Labor Party want to discuss. That's what they're about. Let's be clear about what this suspension motion is this suspension motion.
The Minister will remove your seat. I call the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. I have a point of order. The Minister is misleading the parliament. He's talking about wanting to speak on these bills, and yet the Liberals have only one speaker all day on any of these bills.
That's not a point of order. The Minister will continue.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Again, we have another interjection from the Labor Party. They don't want to discuss the important matters on the agenda which Australians want us to discuss. I mentioned 3 of those. The other topics, of course, which are critical, which we are discussing today, national security. One of the big topics in relation to encryption laws, which we are discussing in the public. They would be welcome to come in to discuss this as well, because the Australian people want us to focus on the things that matter to them. They don't want the Canberra bubble games, which the Labor Party wants to suspend standing orders in order to discuss. But of course, they don't want to discuss national security. They don't want to discuss the economy. I mean, why would they want to discuss the economy when we've delivered 1 million jobs since coming to government, when we've delivered 5% unemployment, when we've delivered the lowest proportion of working-age people on welfare in 25 years? That's what we are delivering, and these are real, substantial things to everyday Australians, and that's what we are focused on, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is those things which everyday Australians want us to focus on. It is the economy and it is creating jobs. I get constantly interjected by those opposite when we start talking about jobs figures, when we start talking about national security. If we talk about Aboriginal land rights, again they're all shouting out because all they want to discuss is the Canberra bubble politics. Well, Mr Speaker, I'm going to continue to focus my efforts on the things which are important to Australians. I want to use my remaining time to discuss, for example, the infrastructure program, which I have some responsibility for in rolling out across the country. Now, we have $75 billion worth of infrastructure being rolled out across the country, nation-building infrastructure, the greatest commitment that a federal government has ever made. And that includes, of course, massive projects which have been on the agenda but never delivered, but we are finally doing so, such as the Western Sydney Airport. That is absolutely going to be a game-changer for Western Sydney. This is what this government is focused on. Projects like that. We're focused on key projects in Melbourne, my home city, such as the Tullamarine Rail. Again, a project which has not been done for 5 decades, and yet we are putting $5 billion on the table to get this done. We're also doing other key infrastructure projects, particularly, again, as I mentioned, a couple of more examples in Melbourne, the rail link out to Monash University and then out to Rowville. Monash is Australia's largest university campus, 55,000 students attend that campus, but it doesn't have a rail link to it. We are going to deliver a rail link to that Monash campus, and in doing so, we will remove the buses which presently go every couple of minutes, being the single busiest bus route in Australia between Monash University and the closest railway station. That's what the Australian public want us to focus on. That's what the 55,000 Monash University students want us to focus on, delivering real-life things like that, a rail link to their university campus, a rail link out to the airport in Melbourne, building the Western Sydney Airport so that people in Western Sydney can get closer to an airport and creating enormous capacity, enormous economic opportunities as well. That's the type of thing which they want us to focus on, Mr Speaker. Of course, soon we'll have an urban congestion fund, which we'll be announcing as well, to really address those localised hotspots. And often it is just really small projects in people's electorates that are concerned about them. And I'll say, for example, in my own electorate, a project is a $6 million bridge, the Henderson Road Bridge. It will make a huge difference to about 10,000 to 20,000 people who presently live in Rowville and Listerfield, who only at the moment have Stud Road or have Napoleon Road to go north and south. So this provides an additional alternative. These are the real-life things that we should be concentrating on and that we are delivering. While the Labor Party, what are they doing? They're in here, they're playing their games, they're constantly interjecting as I'm speaking because they don't like to hear the fact that we are delivering jobs, we are delivering infrastructure, we are delivering national security measures, we're delivering safe borders, we're delivering records amounts spent on health and education, we're delivering record numbers of drugs being put on the PBS. Those are the real-life things that people want us to focus on and that we are delivering.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Is the division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
The whole time while I'm speaking. It's grossly disorderly.
Is the Speaker coming?
Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the motion moved by the Deputy Leader of the Opposition be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Lawler and Morton tell us for the ayes, and the honourable members for Murray and Gray tell us for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 67, noes 71. The question's therefore negatived.
I call the clerk.
Reports from committees.
The member for Bowman.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, I present the committee's report entitled Inquiry into the Management of PFAS Contamination in and around defence bases, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Senate referred the inquiry into the management of PFAS contamination in and around defence bases to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, December 2017. It followed the release of the Expert Health Panel report into the potential human health effects of PFAS exposure that needed to be minimised as a precaution. This report contains significant recommendations and has a focus on improving the government's response to this issue, particularly in relation to the current concerns of affected communities that the subcommittee visited. And as a medical practitioner, what really struck me was that the uncertainty around health impacts appeared to have stalled progress towards just resolution of cases for affected residents. And as we report in detail, that equity trap that was independent of health impacts could take years or decades to resolve. So in the report, we've recommended that a Coordinator General be appointed with the authority and the resources necessary to more effectively coordinate the whole-of-government effort in respect of PFAS contamination. And a Coordinator General would ensure a clear and consistent approach and also a level of separation between dealings with the Department of Defence and the affected community. And it would allow community consultations to occur not just with federal, state but also local government. The committee wanted to see an improvement in voluntary blood testing because this is our key source of longitudinal information. Not that the blood tests in and of themselves tell us anything about health outcomes, but they track the important ability of this organic chemical that is persistent by ingestion through the gut for those that have lived for various periods of time in contaminated areas. And obviously the goal is to look for long-term health impacts of exposure to PFAS and the effectiveness of the ways in which we break PFAS exposure pathways. And the committee found it was really important to collect this data assiduously, that medical practitioners themselves shouldn't be taking systematic solo flights on who they test and who they don't, but the testing should be freely available to that target group, and we work on making that coverage as high as possible. This important data, of course, needs to be connected with international studies that are doing exactly the same thing. Because in Australia, in relative sense, these numbers are quite small. To be able to detect with power and a high level of robust methodology health impacts that may still be years away from being picked up. These relatively small numbers of tests need to be able to be added into international studies to increase the odds that we have a satisfactory sample size to be able to make an assessment of any possible future PFAS contamination health impacts. The committee also recommended that the soil testing that is done around these affected aquifer areas be more publicly available. And there is sensitivity around the impact on property values. There is some concern that testing done on private land should only be added to that database in an opt-in arrangement. But the management area plans that are being developed by the Department of Defence are incredibly important for peace of mind, for people to understand exactly what areas are at risk, and over time, because this movement of contaminated aquifer can occur at a particular rate by distance per year that can be measured and in some cases predicted. So in many cases what this committee found, as committees before us have found, is that property owners in PFAS contaminated areas have suffered demonstrable and quantifiable financial losses. And in this level, like the reports before it, the committee has found a case for compensation. And this is not a sequel of the 1997 movie The Castle. What we've seen is that ordinary citizens have been driven to organise, to conduct research, to develop significant expertise to try and understand the long-term flow-on effects of contamination of which they are of no part. and they desperately want to be heard, and it should not take years of campaigning at this level, incredibly personally draining, before they can have a sense that their concerns are being adequately addressed, particularly in communities where that feeling is experienced as a group. These people were not speculators. These people were not seeking a quick bit of profit by buying in a smart location. Many of these people that the committee heard from had purchased with the intention of staying forever, had purchased to enjoy life on acre, had purchased to be able to capitally improve for their next generation, for their own family. And some of these stories are quite graphic. For Britt Osborne, if I could name one, who made a $400,000 investment in a water park, only to discover weeks before opening that this had occurred on land that was known to local authorities and defence as being contaminated. Moving for me personally was a former friend from my own electorate who moved to the contaminated areas around Medowie and purchased just 6 weeks before the news broke, putting all of his wealth into land that he was unable to sell or borrow in order to purchase somewhere else. If you'll excuse the vernacular, Deputy Speaker, there's an expression out there. It says shit happens to good people. But this is not something that they should have to bear alone. It is hard to imagine a more frustrating example than an environmental contaminant leaching from next door into your own property and being left to sort it out for yourself. Justice delayed is justice denied. There is no doubt that there will be a long period, I suspect, before we understand the full health impacts of PFAS. And the reasons for using PFAS couldn't be more critical. I mean, this is the fastest possible way of extinguishing fires in air bases to protect the lives of our service personnel and other civilians who work on airfields. And it's not a throwaway line to say find a non-PFAS alternative. We know they're out there, but it can make the difference between life and death. But the management of this product has created challenges, known since the turn of the century, but coming to a point where we're confident enough to be able to find a solution has taken way too long. Adding in the half-life of PFAS, years and years after exposure, still detectable in blood and tissue, creates this horrible wait to know whether choices of simply where you elected to settle down, to rent, buy or run a business is going to have an impact on your children. We cannot answer the health questions today, Deputy Speaker, but what we can see is that while the strict legal liability of damage may be a very, very hard case to definitively prove in the absence of health evidence, there is an unequivocal case for the nuisance that has been brought on these properties and the property values implications that have led to what we referred to as the equity trap. That is as clear as day. We have a free market economy where we can turn to not only property sales in areas but also valuers general around the country that are responsible in those areas to define falls in property values. And the equity trap is quite simple, Deputy Speaker. It's a circumstance where the value in your own asset is so low it's impossible to pay off the loan if you elect to sell. If you are lucky enough to be able to do that, the equity trap means that the bank may not fully recognise the value of your property as equity and part of the LVR to purchase somewhere else, and for these reasons often people are trapped. Even more disturbing is that many ask their family to come and join and live in paradise and purchase a property nearby. An entire family's wealth is caught in these contaminated areas. Residents deserve an opportunity to pull together a factual basis of what has happened to them, for it to be considered on face value, in good faith and in good time. And the committee found that as we visited each of these areas, these properly functioning property markets told a very different story to the experiences of property owners. And in many cases, only an open on-market sale will get you that answer. And we believe that a combination of professional valuation, market testing and bringing the factual basis of individual complaints in a non-litigated way is an option for moving forward, and we know that there are already over 40 of these cases before the Commonwealth. Deputy Speaker, no family should be trapped on contaminated land. They shouldn't be prevented from selling because of the effects of a pollutant for which they are not responsible. and simply because the polluter is unable to meet their part of the bargain to make that sale possible so that people can be airlifted from the red zone. All of the mental health services, all the social support aside, if responses had been more timely, as this report notes, there wouldn't be the need for those services. On behalf of Senator McCarthy, Ms Swanson, Senator Moore, those who went around the country, I'd like to thank and pay tribute to the members of those PFAS-affected communities right across the country who made submissions to the inquiry. This is not an easy process. They gave evidence, and they've given evidence before. The hearings in Katherine, Williamtown and Oakey gave the subcommittee a very strong feeling about the intensity of emotion that has built up over years as residents sought justice. These communities are hurt, they're angered. Many people didn't come and front the committees when we did visit, and we wish we could have heard from them. But the delays and the inadequacies in finding justice has done enormous damage to those living there and their families. Now, cleaning up PFAS contamination isn't simple. The technology isn't quite there to cost-effectively remediate certainly contaminated soil. Pumping water out of aquifers is unlikely to ever be a job that's completed, water scrubbed and then returned to the water supply. But I trust that this report honours the efforts of the local residents to bring these issues to us, and also the individual federal officers, in particular Steve Greshkowiak and Chris Birra, who have been part of consultations with each of these affected communities and worn an enormous amount of emotional frustration from these communities, and rightly so. The Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants is a global treaty which also captures PFAS. And the Convention requires parties to take measures to eliminate or reduce the release of these pollutants into the environment. And the Convention was adopted in 2001, entered force 2004. And Australia, while party to the Stockholm Convention, which we ratified in 2004, was subject to a declaration by which any amendment to chemicals included would need to be individually ratified, and this is where PFAS falls. Australia is yet to ratify the listing of PFAS or any other chemicals that have been added to the Convention. But in October 2 years ago now, the Department of Environment and Energy released a regulation impact statement, and many will recall that that pointed out that of the 4 options presented, ratifying the listing of PFAS under the Convention and phasing out all non-essential uses would achieve the greatest reduction at lowest cost. And this consultation closed earlier this year. PFAS isn't yet listed under the Stockholm Convention, but in October 2017 it was recommended that the Council parties to the Convention consider the listing of those chemicals. Doing this, of course, requires all states to agree. 2 states so far have banned the use of PFAS, but the rest are to arrive at a position. That is utterly essential before we can go further. I thank everyone for their participation, and I urge the government to take note of the report.
The member for Paterson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would just like to speak very briefly. I seek leave.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The member for Paterson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to briefly speak on this report. I didn't realise I would have the opportunity, and I would like to thank the member for Bowman for his chairmanship of this committee, and also Senator Malandiri McCarthy, who acted as our formal deputy chair. I'd also like to thank the member for Newcastle, the member for Brand, and the member for Lingiari, people who have participated and are here in the House today for this committee and this report. I welcome this report, and I would urge the government to respond formally, as urgently as it can, to this report. There is no secret in this House that I have championed my community of Williamtown, who have been to hell and back over this issue and continue to do so to this current day. This is an issue that has torn at the very fabric of people's lives. Not only their investments, not only money, but also their bodies, their families. It really has struck at the heart of their very existence. So I would urge the government to urgently, formally respond, put together a coordinated effort so that we can move forward. I would say to the member for Bowman, thank you for chairing the committee. You were the only member of the government who attended the committee and who attended the hearings. And I would say that this government now needs to act with a level of urgency. They need to formally respond to this. They have now been in possession of the carriage of this for 3 years. We need to see this move forward, and we need to see an official response for them, because no community, whether it's my community or any other community, should be put through what we have been put through for the last 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Paterson. The member for Lingiari.
Mr Speaker, I seek leave to make a few comments.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I just thank again the member for Bowman, not something I'd often do, but nevertheless I want to thank the member for Bowman and Senator McCarthy for their leadership in terms of this inquiry, and for all those who have participated. I want to also acknowledge the member for Canberra, who's been part of the discussion inside the Labor Party around these issues since the onset of the PFAS debate first took place. I speak here as the member for Lingiari, which of course has got the Katherine Air Force Base in it, and the Katherine community, who have suffered dreadfully as a result of the PFAS contamination. It is important that I think we acknowledge, and I want to acknowledge here, that the RAF personnel on ground have been extraordinarily good in working with their local communities, wherever it is. And they have, I know from my own case, in the case of Katherine, there's been at Tyndall, the Tyndall CO has been really fantastic in communicating with the community and working with the community. And I know that Defence has got a huge role in this, as we all know. And I note that there's sort of a bit of an obfuscation about who wears what responsibility, but let's be very clear about it. Defence have got the primary responsibility. But I do want to acknowledge, and you mentioned his name, Steve Grzewiak, for his preparedness to work with communities and to explain what he doesn't know as well as what he does know. Be very open and honest about saying to people, look, we don't know the answer to your question. We just simply don't know. And you made that point, the member for Bowman, about the lack of knowledge around the long-term impacts of this this PFAS and PFOS. Let me just say that there are frustrations, extreme frustrations, with people who have identified their property values fall through the floor, where they've seen produce which they've grown be affected by these chemicals and the impact that's had on their families. And I think for those of us who have had the great fortune of working with these people and talking to them, we can identify and empathise with their concerns. But ultimately we, that is the Parliament and the government, have got to come up with some solutions to deal with their issues. And I note the comments made in the report about whether or not there should be some process for compensation. And I note also that there's further work to be done in this space. But we need to assure people that not only will we make sure that their water supply is clean and safe, and I do commend the government for the work they've done in the Katherine water supply, but nevertheless we've got a real problem with the aquifer and people using water from the aquifer. And what we've learnt is that we didn't know a lot, and we're learning a great deal more each time they put a sputter well in the ground and they understand what the impact has been. They said that north of the Katherine River this wouldn't be an issue. Well, it turns out it is an issue. The member for Bowman spoke about blood tests. Well, there's real issues in getting people access to blood tests in the first place. Well, it is important that people understand the impacts of this on them, and if they've got queries, to try and address them. Now, we all know, well, at least those of us who have had an interest in this, that the science is yet to be determined on a great deal of this, as the member for Bowman has said. But people's concerns need to be allayed. And I just want to go back to this report and thank all of the members of the committee for their diligence and application, particularly my friend Senator McCarthy, who co-chaired the report with the member for Bowman. This work has been very important for this Parliament, and whilst I acknowledge that other members of the government weren't involved, I do thank the member for Bowman for his participation and the diligence and his application in coming to a conclusion. And I think that if the government is prepared to pick up the recommendations and work with them and respond quickly to the parliament, then people will feel a damn sight happier than they are today. Thank you.
Thank the member for Lingiari. The member for Bowman.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I'll move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Just remind the member for Bowman that the House must take note of the report first. He must move.
The House take note of the report first.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The member for...
And in turn, that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The member for Groom.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's report entitled Report Number 4, 2018, Referrals made August and September 2018, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The member for Groom.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's fourth report for 2018. The report considers 4 proposals referred to the committee in August and 1 referred in September. The first project is the CSIRO Mile Vale New Cotton Breeding Research Facilities Project. CSIRO has operated a cotton research facility at Mile Vale near Narrabri in New South Wales since the 1970s. Mr Deputy Speaker, as one who worked in the cotton industry prior to coming to this place, I can attest to the fact that these facilities support the conduct of cutting-edge research in support of Australia's cotton industry. And if this is to continue, the research and laboratory facilities there need to be upgraded and modernised. The estimated cost of the project is $17.9 million, excluding GST. The second proposal is the Land 2000 Tranche 2 Battlefield Communication Systems Facilities Project, proposed by the Department of Defence. This project will construct training facilities at 7 locations around Australia in support of the introduction of a new battlefield communications system. This new communications system will provide modern information technology to the Australian Army that links sensors, weapon systems, commanders and their personnel, and these facilities will help to ensure that the Australian Defence Force personnel are effectively trained in its use. The estimated cost of this project is $24.3 million, excluding GST. The third proposal is the Naval Guided Weapons Maintenance Facilities Project at Defence Establishment Orchard Hills in the western suburbs of Sydney. This project will construct an integrated weapons facility that will provide the Department of Defence with fit-for-purpose facilities to conduct necessary maintenance on its naval-guided weapons. These weapons, Mr Deputy Speaker, have evolved significantly since the commissioning of the existing surface weapons complex at Orchard Hills, and the current and future maintenance needs of these weapons has exceeded capacity. The estimated cost of this project is $95.5 million, excluding GST. The fourth proposal is the Land 4502 Phase 1 Additional CH-47 Chinook Facilities Project at RAF Base Townsville, also for the Department of Defence. This project is necessary following the acquisition of 3 additional Chinook helicopters, which the 5th Aviation Regiment does not have the facilities currently to effectively support. The project will deliver hangars and support facilities which are vital to maintaining the Chinooks in Townsville's salt-laden tropical and environment. And I thank the Department of Defence representatives for hosting the committee's site inspection in this regard. The estimated cost of this project, Mr Deputy Speaker, is $49.9 million, excluding GST. The final proposal, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the Defence High Performance Computing Centre project at Edinburgh Defence Precinct in the northern suburbs of Adelaide. This project will deliver a fit-for-purpose data centre to house a supercomputer for the Defence Science and Technology Group. This facility will support the cutting-edge research conducted by the Defence Science and Technology Group in support of its mission to enhance Australia's defence and national security by mitigating strategic and operational risk and maintaining a capability edge. The estimated cost of this project is $68.8 million, excluding GST. Now, the committee, Mr Deputy Speaker, found merit in all of these projects and has recommended that the House find it expedient that they proceed. I'd like to take the opportunity of my first statement to the Parliament as Chair of the Public Works Committee to thank my predecessor, the Honourable Member for Wright. His efforts as Chair obviously greatly assisted in ensuring that public money being spent on construction works is spent effectively and efficiently, and I continue to wish him all the best in his new role as Assistant Minister for Roads and Transport. I would also, Mr Deputy Speaker, like to thank my fellow committee members for their service. It has been an honour to join this committee and to work alongside the Deputy Chair, the Honourable Member for Macon. This committee operates in a very bipartisan manner, with members from both sides taking a cooperative and collegiate approach to scrutinising the expenditure of taxpayers' money. Their experience and knowledge has been vital to the operation of the committee, and parliamentary oversight of the Commonwealth government construction works is greatly enhanced by the diligence of my fellow committee members, and I look forward to continuing to work with them to improve our work, to improve our effectiveness as a committee of this parliament. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the report to the House.
I thank the member for Groom. I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to the following bills: Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Amendment Indigenous Land Corporations Bill 2018, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Land and Sea Future Fund Bill 2018, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Land and Sea Future Fund Consequential Amendments Bill 2018, and Electoral Legislation Amendment, Electoral Funding and Disclosure Reform Bill 2018. The Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 1, Fair Work Amendment, Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill 2018, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Gorton.
I thank the Clerk. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Gorton has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Bass. In continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In continuation, in fact, I was planning to speak in continuation to observe the fact that since I was speaking earlier last week regarding this bill, that this government appears to have a problem with women, and of course we've had since then a suspension of standing orders. And the defence to the suspension of standing orders was not that the government didn't have a problem with women, but rather that this side of the House, the Labor Party, didn't want to speak about important matters that were before the Parliament. But of course that defence was absolute nonsense, because there are, Deputy Speaker, by my count, 32 speakers on this side ready to speak on government legislation, 32 speakers from Labor ready to speak about issues that are important to the Australian public, and only one government member that's prepared to speak on any legislation today. So that defence obviously fails utterly. And of course we have a government that doesn't take women seriously. We have a government, their own Minister for Women, that has indicated that the Liberal Party is anti-women, if she's correctly quoted. We have a Prime Minister who has different priorities, prefers to attend other events within this parliament rather than to attend the family violence event, Our Watch. But back to the point at hand, the vital issue of family and domestic violence. I was talking before I was interrupted about the costs of being involved in domestic and family violence and what it is that it costs to leave an abusive relationship. The costs of leaving an abusive relationship can be significant, they can be immediate, and of course they can be long-term. The costs will include relocation, including lease break costs, cost to repair damaged furniture and or a damaged tenancy, the cost of finding alternative accommodation, medical and counselling bills, increased transportation costs, including loss of access to a car and, of course, lost earnings. The ACTU has placed the total figure in the typical case at approximately $18,000. Ms Fahul, that is postdoctoral research fellow Kate Fahul, has noted that there's also the not inconsiderable disadvantage flowing throughout a victim's life. It can significantly adversely affect lifetime earnings. Some studies in the United States show a 25% loss in income associated with domestic violence and abuse. The Australian Bureau of Statistics estimates that around 2 out of 3 women who experience domestic violence are in the workforce. There can be no doubt that a comprehensive response to domestic and family violence must involve a workplace response. Other jurisdictions have introduced paid domestic violence leave. Labor believes that Australia's federal workplace system should also provide the support and a workplace entitlement. In July this year, New Zealand legislated paid family and domestic violence leave, guaranteeing 10 days paid leave for all workers who are experiencing violence and need to escape. State jurisdictions, that is Queensland, Western Australia and the ACT, all offer 10 days paid domestic violence leave to public service employees, whilst South Australia offers 15 days and Victoria 20. Many employers also provide paid family and domestic violence leave to their workforce through their enterprise agreements. More than 1,000 enterprise agreements approved under the Fair Work Act between 1 January 2016 and 30 June 2017 provide for 10 or more days of paid domestic and family violence leave. These include flagship companies such as Carlton United Breweries, Telstra, the National Australia Bank, Virgin Australia, IKEA and Qantas. These employers are to be congratulated as they have paved the way and helped reduce the stigma that often accompanies domestic and family violence. The union movement is to be congratulated for its campaign for paid domestic and family violence leave over many years and for its role in negotiating domestic leave coverage in Australian workplaces. Labor knows that many small businesses where employers and employees have close working relationships already provide the important support for staff to take paid leave to deal with the consequences of domestic violence. We know that in addition to the terrible personal and social cost of domestic violence, it is a significant cost to business. In May 2016, KPMG estimated the cost of violence against women and their children on production and on the business sector at $1.9 billion for the year 2015 to 16. Labor has listened to victims. Labor has listened to frontline workers, businesses, unions and organisations who are at the forefront of domestic violence prevention. Their clear message is that people who have experienced domestic violence need more support in the workplace. We all benefit from a range of social supports. Social isolation creates and perpetuates many problems, including psychological and physical health issues. For some women, their workplace provides a vital support mechanism. Work colleagues and empathetic employers may be the most important support and that they can receive in this situation. They can also provide an important oasis away from conflict. The government's response, whilst welcome, has its shortfalls. I'm concerned, yet again, this is a situation that this bill is too little, too late from a government which is increasingly seen as completely out of touch. The Liberals do not support paid domestic violence leave. They should do so. This parliament should support paid domestic violence leave. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Bass. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Burt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On White Ribbon Day, I joined the Women's Council of Western Australia for Domestic and Family Violence, together with Starrick Services and many others, in the silent march through Perth City. The march was the largest in its history, and following a shocking year of violent deaths in Western Australia, that's hardly surprising. This year, 28 women, children and men have lost their lives in WA in domestic homicides. That's 28 individuals who won't be at the dinner table this Christmas. One death is too many. The killing of 28 people at the hands of loved ones is a tragedy. At all levels of government and all areas of the community, more needs to be done to ensure a coffin-free 2019. I've spoken in this place many times about my previous work with Starrick Services and the important work it does in my community to provide safe places for women and children escaping domestic and family violence. I've spoken in this place many times on the need for adequate funding for women's refuges. Only last sitting week did I tell this place that due to the $2.4 million funding cut at the hands of this government, the future of a number of domestic violence services in Western Australia became uncertain. I told this House that fortunately the McGowan Labor state government had stepped in, at least for the moment, to ensure that those services can continue to operate in my community and across Western Australia just a little longer. But it shouldn't stop there. It needn't stop there. This responsibility should not lie with the state government alone, nor solely with the federal government or with any one area of our community. We require a multidisciplinary, multi-agency and whole-community approach if we're going to ensure a domestic violence-free future. That is why Labor announced last week that it will restore the funding to the Safe at Home program that has been discontinued by this federal government, because we understand the need to ensure a safe place for people that are fleeing family and domestic violence, but also to ensure that that place can be their own home. Labor also commends this bill for the changes that it will make to the National Employment Standard to provide all employees with an entitlement to 5 days unpaid family and domestic violence leave. This legislative change will provide an important workplace entitlement to an additional 6 million people, which will affect predominantly women, though not exclusively women. The provisions of this Fair Work Amendment will ensure that it will apply to all employees, including casuals. It will be available in full at the commencement of each 12-month period, rather than accruing over the course of a year. It will be available in full to part-time and casual employees, regardless of the number of days or hours worked. With all of this in mind, we of course do not oppose this bill, but this bill requires more than words, more than rhetoric. We must show and demonstrate that we actually care. This bill falls short of Labor's commitment, made almost a year ago, that a shortened Labor government, if elected, will introduce 10 days paid domestic violence leave, and this will be written into all modern awards. For working women, it is essential that paid domestic violence leave is available so that women and their children can reach that immediate safe refuge and rebuild their lives while still maintaining their job support network and without fear of financial ramifications, because we know that domestic violence is predominantly gendered, Mr Deputy Speaker. We know it's women who are usually financially implicated when it comes to carers' duties, not to mention women already concluding their working life with about half the retirement age savings as men. Of course, the leave, as I said, will be available to victims of domestic violence regardless of gender. Domestic violence is no minor issue. 1 in 3 women have experienced some form of physical, emotional or sexual abuse by a current or former partner. 1 woman a week is killed as a result of domestic violence. That number is unconscionable. It is a national tragedy. it is one that receives a lack of attention given the size and scale of this problem. But it is not just a women's issue. It is an epidemic that does not discriminate against pay grade, socio-economic status, geographical area or age. In a study released just this Friday, it was revealed that many opinions on domestic violence remain astonishingly archaic. A concerning proportion of Australians believe gender inequality is exaggerated or no longer a problem. This is an issue that cannot be swept under the carpet. Reports of abuse continue to climb. And indeed, the reporting of domestic violence incidences in Western Australia are most prevalent in my community. As such, those suffering at the hand of loved ones should not be deterred from seeking refuge, from seeking assistance by the financial implications of missing work so that they can look after themselves and their children. We know that the most dangerous time for a woman is when she is leaving a violent relationship. She will need to find new accommodation, security, put in place legal arrangements, seek treatment for injuries. The last thing that she or her family need to worry about is keeping her job or how she's going to be able to pay the bills, to keep financially above the water. I applaud the efforts of the union movement that have already been successful in negotiating enterprise agreements that cover about 30% of the workforce. I wish also to applaud the companies who have chosen to implement 10 days of domestic violence leave without any legislative requirement. Companies such as Qantas, United Brewers, Virgin, Telstra and many state governments have already taken this step. What they have chosen to do and undertake will make a positive impact on countless lives, lives of individuals, the lives of families. Whilst moving forward, we don't expect there to be a massive uptake of all 10 days of leave across the board. However, we do acknowledge its importance to those who need it. It will make a valuable difference in their lives. Economically, providing paid leave makes sense. The financial impact of implementing 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave is indeed minimal. Dr Stanford, in his study Economic Aspects of Paid Domestic Violence Leave Provisions, revealed that such paid leave will cost a relatively modest $80 to $120 million a year for the Australian economy. When broken down, that means just 0.02% of current payrolls across the country. Compare this to the costs incurred by domestic violence on the Australian economy. 10 paid days leave is a logical investment. While financial investment will be required by business to make these payments, just think of the costs that it offsets. The cost of employee turnover and the increased productivity that will result is actually significant. This legislation would reduce absenteeism, reduce the cost of recruitment, the hiring and training of employees that traditionally may leave their job as a result of such violence. Rape and Domestic Violence Services Australia have told us that the introduction of paid family and domestic violence leave will go a long way to shift general attitudes towards violence against women. It said it may begin to address the economic inequalities and hence the core driver of violence against women, which we know is gender inequality. Critically, though, for those who complain or are concerned about the cost of paid domestic violence leave, I ask you this. If the concern of the leave, the concern is the cost of the leave to support those who are clearly in the most vulnerable position in our society, then think maybe about what we should be investing instead in prevention of family and domestic violence to bring this to an end. If you are concerned about the cost, let's bring down that cost by making sure that no one finds themselves in a position where they have to call on it. It's actually that foundation that sits behind things like Medicare. We've invested in Medicare because it helps business, it helps those to economically support themselves, because it means when they're sick they can find the service and health support that they need. And as a consequence, people don't have to call on their sick leave anywhere near as often. But fortunately, that sick leave is available so they can access the services when they need them, because we know in the medical sense that accessing medical services upfront and quickly can save people's lives down the track. Similarly, the introduction of paid domestic violence leave will mean that people can escape family and domestic violence situations, that they can put themselves in a safer place, that they can look after their families and they can access the services that they need so that they are not in a vulnerable position in the future. If the concern is the cost, then maybe people need to start thinking about the investments that are needed to bring domestic violence to an end. Family and domestic violence is gendered, but we can all play a part in ensuring this prevalent crime is actually preventable. Family and domestic violence destroys individuals, literally destroys them. It tears apart families, causing suffering, physical, emotional, financial, for the victims, their families and people around them, including for the employers that support them rightly. If the bill is not extended to include paid leave, this legislation will fail to support the most vulnerable workers affected by family and domestic violence as they should actually be supported. We ask the government to amend the bill to support victims financially for just 10 days, if they need it, but when they need it, because that cost is nothing compared to the cost of the lives of families across Australia that are suffering from family and domestic violence. While we would like to see further amendments to strengthen this bill, to make it do the proper work that it should, just as with the government's legislation to prevent cross-examination, but which unfortunately is not matched with supports for legal assistance services to ensure that that can actually happen as people progress through the family courts. Again, this legislation goes part of the way and is to be commended for doing that, but there is more for the government to do here, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Burt. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Cowan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'm sure everybody in this House agrees that it's a national tragedy and a national shame that one woman a week is killed as a result of domestic and family violence. And the ABS estimates that 2 out of every 3 women who experience domestic violence are in the workforce. And so any kind of comprehensive response to domestic violence necessarily needs to look at the workplace and incorporate a workplace response as well. The bill currently before us amends the National Employment Standards to provide all employees with an entitlement of 5 days unpaid family and domestic violence leave, and I quote, "If they are experiencing family and domestic violence, need to do something to deal with the impact of that family and domestic violence, and it is impractical to do that thing outside their ordinary hours of work." Now, while this bill is a step in the right direction, which is why Labor supports it, we certainly don't think it goes far enough. And we're arguing that it should provide paid family and domestic violence leave for 10 days. It's disappointing that it's taken the government this long to move from their absolute opposition to family and domestic violence leave to their belated support for unpaid leave. And, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to put to the House exactly what it takes to leave a violent relationship. And I'd like everybody in the House to consider whether or not these steps that I'm going to outline can be done with 5 days of unpaid leave. Because here's what you have to go through. The first thing that you need to do is secure some form of accommodation, whether that is in a refuge, if you are facing impending threat to your individual well-being and safety and that of your children. Sometimes you can find a friend who'll put you up for a few days, maybe on their sofa, but in terms of a long-term, more sustainable solution to leaving and the ability to leave, you really need some place to go. Apart from sorting out your accommodation and where it is you're going to go while you're escaping from your violent partner, you have to find time to get together your personal belongings, just so that you can continue to have some form of normality in your life in that interim period as you leave your violent partner and the violent situation that you're in. You may need to seek some kind of violence restraining order, and that can take several days of going to court. You may need to put in a police report. Oftentimes you'll have to go to hospital and do some hospital reports there, and particularly if you've just been victimised, you may have to tend to some serious injuries as a result of that. If you've got children at school, you have to ensure that the school knows what's going on, so you will have to go and make an appointment, talk to the school. You may have to take your children out of the school if their well-being is also threatened. You may have to find them a different school in the interim as well. You or your children may need some counselling for trauma alongside medical treatment. My son lost his hair. His hair just fell out. I spent 3 days taking him to specialists and seeking medical treatment for alopecia, which was brought on by the stress and the trauma of what was going on in my relationship with his father. You would have to seek legal assistance, and you'll have to go and look at your banks and your financial situation. You may have to set up a bank account and work out how your bills are going to be paid from that bank account, how you're going to extricate yourself financially from that person who is carrying out violence against you. So I ask the House to consider if all of those things can be done in 5 days. Speaking from experience, they can't. Speaking from experience, 5 days of unpaid leave just doesn't cut it, particularly when that period of finally having come to a decision to leave a violent relationship, that critical period within those first few weeks is absolutely essential to the continued well-being of both yourself and your children. So if a woman needs to take time off work to do these vital things, to help herself, to keep her family safe, to continue to have some form of consistency so that the family doesn't continue to suffer, she should be able to count on continuing to receive a paycheck, continuing to be able to have that kind of financial security over the next week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or even a month or even 2 months that it takes to really extricate oneself from a violent relationship. And last year we announced here on Labor announced that a shortened Labor government would introduce 10 days paid domestic leave into the national employment standards. So again, I'd just like to reiterate the disappointment here that the government has refused to join us in this important commitment. I'm sure that members of both sides of the House have spoken to constituents who have been through this situation themselves, and I'm sure that if they continue to listen to those constituents and those members within their communities, they would also have a better understanding of just what it takes to leave a violent relationship and just how important it is that women are supported to do that through all works, through the legal process, but also, importantly, through their workplace and the continuation of paid entitlements while they are organising themselves and securing their future life for themselves and for their children in the process of leaving a violent situation. We've listened to those victims. We've listened to frontline workers. We've listened to business, unions and organisations that deal daily with victims of domestic violence. And the clear message is that people who have experienced domestic violence need more support from their workplace. So in conclusion to my contribution here today, Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to reiterate, yes, this is a step in the right direction, but speaking from experience, it doesn't go nearly as close enough as to what's needed in order to prevent family violence, but in also to ensure that those who escape family violence, family and domestic violence, are able to do so with the reassurances that they will be supported, but that they will be able to build a life for themselves, having escaped family and domestic violence.
Canberra? Oh, actually, we're going to do that. Sorry. The debate... No, sorry. The question has the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Canberra.
I think we've given that so.
Mr Deputy Speaker, given that it is almost 1:30, I was wondering whether we might be able to go straight into 90-second statements rather than commence another 30-second speech on the bill that's currently being debated.
And I'm glad the member for Macon took so long to say that, because the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, a local charity in Canberra contacted me recently about their experience trying to connect their premises to VDSL2. Now, the local charity asked the telco provider the question. So, VDSL2 is definitely available at our address. And the response was, VDSL2 is available at that site. Yes, that is the case. Based on this, the local charity proceeded with the connection, but to no avail, Deputy Speaker. Despite the plans showing a cable at the premises, no such cable existed. The telco provider then quoted nearly $2,800, excluding GST, to install a cable to the building, even though the telco provider said an NBN connection was available. Suddenly, Deputy Speaker, an NBN connection was not available and the expensive connection to VDSL2 was the only option. Now, due to the generosity of a couple of local Canberra businesses, the charity is being helped through the connection process. But my concern is the telco provider is being rewarded after some rather questionable, dubious commercial ethics. Now, I've checked the NBN rollout map and it shows fibre to the curb is available. Deputy Speaker, telco providers need to ensure their customer and business relations staff act with integrity and provide the best possible outcome and experience for their customers, not just to price gouge.
Call the member for North Sydney.
Mr Deputy Speaker, last week Australia experienced the extremes of weather, with the devastating bushfires in northern Queensland and the tempest that hit Sydney on Wednesday. Residents in my electorate struggle to recall a rain event so intense and with such immediate impact. From Huddersfield to Neutral Bay, residents woke to find houses flooded, streets and cars awash, and our transport infrastructure severely disrupted during the morning peak hour. Social media lit up with remarkable photos of the impact of the intense downpour. The weather put to the test our emergency services, and we can be exceptionally proud of the way in which they responded. The professional emergency services worked hand in glove and were joined in their efforts by the wonderful volunteers of the SES. I want to thank all the personnel involved for their efforts and what our local councils did after the event to clean up our suburbs so very quickly. I particularly acknowledge the role of the SES. In my electorate, we are well served by the volunteers of 3 units, Hunters Hill, Willoughby Lane Cove and North Sydney, and I've been in contact with all 3 of their controllers, Louise Bertoni, Dale Harley and Jason Lee, since those events of last week. Across the Lower North Shore, the SES responded to over 200 requests for assistance. These included at least 13 flood rescues. These were part of more than 1,000 jobs the SES responded to across Sydney. Mr Deputy Speaker, we can be very proud of their efforts and the dedication and their professionalism, and I convey my thanks on behalf of a grateful community.
Thank the member. I call the member for Hindmarsh.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I have grave concerns about Air Services Australia's intentions to cut the professional firefighting crews at Adelaide Airport. This puts staff working overnight at risk, the airport itself, airport infrastructure and aircraft, including 25,000 households that surround the airport. Currently, during the curfew period at the airport, Adelaide Airport, there are professional career aircraft rescue and firefighting crew 24/7 in accordance, and this is in accordance with CASA regulations. Deputy Speaker, the airport is safeguarded by this dedicated crew of 5 staff, able to deploy one aviation emergency response within 3 minutes to any point of the airport. Now, this provides safe and rapid intervention in an emergency situation. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, Air Services Australia is fully funded for the ARFF crews, but has decided to put savings before safety in proposing the cuts to the firefighting crew levels at night, downgrading the emergency response cover from 1 officer and 4 firefighters to just 1 officer and 2 firefighters. Mr Deputy Speaker, Air Services Australia's cost-cutting exercise is in direct contrast with the current expansion of Adelaide Airport and with the terminal being expanded, the hotel expansion, and we ask Air Services Australia to reverse these cuts that will put the public at risk.
Thank the member, and I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Christmas is a time for thoughtfulness and giving, a time that people go to great lengths just to see somebody else smile. That's why we've reached out to every school in Bennelong to allow the students their chance to design the cover of our annual Christmas card. We believe that children encapsulate the true excitement and nature of Christmas, and what better way than to spread that than by a Christmas card designed by the children themselves. Thank you to everybody who participated. It was great fun to look through all of the wonderful designs. We received many spectacular, creative, some a little bit naughty, clever submissions from students from a range of schools, but there are a few that stood out. 4 semi-finalists were chosen, which you can find on the back of the card, and 1 winner, which has won the honour of being on the front of the card. Isabel Lowe from the kindergarten class and Danica Senka from the Year 5 of Our Lady Help of Christians Catholic School in Epping, as well as Ria Jane from Year 2 and Georgie Telfer from Year 5 at the Rose Lee Public School were the 4 chosen for this. The winner, however, of the annual Christmas card competition is Chloe Burke from Ermington West Public School. Congratulations, Chloe, and a big thank you again to everyone who participated for bringing the joy and excitement to Christmas to everyone in a small but meaningful way.
I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. World Diabetes Day was on November the 14th, when numerous events drawing attention to the impact of diabetes were held around the country. But our focus on finding a cure and providing support for people affected by diabetes should not be limited to one day a year. Over recent times, I've been contacted by the McLeod family in my area, and I've met Damien McLeod and his 7-year-old son, Julian, who suffers from type 1 diabetes. Julian, with his 2 younger siblings, is participating in the Environmental Determinants of Autoimmunity trial. He has also become the face of the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation's Christmas donation appeal. From the day he was born, Julian has lived with and suffered the setbacks of type 1 diabetes, as have his parents and now his siblings. Continuous glucose monitoring has made life much better for him, but much more research is needed, and that, of course, requires funding. Type 1 diabetes affects 120,000 people in Australia. Estimates are that almost 6,400 children aged up to 14 years of age had type 1 diabetes in 2016. For every 100 people who have type 1 diabetes, 95 will develop eye problems, 50 will have nervous system damage and 40 will have kidney damage. Those figures highlight why we should continue our search to find a cure and why lifting the national funding of diabetes research is so important.
I call the member for Menzies.
Deputy Speaker, last Friday I had the opportunity in my electorate to meet with members of the Bulleen Traders Association, and the purpose of this meeting was to discuss the impact on the traders of the development of the North East Link. Both the traders and myself support the building of the North East Link, but what they're concerned about, and I in turn are concerned about, is the devastating impact the current plans would have on the traders in Bulleen. Some hundreds of businesses and indeed more than 1,000 jobs would be affected under the current plans, which is for a vast spaghetti-type interchange replacing the business community hub in Bulleen in my electorate. And what they would like to see is a redrawing of those plans to a scale which would allow the North East Link to be constructed, but at the same time to preserve as many of those businesses as possible. One thing, for example, would preserve 1/3 of the businesses, and that is moving the site of the drilling equipment and the soil that comes out of the tunnel before it's moved elsewhere to land north of the river rather than Bulleen, where the business traders are. For example, some of the defence land at Simpson Barracks is a possibility for that particular purpose. But one way or the other, something must be done to save these traders and their businesses in Bulleen.
I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last Friday in my electorate, the Bendigo Afghan community organised a candlelight vigil. And Zahir, who's a member of that community and a refugee himself, wrote a few words for me to share with you today, just why they'd organised this candlelight vigil. He said that many Afghan people living in Bendigo are actually Hazari, an ethnic minority group in central Afghan. They have been subject to persecution and discrimination for many years, which is why many of them have left. They've been deliberately targeted by the Taliban. The Hazara community of Bendigo has lost many that they loved in brutal attacks just in the last couple of weeks, not to mention the last couple of years. This vigil allowed the community to come together to recognise those that they have lost, but to also raise the issue in our community and to help educate others living in Bendigo about what's happening in their previous country. With these systematic attacks of schools, homes, mosques, the death toll is rising, and it's likely to be the deadliest in several years. I stand with our Bendigo Hazara community. I stand with the Afghan community of Bendigo, 250 strong, families united, working together to raise the issue both here and overseas.
I call the member for Macmillan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Surf Lifesaving Clubs become the hub, the nurturing of our coastal communities during the summer months. From Bass Coast through to Prom Coast, our summers at the beach are made safer by the vital work of our local communities and our surf lifesaving clubs. This weekend I visited one of Australia's greatest beaches, Waratah Bay, and had the pleasure of being part of the Waratah Beach Surf Lifesaving Club's raising of the flags to mark the start of the season. I want to sincerely thank the club for the work they do each and every year in protecting our community. The board of the club were Rob O'Brien, long-serving president, Adam Clark, treasurer, Natalie Ashdown, Aidan Moriarty, Daniel Nelson, Jane Wilhelm and Jessica Horsborough. The club received a $20,000 grant through the Stronger Communities towards renovations at their clubhouse, actually toilets. So I was very pleased to be there. I didn't open the toilets, but I was pleased to be there. Rob Lilly, for the chair of the Tura Bendigo Bank, who have been great supporters of the club. Jill Nicol, board of the Tura Bendigo Bank, and Jill's son George, who had just been through one of the bronze medallion programs that the club runs. And he said what an event that was. Shire councillors Alison Skinner and Ray Argento, great supporters of the club. Waratah Beach Surf Lifesaving Club has an incredible history, and with the passion of its members will have an amazing future. And I think I'd like to be part of that by the $20,000 we gave them to improve their toilets.
Thank you, member. I call the member for Kennedy.
Mr. Speaker, drought has scourged Australia for the last 250 years that we know, but in all probability scourged our country for 40 or 50,000 years. The only solution to drought is to grow grass. The only place you can grow grass in Australia that we're not growing grass now is in North Queensland, where north of the line from Tennant Creek to Mount Isa to Townsville, north of that line, every creek and river runs every year. They don't have a river, we just have a flood, and we have serious water holes. We just need to hold back a little tiny bit of flood water. As the great Ernie Bridge from Western Australia said, all that we're saying is that the mighty rivers of Australia, on their annual rampage to the sea, pay a small tribute to those people that live along their banks. A magnificent contribution. Mr. Speaker, to be very technical, Charters Towers and Hewenden that are going ahead as a result of Scott Morrison's actions, and we pay the Prime Minister very great tribute and appreciation. Those projects are templates for another 20 projects standing behind them. They can run, when completed, some 1.4 million head of cattle. There are 23 million head of cattle in Australia. We turn off 8 million a year. But they can run.
I thank the member. His time has expired. And I call the member for Dawson.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Central and North Queensland received the fantastic news last week that construction was commencing on the job-creating and economy-boosting Carmichael Coal Project. Work is starting in the Galilee Basin before Christmas, and while the project has already seen hundreds of people employed across Queensland, it will need many more. Because the mine itself is so remote, communities like Townsville, Mackay and Rockhampton will be a base for workers workers going to and from that mine. Bowen will get more rail and port jobs, and Mackay will be also the service centre hub. What it means for local families is more jobs. There will be thousands of new jobs created by this project, with the construction of the mine and the rail link and the expansion of the port and the flow-on effect through the economy. The second thing this project will deliver is economic stability and security for central and north Queensland. While mines have created booms in the past, it is the large number of operating mines in conjunction with other industries that maintains a stable economy. But not quite everyone is rejoicing at the prospect of more local jobs and a better local economy. A very small minority still can't accept their failure to stop this venture and will do anything they can to shut it down. Now, 6 protesters gathered outside my office for another whinge to the TV cameras because they know I support coal and I support jobs for locals. Unfortunately, they do have some support outside of central and north Queensland. The usual suspects were joined by Labor's Leader of the Opposition, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, and the Queensland Labor Premier in bagging and down-talking the project. The Labor Party no longer represents miners and mining in North Queensland. It's very sad.
I thank you, and I call the member for Oxley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a government who is missing in action. They are missing in action on energy policy, on equality, on school funding, on hospital funding, and they are missing in action on payday lending. In fact, to date, it's now been 1,214 days since the government announced a review into payday lending, but have since let the loan sharks roam free to continue ripping off Australians. One member of the government in particular that has been missing on the issue is the member for Ford. Why do I know that? Because last Friday, with the state member for Macalester, Melissa McMahon, myself and dozens of community members, church leaders, frontline organisations came together at the Eagleby Community Hall in the electorate of the member for Ford to voice their concerns at how the loan sharks are ripping off locals. The member for Ford is on the record in the parliament saying, quote, "What we know for sure is that fast money, like that offered by payday lenders, is almost guaranteed to lead to a debt cycle," unquote. They said they'd do something in 2017. They said they'd do something in 2018. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are only days left for this government to be true to their word. They're not focused on the needs of local people and families that have been crippled by the loan sharks. They're not focused on the day-to-day issues of ordinary Australians. They are focused on each other, ripping each other apart, worried about their own jobs, not the jobs of Australians. The member for Ford and those opposite need to stop fighting amongst themselves and instead start fighting for those they represent and clamp down on the loan sharks in this country.
Mr Deputy Speaker, over 2 years ago, as Chair of Parliament's Foreign Affairs and Aid Subcommittee, I initiated and led the inquiry into Australia adopting a Modern Slavery Act. I'm proud of the Coalition Government's willingness to not only enable this inquiry, but to then take strong action to introduce what was passed as a Modern Slavery Act last week. I said at the beginning I didn't want to do an inquiry that just sat on the shelf gathering dust, but one that would result in real change and real action. And I'm proud of the ability for us across the chamber to come together in a bipartisan manner to work towards this act and to raise awareness of the crime of modern slavery. Our final report, hidden in plain sight, recommended the establishment of the Modern Slavery Act and other measures to tackle the crime of modern slavery in Australia, in our region and beyond. The Act is world-leading. It not only requires entities above a threshold of 100 million to report on modern slavery in their supply chains, but it also includes government in that reporting, a legislated central repository, a legislated opt-in below that threshold, prescribed reporting requirements and compliance through a requirement to list entities who need to report, those who do report and those who don't report. I thank those across the chamber here for their willingness to work on this inquiry and for bringing about this enormous act which will make a difference in the lives of so many people in Australia, across our region and around the world. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, today marks the 174th anniversary of the rebellion led by Peter Lawler on the goldfields of Ballarat. 12,000 miners got together under the Southern Cross flag, pledging to work together to protest and fight against their lack of rights as miners. They understood collectivism, Deputy Speaker, and so does a man in my electorate, Ray Cody, who yesterday celebrated his 85th birthday. Ray was born in Ballarat, so I thought it was a good idea to link him to that anniversary and Peter Lawler today. Ray Cody has been a staunch member of the Werribee branch of the ALP. He has had a lifetime of working for the Labor Party, for collectivism and for Australian democracy. Ray, until recently, could always be found at an election booth or manding pre-poll. In fact, he tells stories at being 9 years of age in Ballarat, with his mother being the person responsible for what was then unusual, the recycling of how to votes, to make sure that everybody who went into the booths in Ballarat had a Labor Party how to vote in their hand. Ray is 85 now and is living in aged care. I hope that yesterday he had a fabulous day, and I want to celebrate with him that his grandson is running for Parliament, Deputy Speaker. He goes back for 85 years. His grandson, Daniel Parcell, is the Labor candidate for Fisher in the upcoming federal election. Happy birthday, Ray.
I call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on about a game-changing project in my electorate that was announced last week. The Cairns Shipping Development Project represents a key economic driver not only for Cairns and far north Queensland but all of Northern Australia. The project will support 195 full-time jobs during construction and create a further 1,535 ongoing support jobs to deal with the increased investment in our region, especially across the tourism sector. The project's EIS will allow for restricted dredging of 1 million cubic metres. Importantly, however, Mr Deputy Speaker, the comprehensive EIS allows for up to 4 million cubic metres to be applied for should there be a need in the future for further expansion. The project will see the widening and deepening of the existing outer shipping channel and the inner harbour channel. We'll also see the establishment of new shipping swing basin to enable future expansion of HMAS Cairns and Navy, and see the upgrading of the existing wharfs. This means more and larger cruise ships that will be able to come to Cairns, along with larger defence and commercial vessels. More importantly, this project will inject about $1 billion into the local economy through increased expenditure. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Cairns Shipping Development EIS will not allow any future dredging spoil to be dumped in the Great Barrier Reef Lagoon. Project's EIS has very strict environmental conditions that must be met, and these conditions are not negotiable. This is certainly a game changer for my region, and I certainly look forward to seeing the project get underway.
I thank the member. His time has expired. I call the member for Bass.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to talk about a small town called Pioneer in north-eastern Tasmania. We heard earlier today the presentation of a report dealing with PFAS contamination, which of course affects the rights of citizens of Australia to receive clean drinking water. Everybody obviously has a reasonable expectation of clean drinking water. Much work has been done within Tasmania by the organisation Taswater in order to introduce and ensure that our remote communities, small communities, are receiving clean and safe drinking water. But a study was done in 2012 which indicated that there was lead contamination at Pioneer. A health alert was issued. There was lead in the water source and soil materials. A service replacement program was initiated. There was 90% of the town of Pioneer supported this service replacement program. The program was to install tanks and infrastructure to enable the collection of clean, safe rainwater. Existing roofs were to be tested, in particular for lead contamination. And here's the rub. Unfortunately, by whatever means, there's been a breakdown in communication, a breakdown in the delivery of service to this community. Residents have the concern that their lead roofs or their lead-contaminated roofs have not been tested. Taswater needs to come and own up as to what exactly is happening with the clean water which is supposed to be delivered to this community. Every community deserves clean water.
And I call the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the weekend, I inspected some very important works being undertaken in Brisbane, specifically in the area of bush care and creek rehabilitation works along Enoggera Creek between Newmarket and Ashgrove. And it's important because the Brisbane River and its catchment is indeed the most significant environmental asset for Brisbane and for all of southeast Queensland, given that it sustains the health of Moreton Bay. The Davidson Street Creek Restoration Project is being managed by Healthy Land and Water, the local NRM, and it's funded by one of the many election commitments that I fought for all around the Brisbane River catchment, because there's significant evidence that river catchments offer the greatest opportunity for us to link different policy objectives around biodiversity, conservation, lifestyle and local economy. Now, the NRMs and their River catchment works, incidentally, are proud environmental legacies of Liberal governments going back decades. So it's important that we recognise and continue this valuable work, and I'll continue to fight for local environmental priorities like this throughout the Brisbane River catchment, including those identified in the Resilient Rivers Initiative and through water quality reporting. I wanted to thank on the record all of the locals who are involved in various Enoggera Creek catchment groups, all the locals whose feedback and involvement helped to shape this project in particular. We know that fighting for funding for projects like this makes a valuable contribution to our local environment and to our great city in areas where it's needed the most.
I call the member for Solomon.
Today is International Disability Day, where we celebrate and recognise the achievements, capabilities and contributions of people with a disability. And as a society, we must keep working towards getting rid of the physical and technological barriers so that people with disability can fulfil their true potential as equal members of our community. There are so many fantastic organisations in Darwin and Palmerston, the electorate that I represent, who provide that support to people with a disability. One of those top-end organisations is Total Recreation, and they help people with a disability participate in programs that really encourage that social inclusion. Keo there and the team do an incredible job, and I was lucky enough to join in one of their events recently. It was a Dancing with the Celebrities Gala Ball. I had the privilege to dance with Gabby, who has a rare chromosome disorder. She was a wonderfully patient dance partner, and despite the assistance from the members from Patterson and Cowper, who were great dance teachers, I fear that I let Gabby down. However, we did the foxtrot, the samba and the rumba. It was a fantastic evening, and I want to just thank everyone who's working to support people with disabilities and those with disabilities themselves for your unique gifts to our country.
And call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. An outstanding McKellar constituent is 13-year-old Chloe Trissy. Chloe may be young, but has never let her age hold her back from achieving her goals. Chloe is an amazing young athlete. She first started gymnastics at age 4 before starting to compete at the age of just 6 years old. Training 26 hours a week at Manly Warringah Gymnastics Centre under head coach and Olympic silver medalist Zhijiang Li, it is clear that Chloe is a very determined young woman. These long hours and all her hard work have been aptly reflected in her achievements. Chloe is a member of Team Future, an international development group, and attends clinics at the Australian Institute of Sport in Canberra. She was New South Wales State Champion 2015, placing first, second in 2017 and second this year also. Chloe competes at a national championship level, placing third on the floor and 6th overall at the 2018 Australian Gymnastic Classic Championships, and has also been named as a team member for the 2018-19 Australian Junior Squad. To quote Chloe, "My dream and goal has always been to represent Australia internationally as a gymnast, which is what drives and motivates me." If her outstanding achievements are anything to go off, I think Chloe will be one to watch in the future. Congratulations on all your hard work. I look forward to your future achievements.
And I call the member for Whitlam.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's great to see so many school kids up in the gallery today. It reminds us that in this place we should be focused on their futures and not our own. It's why I was so pleased on Friday to see around the country thousands of school students give up some of their time to protest against the inaction of this government when it comes to climate change and having a clean energy future. Thousands of them giving up a little bit of their time to ensure that we have better policy for a better future. They received messages of encouragement and support from right around the country. Of course, not everybody was praising their actions. We had the Prime Minister who had the temerity to criticise them and said that they should be at school instead of out there doing it. This is the bloke who can't fit more than one person on a speaking list for the entire day and has put out a sitting schedule for 11 days. 11 days next year. And of course it wasn't just the Prime Minister. We had the member for Hughes who interrupted a very busy schedule at Sky News to give some advice about their dietary habits. After 5 years of not a policy on energy and climate change, the member for Hughes has the solution. Eat less ice cream, he tells them. Eat less ice cream, that's going to be the solution to climate change. Well, the kids of Australia don't need a lesson from the biggest buffhead on that side of the parliament.
The
on
member for
climate
Whitlam
change.
will,
We've
member
got
for
a better
Whitlam will
future,
withdraw.
it won't be from
the member
them.
for Whitlam will withdraw.
I withdraw.
And I say to the member for Whitlam, he has a habit of doing this. If he continues to do it, he won't be recognised in the 90-second statements. The member for Boothby has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, this morning I met with the Minister for Industry, Science and Technology to continue my fight to have the National Space Agency headquartered in my home state of South Australia. I've also personally met with the Premier of South Australia on a number of occasions to discuss the case for space. Adelaide is the home of defence and advanced manufacturing, thanks to our government's $35 billion investment and our private sector defence presence. We are the home of world-class teachers and researchers at Adelaide Uni, Flinders Uni and the University of South Australia. Former NASA astronaut, the world-famous Dr Andy Thomas AO, and space expert Andrea Boyd both studied at Adelaide University. I was honoured to meet Andrea, who is a mechatronic engineer and the European Space Agency's flight controller for the International Space Agency, through her brother Leighton Boyd, who is the director of my wonderful local community group, Marion Life. It makes sense to base the Space Agency in Adelaide because we already have the training and manufacturing expertise to launch this capability. I'm fighting for an Adelaide-based National Space Agency for the jobs and the future of young people in my state. One of those young people, Mr Speaker, is Charlie Miller, a Year 5 student at Pembroke School who is here today in the gallery with his family and friends Jane and Daisy Miller, Amber Sprague and Scarlett and Georgia Foster. Charlie wants to be an aeronautical engineer, but maybe if we are home to the Space Agency, he might be able to consider being an astronautical engineer instead. I will continue to make the case for space.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. If members could take their seats, those who are just entering the chamber as quickly as possible. I'm about to call the Prime Minister on indulgence. The Prime Minister on indulgence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise on indulgence to acknowledge the passing of the Honourable George Herbert Walker Bush, the 41st President of the United States. George Bush lived a remarkable life. He was a congressman, the first American envoy to China, director of the CIA, Vice President of the United States, President of the United States, father of a president. George Bush was a great friend and true friend of Australia. From his days as a serviceman in the Pacific Theatre to his time as President working with Prime Ministers Hawke and Keating on the formation of the modern APEC. He was part of what was to become known as the greatest generation, the generation of men and women who fought and served during the Second World War to provide the world that we have today. He joined up on his 18th birthday and became America's youngest naval aviator. He completed 58 missions. In 1944, on a mission to attack a Japanese stronghold, his Avenger was shot down over the Pacific. He ejected from his burning plane and miraculously was picked up by a US submarine, the USS Finback. The silent price of war escapes no man or woman, and late in life, the former president admitted that he thought about the two crewmates who did not survive that mission every single day of his life. His life experience during the Second World War deeply influenced his thinking as a president. It guided his values and tempered his hand towards prudence. When Kuwait was invaded by Iraq, he saw parallels with the 1930s and famously declared, "This will not stand," and it didn't. With a UN mandate, he drew together a 32-nation coalition to expel Iraq from Kuwait. Australia proudly contributed to this coalition that freed Kuwait and restored the international order. He showed incredible international and personal leadership. He resisted the calls that America chase Saddam Hussein all the way to Baghdad because he did not want to be a conqueror or an occupier. Under his watch, the Cold War ended without a shot. The Soviet Union was disbanded and the Berlin Wall fell, not from a barrage of tanks, but from the hand-picks of thousands of citizens. When the wall fell, President Bush was criticised for understating the triumph that it surely was. But he was prudent again, knowing the risk to Gorbachev being overthrown by hardliners. He was a man who embodied the best of public service. George Bush and Bill Clinton fought a bruising campaign in 1992, yet Mr Clinton arrived in the Oval Office to find a letter from his predecessor, as is their custom, that said, "You will be our president when you read this note. Your success now is our country's success." In the years that followed, they'd become friends. In time, his son, George W., would even refer to President Clinton as his brother from another mother. When President Bush passed, his family had a code word to let each other know what had happened. It was CAVU, C-A-V-U. Throughout his life, he kept that word on his desk. It stands for Ceiling and Visibility Unlimited. And he once wrote to his family, CAVU was the kind of weather we Navy pilots wanted when we were to fly off our carrier in the Pacific. We had little navigational instrumentation, so we wanted to CAVU, Ceiling and Visibility Unlimited. And because of the 5 of you, whose own lives made me so proud, I can confidently tell my guardian angel that my life is Ceiling and Visibility Unlimited, and it will be that way until I die, all because of you. We remember today that the late Barbara Pierce Bush, his wife of 73 years, perhaps his greatest achievement, and extend to President Bush's children, George, Jeb, Neil, Marvin and Doro, and his extended family, our deepest condolences. On the weekend, I had the opportunity to pass on the condolences of our nation directly to President Trump, who, when I met with him, had advised me that President Bush was very, very gravely ill and close to death. And indeed, the next day that proved to be the case. We have no greater friend than the United States. We have no greater ally. We have been together for a century and more. It is a bond that is built in what we believe and the sort of world we want to live in. And George Bush personified that vision and those beliefs as much as any other great president of the United States could have. And we thank him for his friendship, we thank him for his service, and we pray for his family, and may God bless America.
The Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
Thank you, and I thank the Prime Minister for his words, and I join him in saluting President George Herbert Walker Bush's long life of service and statesmanship. It may seem strange to say this about a man whose own son would follow him into the Oval Office, but in many ways President Bush was the last of his kind. The last president who served in the Second World War, the last president to lead the United States during the Cold War. And he had a self-effacing modesty and instinctive courtesy that with every passing day seems to belong to a vanished political age. The Prime Minister touched on President Bush's all-American CV, war hero, college sports superstar, Texas oilman, UN ambassador, CIA director, 2 terms in Congress, 8 years as Vice President. Former Prime Ministers Hawke and Keating have paid tribute to the open mind and willing heart he brought to America's role in our region, and the clear-eyed calm which he presided over a time of dramatic international power shifts. President Clinton, as we've heard, has shared some moving words about the remarkable humanitarian contribution that President Bush made after he left office, and the deep and genuine friendship that these 2 former opponents shared. President Bush was also perhaps the most prolific writer of thank-you notes and courtesy cards to ever occupy the Oval Office. In particular, many have shared words from the generous letter that he left to his successor. But he didn't just correspond with the great and the good, but with millions of ordinary Americans, indeed people from all over the world. So many recipients of vice presidential and presidential correspondence have come forward in the past few days to express just how deeply moved they were by a few personal words from this man they greatly admired. Throughout his political life, this preference for what his inaugural address called kinder, gentler politics was often presented as weakness, timidity, what critics called the wimp factor. Now, I watched some footage yesterday from the 1979 Republican primaries. When candidate Bush was met with this charge, he was asked, "Are you tough enough? Are you too nice a guy to be president?" He replied, "I don't equate toughness with just attacking some individual. I equate toughness with moral fibre, with character, with principle, with demonstrated leadership in tough jobs, where you emerge not by bullying somebody, but with the respect of the people that you led. And if I happen to be decent in the process, that should not be a liability." Those words are the measure of the man, a reminder that politics is better when we appeal to what another great Republican president called the better angels of human nature. So in many ways, President Bush typified the qualities of what author Tom Brokaw christened the greatest generation. A life pledged to others, dedicated to duty. A character of sheathed steel and tempered resolve. And a record of quiet achievement, no false bravado, no empty boasting, no attempt to build yourself up by talking others down. Just the understanding that deeds speak louder than words, and courtesy costs nothing. George Bush was one of 16 million Americans who enlisted to serve in the Second World War. That was roughly 11% of their population. Here in Australia, 990,000 Australians enlisted, over 10% of our population. Of this greatest generation of Australians who saw active service, now less than 19,000 are still with us today. Some are now the last of their battalion, their squadron or their ship. And as we mark the passing of President Bush, the last leader of the free world drawn from the greatest generation, it's given me pause to reflect on the heroism and selflessness and the sacrifice of all who served the cause of freedom in that deadly conflict. Ordinary people who left cattle ranches in South Dakota and sheep stations in South Australia, who walked off assembly lines in Detroit and out of the factories of Melbourne, from Wall Street and Main Street, from coast to bush. In America, in Australia, Britain, New Zealand, Canada and all of the Allies. The greatest generation, all of whom, no matter where the rest of life's journeys took them, fought side by side to preserve, protect and defend the liberties that we enjoy today. Our condolences to President Bush's family and his fellow Americans. May he rest in peace.
As a mark of respect, I'd ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion to enable further statements on indulgence on the death of George H.W. Bush to be made in the Federation Chamber.
Is leave granted? The Leader of the House.
I thank the House and I move that further statements on indulgence on the death of former President of the United States of America George H.W. Bush be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
Question: is the motion moved by the Leader of the House be agreed to? All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Questions without notice. The member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Is the Prime Minister aware that the front page of the Australian newspaper appears to quote from a confidential Australian Federal Police submission to the Intelligence Commission, a committee about the government's encryption bill? Is the Prime Minister aware that leaking a confidential submission to the committee is a criminal offence under national security legislation, punishable with up to 2 years in prison? Has the Prime Minister asked the AFP to investigate this criminal leak?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm happy to take on notice the matter that the member has raised and raise that in a discussion with the AFP, if indeed that is necessary. I would also only note this, is that encryption is a tool being used by terrorists, organised criminals paedophile rings, and it is something we must get ahead of by ensuring that the police, that our security agencies, that all of our agencies that are engaged at state and federal level have the tools they need to make this stop. We are committed to doing that. That is why we have brought this legislation into the Parliament. On my left. We will continue to engage with the opposition to seek their support for these measures, and I hope that they are able to support us in these efforts.
The member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and my question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister update the House on how the G20's support for an open global trading system and cooperation on security helps to guarantee our future prosperity by building a stronger Australian economy without increasing taxes?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Robertson for her question, and I commend her on her endorsement as the Liberal candidate and member for the next election. She's doing a great job.
Members
as the member
on my
for
left.
Robertson. A great job as the member for Robertson, and she continues to do that, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, our government has a plan for an even stronger economy, which is ensuring that we can deliver the essential services that Australians rely on, to protect the services that they have and ensure that they can secure the opportunities that they're looking for them and their families into the future. Our stronger plan, our plan for a stronger economy, is setting up Australians for the next decade, as indeed we've been able to put the rungs on the board in creating a stronger economy to this point. Now, Mr Speaker, there is a choice at the next election. A stronger economy with lower taxes under the Liberal and National Party, or a weaker economy with higher taxes under the Labor Party, Mr Speaker. There's a very clear contrast, there's a very clear choice. And our plan, which involves a stronger economy, that's how you guarantee Medicare. That's how you guarantee affordable medicines. That's how you guarantee funding for schools and hospitals. Only through a stronger economy can you achieve that. And that's why our plan, lower taxes, backing small business and family businesses, investing in the infrastructure that Australians need to grow their economy and congestion bust in the city and connect markets together with those who are producing the produce all across the country. All of that is also enhanced by our commitment to free and open trade. In this country, 1 in 5 jobs is dependent on trade. 40% of our economy is dependent on trade. And over the last generation, Australian households are 8,500 better off today in real terms because of the advances that we've made in trade. Our government understands that Australia has never got rich selling things to itself, Mr Speaker. We've understood that you've had to have an external outlook and you've had to focus on opening up markets, and that's why, as a government, we have focused on securing those agreements, from the China-Australia Free Trade Agreement, to the Japan Free Trade Agreement, the Korean Free Trade Agreement, all of these agreements, Mr Speaker, the Hong Kong Free Trade Agreement, and while we're at the G20, we have made extraordinary progress on a political commitment to conclude an EU Free Trade Agreement when we met with the European Commission when we were there at the G20, because we went to the G20 for the simple purpose to promote the cause of free trade and open trade with rule-based trade. And that was the focus of our efforts, and we were pleased to see the meeting between President Xi and President Trump. We were pleased to see the communique that recommitted to deal with the growing tensions in trade to ensure that the Australian economy can continue to benefit from free and open trade. It's a key part of our plan that is delivering a stronger economy for Australia. It is disappointing that the Labor Party has sought to frustrate us in that plan over the last 5 years.
The member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Given the Prime Minister is extensively quoted in a report on the front page of the Australian newspaper which appears to include a leaked submission to the Intelligence Committee, and given that the report is based on an exclusive interview conducted with the Prime Minister during his trip to Argentina for the G20, can the Prime Minister guarantee that neither he nor his office played any role in the leaking of a confidential submission, which is a criminal offence under national security laws?
Members on my right. The members on my right. The Prime Minister has the call.
I will pick up on the comment made by the Attorney-General. If only the Labor Party were as interested in ensuring there is mandatory sentences for those, Mr Speaker, who are involved in serious criminal offences in this country. Mr Speaker, if the member opposite wants to make these sorts of allegations—
Prime Minister, just pause for a second. Members for Gorton and others could cease yelling in my ear. I'll be able to listen to what's being said. I think most members, I would have hoped the member for Gorton would understand I'm trying to listen intently to the questions and the answers so that I can do my job. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. If the Shadow Attorney-General—
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition is warned.
If the Shadow Attorney-General wants to come in here and make grubby smears against me, Mr Speaker, he's got to come up with more than just reading the newspaper, Mr Speaker. I find the suggestion offensive and reject it.
The member for Dawson has the
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development. Will the Deputy Prime Minister update the House about the bushfires in Queensland following his visits to affected areas with the Assistant Minister for Home Affairs, the member for Flynn, the member for Capricornia and myself over the past few days?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the member for Dawson for his question. Mr Speaker, in the worst of times to see the best of Australians, the best of Queenslanders. Our thoughts are with the families, the farmers and the communities across Queensland as the bushfires continue to burn. As at the latest report, 8 houses have been destroyed and numerous other structures, vehicles and farm machinery have been lost. The weekend, Mr Speaker, more than 100 fires across the state were burning. At the moment there are still many which may be contained, but they're still very, very worrying to the communities that they are besetting. And more than 500,000 hectares have been destroyed across Queensland. As the members for Dawson, Capricornia and Flynn, Senator Canavan and the Assistant Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Reynolds and I, we visited affected communities at the weekend. We visited communities in Central and North Queensland, hard hit by these devastating bushfires, from Mount Larkham to Miriam Vale and across to Agnes Water, up to Mackay to Finch Hatton and up the range to Yungala. And at the evacuation centre in Miriam Vale, the member for Flynn and I met people who've lost their houses. They've lost everything, yet despite that, they are in good spirits. They're asking other people, how are they? They're asking other people, are you okay? There are so many stories of people who've left their own homes to help put out fires on other people's properties. That's the spirit, Queensland spirit, but the spirit of good Australians, true Australians, that we're seeing right across these fire-affected regions. People such as Joan Lennox and Maz Wright from Yungala, west of Mackay. We could call them angels of mercy because they are. Ordinary, everyday people doing extraordinary deeds, Mr Speaker, helping to cook for the firefighters, going beyond exhaustion to continue to help out with SES, help out with other volunteers, making sure people who have no home to go to have something to eat and something to wear, being there for a chat when they need it, and sometimes it's these small gestures which can make the difference. Joan and Maz are inspiring, and there's so many efforts just like that. During an aerial inspection of the damage, you can see what a tremendous job that the firefighters have done to save homes and property. Firefighters from Agnes Water showed me a home which was surrounded by smoke and charred trees, and somehow those heroes on the front line managed to save it from the flames. It was quite unbelievable. And I visited Mount Larkham State School with the member for Flynn, which also narrowly escaped being razed, thanks to the magnificent efforts of our firefighters. School's in today, saved by a whisker. Our emergency services have put their lives at risk, as they always do, and work tirelessly to save entire communities. I know the people who live in those areas are just so appreciative and so grateful. And tragically, Mr Speaker, one young man, Greg Bird, just 21, his whole life ahead of him, lost his life while clearing a firebreak on his family's property at Rolleston. We mourn for his loss. We grieve with his community. And whilst the fires still rage and all through the summer, we need people to stay calm, to be measured, to heed the advice of local authorities. It's also very, very important to have a fire plan. It's so important. We pay tribute to the firefighters, paid and unpaid. They are inspiring people. They are great Australians, and I urge Australians to keep these communities, keep these people, keep these volunteers in mind. And to those affected, please be patient, stay calm, stay safe. Australians, we have your back.
And the Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
Just on indulgence, the opposition wishes to associate itself with the remarks of the government. There's 109 fires still burning, from Bundaberg to Gladstone, Mackay, Rockhampton, along Stradbroke Island and many smaller locations. The loss of life, though, is devastating. We too send our condolences to the family and to the professionals and the volunteers Thank you, thank you, thank you.
The member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that no minister, government member or their office played any role in the leaking of what appears to be a confidential submission to the Intelligence Committee, which is a criminal offence under national security laws?
The Leader of the House on a point of order.
Mr Speaker, I understand the seriousness of the question and where the Shadow Attorney-General is trying to go, but I'm not sure that the actions of everyone in the government ministerial wing is within the knowledge of the Prime Minister. So I don't know how he can answer that question.
Members on my left, the member for Barton is not assisting. The Manager of Opposition Business to the point of order.
To the point of order. As the Leader of the House has effectively made clear, there's no objection within the standing orders to what's being asked here, and if the Prime Minister believes he can't provide that level of detail, he can say that in his answer.
Yes, I've listened to the Leader of the House. I understand the point he's seeking to make, but the Prime Minister can speak on behalf of the government, not on behalf of backbenchers or non-ministers. So I'll call the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, well, I'm not advised or aware of any information that would give rise to the sorts of concerns that the Shadow Attorney-General has raised. And again, Mr Speaker, if the Attorney-General, Shadow Attorney-General I should say, wants to come in here and make these sorts of grubby smears, which is his habit, Mr Speaker, in this place, he is well acquainted with the bottom of the chum bucket, the Shadow Attorney-General, Mr Speaker. He does this on a regular occasion, comes in here and makes the most outrageous and offensive smears without any evidence whatsoever, Mr Speaker. But what I do know is this. I know that as a member of the Labor Party, the Shadow Attorney-General voted against tougher penalties for pedophiles and gun runners. Mr Speaker, I know that. I know that for a fact. And so did the member for Watson.
The Prime Minister resume his seat. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Yeah, on direct relevance, Mr Speaker, this question.
Manager of Opposition Business, pause. The Treasurer can cease interjecting. The Manager of Opposition Business, if you just start again.
The previous two questions did involve a level of preamble. This question involves none at all. Goes directly to the Prime Minister's knowledge of the leak and the potential criminal offence there. So therefore, in the normal way, the relevance rule should have constraints that rule this sort of attack out.
The Manager of Opposition Business makes a reasonable point of order. It didn't have a preamble and it was quite specific. The point where I have allowed some lenience, though, which I think I have allowed at moments past, is if any member is under a degree of personal attack, I do allow a level of response, but I think that's occurred. Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? Prime Minister's concluded his answer. The member for Indi.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. Minister, 5 mobile childcare services in my electorate at Mitta, Walwa, Kagunya, Banambra and Barranduda and Bellbridge, and 2 in Farrer will close before Christmas. And the closures will impact on at least 60 children and put 20 staff out of work. And it's particularly sad because mobile childcare has been operated for more than 30 years across north-east Victoria and southern New South Wales. Minister, will you convene an urgent roundtable in Albury-Wodonga, bringing together parents, providers, staff and local government to outline options to maintain these much-needed services in our rural communities?
The Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Indi for a question and also acknowledge the way that her office and the office of the member for Farrer have worked with my office on this issue, and also for the cooperative way that both members have worked with me. I spoke with Rod Wangman, the CEO of Albury-Wodonga Community College, this morning, and Rod is very keen, as I know both members are,
to make sure that we can get some interim arrangements in place and make sure that we can, especially for those families, get services provided next year. And I think the suggestion of making sure that we have a round table, I think, is a very good one. As a matter of fact, it might be worth us doing one in Victoria on the Victorian side and then one on the New South Wales side, so that we can get all the relevant groups together and make sure that we can provide services going forward. As the member knows, the government is putting record investment into childcare, $8.3 billion, and what we've got to make sure is that that record investment of $8.3 billion enables us to be able to provide the services that are required not only in urban settings but also in smaller rural communities. And as a Member of Parliament who represents a rural community, as the member for Farrer and the member for Indi do, I want to make sure that that record investment works right across this country, and I look forward to convening those roundtables and working with both members to make sure we get the outcomes we need. Thank you.
Just before I call the member for O'Connor, I'd like to inform the House we have joining us in the Southern Gallery this afternoon traditional owners, rangers and Indigenous protected area groups from around the country celebrating 20 years of Indigenous protected areas. On behalf of all members, I extend a very warm welcome to you. And I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. Will the Attorney-General update the House on the steps the government is taking to strengthen national security and protect Australian families? Is the Attorney aware of any alternative proposals?
The Attorney-General has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. And, Mr Speaker, in July 2017, a terrorist plot to blow out of the sky an Etihad airliner whilst en route from Sydney to Abu Dhabi went undetected for 4 months because of the use of encrypted applications. And in fact, in this case, it was the encrypted messaging app Telegram. Now, Mr Speaker, Australia's outstanding intelligence police agencies are simply fighting a numbers game, and we can't be any more honest with the Australian people than to say that it is a numbers game in their efforts to keep Australians safe. And those numbers are sobering and they speak for themselves. 15 terror plots have now been prevented. 7 terror attacks have sadly been completed, and tragically they have seen the loss of multiple Australian lives. Our government has legislated 12 tranches of very significant changes to our national security legislation, and the Parliament will be tasked this week with perhaps the most critical of all those changes in recent years, that is the Access and Assistance Bill. That is the only way that we can help our security agencies and police prevent terrorist attacks like the one that tragically we saw occur in Burke Street in Victoria. The #1 priority of this government is keeping Australians safe, and dealing with the criminal use of encryption is the most urgent and important change that is required to keep Australians safe. And, Mr Speaker, as members opposite interject, we on this side of the House, like all Australian members of the public, listen to ASIO when they tell us that 95% of the current targets that they are scoping for terrorism use encrypted applications. The Commissioner of the AFP, Mr Speaker, has said that we need to give these laws, and these are his words, to police so that they have a fighting chance in an era when the information that we gather is encrypted by default. And we note here on this side of the House, he doesn't say an advantage, he says a fighting chance. And when he uses the words police, he doesn't mean just federal police, he means state and federal police. And we have now reached a sticking point with this critical legislation, where members opposite would want to deny this type of benefit to state police. Now, we will talk about this overnight. We will talk about this overnight. But members this side of the House will not deny these powers to state police and give them only to federal police. Our view is that the lives saved by state police are the same as the lives saved by federal police. That is to say that they are Australian lives. And the Victorian Police Commissioner has said very clearly that we've been talking about going dark for a while, We have now gone dark, and this legislation is urgent.
Has concluded. The member for Lyons and the member for Corangamite will cease interjecting. The member for Isaacs has the call.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Attorney-General. I refer to his previous answer and to the front page of the Australian newspaper, which appears to quote directly from a confidential submission to the Intelligence Committee about the government's encryption bill, which is a criminal offence under national security legislation punishable with up to 2 years in prison. Under national security legislation, a prosecution for this offence can only be instituted by the Attorney-General or with his consent. Can the Attorney-General guarantee to this House that he will not stand in the way of any prosecution for this criminal leak?
The Attorney-General has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Shadow Attorney-General for his question. And it is the case that an article in the Australian Today reads, Australian Federal Police Commissioner Andrew Colvin wrote to the Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security to express concerns about Labor's proposal to split the encryption bill. The AFP is very concerned that such a purpose-based approach would pose a variety of significant issues that would challenge the effectiveness of the regime and undermine the policy intent of the measures. Mr. Speaker, whether that was a confidential communication or not, I simply cannot answer. The Shadow Attorneys-General question said that it appears to be. Well, forgive me if I will reserve my view as to whether or not it appears or doesn't appear to be until I've had the chance to speak with the Commissioner about that.
Can Attorney-General just pause for a second? The member for Lyons can leave under 94A. Has the Attorney concluded his answer? No, the Attorney has the call.
So the Shadow Attorney-General says that appears to be some form of confidential communication, and as I have noted, forgive me for wanting to speak with the Commissioner first to determine whether or not that was or was not some form of confidential communication and to discuss that matter with him. And if he takes the view that some action should be taken, I will listen, of course, to that view. But if only it were the case that the Shadow Attorney-General were as concerned about the national security of Australians who face terrorist attacks as he were about smearing the Prime Minister or any member on this side of the House. And this is classic modus operandi of this member opposite. Whenever he runs into problems because of his own failure to act in a reasonable way, run a smokescreen, run a smear campaign. The difficulty that the Shadow Attorney-General has, Mr. Speaker, is no Australian could physically be as smart as he thinks he is.
The member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer update the House on how the government is funding essential services and supporting Australians without increasing taxes? How would a higher taxing approach hurt the prosperity of everyday Australians and the economy?
The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for North Sydney for his question. And he's very proud of the government's record in providing tax relief, which is encouraging and rewarding Australians, Mr. Speaker. And our legislated income tax relief, which will enable a forklift driver to be $4,500 better off than they would be under Labor, Mr. Speaker. Our legislated business tax cuts, which will help more than 30,000 small businesses in the electorate of North Sydney, which will see an independent supermarket $12,500 a year better off, Mr. Speaker. And our $20,000 instant asset write-off, Mr. Speaker. And I was recently in the electorate of Brisbane in Clayfield seafood markets, Mr. Speaker, which enabled the local owner of that business to be able to buy some new grills and upgrade his kitchen, Mr. Speaker. Now, this is in stark contrast to the Labor Party, who have $200 billion because they believe you should be taxed from the cradle to the grave, Mr. Speaker. Higher taxes on your income, higher taxes on your business, higher taxes on your electricity with a new carbon tax, Mr. Speaker, and higher taxes on your property and higher taxes on your savings. Now, this retiree savings tax, let me tell the House who is going to be affected by Labor's desperate tax grab, their new retirees tax. Paul and Julianne from Lane Cove, Mr. Speaker. Paul serves in 3 volunteer roles, including as a counsellor for people with severe illness. He saved his whole life for retirement, and this move by the Labor Party will cost him tens of thousands of dollars a year. He'll have to find part-time work and said he'll have to cut down on his volunteerism, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell you about David from Brisbane. He's not on the pension.
He's invested in Australian stocks. He will lose $10,000 a year, leaving him concerned about his ability to pay his wife's medical bills, Mr Speaker. The view of Labor's new tax grab, their retirees' tax, is best summed up by 72-year-old Bob, a former tradie, who stands to lose with his wife tens of thousands of dollars a year, who said of Labor's policy, "As far as I'm concerned, they are stealing, they are taking my money," Mr Speaker. Now, this is the Labor Party. This is the modern Labor Party. You save for your own retirement, and because they can't manage money, they come after yours. 900,000 individuals, including hundreds of thousands in Labor electorates, 200,000 self-managed super funds, will be worse off as a result of Labor's retirees' tax. If you vote for Labor, your taxes will be higher, there will be fewer jobs, and the economy will be worse off.
Just before I call the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, I'd like to inform the House we have joining us on the floor this afternoon the Right Honourable Anale Sapanga, Prime Minister of Tuvalu. On behalf of the House, a very warm welcome to you here today. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. On ABC Radio this morning, Malcolm Turnbull confirmed that it was government policy, supported by the now Prime Minister, to hold a federal election on the 2nd of March next year. Mr Turnbull also warned the performance of the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison government could damage the New South Wales government's chances of re-election. What discussions has the Prime Minister had with the New South Wales Liberal Premier about the timing of the federal election?
I can't find any part of that question in order. We'll go to the member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Jobs, Industrial Relations and Women. Will the Minister update the House how the government's strong economic plan is helping small business thrive? Is the Minister aware of any risks posed by higher taxing alternatives?
The Minister for Jobs, Industrial Relations and Women.
I thank the member for Latrobe for his question. As the member knows, a strong economy is absolutely fundamental, not only in delivering the essential services that Australians rely on, but also in ensuring that our small and family businesses have the right environment in which to thrive. And under the Coalition's stewardship of the economy, our economy is going from strength to strength. We have seen around 1.2 million jobs created since coming into government. There are now more Australians in work than ever before. And I know that the member for Sydney always finds this a very inconvenient point, but there are more Australian women in work than ever before. More Australian women in full-time work than ever before. In fact, we have the highest participation rate on record. In fact, we have seen the gender pay gap come down under our government, down to 14.5%, and of course, under the Labor government, it went up. It went up to more than 17%. Just last week, the Australian Bureau of Statistics confirmed that over the past year, we have seen the strongest growth in median wages in around 13 years. And it is the Coalition government, under Treasurer Josh Frydenberg, that will see the delivery of a surplus, something that those opposite do not have the skill to do. In fact, they last delivered a surplus when the Berlin Wall was standing. Under our government, we have cut taxes, cut them for small and family-sized businesses, the more than 3 million small and family-sized businesses that are employing so many millions of Australians, and we have cut red tape for those businesses. We've simplified the business activity statement to help with their compliance costs. We have established the Australian Financial Complaints Authority to ensure that small businesses have access to fast, free and binding dispute resolution when they have a complaint with a financial institution. Mr Speaker, we will continue to do all that we can to support small business, and we do so proudly. But those opposite will only do one thing if they are entrusted with government. They will take more money from small businesses and more money from the people who work for them. They will slug them with higher business taxes. They will slug them with higher taxes on their investments. They will make it harder for small and family businesses to employ people. They will make it harder for young people to be able to get a job and build for their future. They will make it harder for people to be able to save for their retirement with their mega retiree tax. We will back small business.
Time has
they will
concluded.
attack.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Given that the Prime Minister had to explain to US President Donald Trump why Malcolm Turnbull is no longer Prime Minister, and that German Chancellor Angela Merkel wasn't even sure who he was, will he now explain to the Australian people and the wider world why Malcolm Turnbull is no longer Prime Minister of Australia?
Members on both sides, the Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I can assure the Leader of the Labor Party that everybody on this side of the House is going to work incredibly hard from this day to the next election to ensure the rest of the world never knows who the Leader of the Labor Party is, Mr Speaker. Because if they were to find out who the Leader of the Labor Party is if he were to become Prime Minister, I know this would happen. The Australian economy would be weaker, there'd be fewer jobs and there'd be higher taxes, Mr Speaker. And one of those higher taxes would be the higher taxes on Australians investing in their own homes, Mr Speaker, investing in housing for their own future. Police officers, nurses, teachers and others who go about the process, small business owners putting their money aside, investing in investment property to provide for their future. The greatest threat to Australians who work hard and who save is the Leader of the Labor Party, the Shadow Treasurer and Labor's plan for higher taxes. I noticed today in the Core Logic report that they have observed, Mr Speaker, that a negative gearing rollback looking to exclude established dwellings could diminish demand across the resale market, with less investment demand for properties with lower rental yields, and the halving of capital gains tax concessions would likely provide further disincentive to investment. You know what that means? The value of people's homes would go down and their rents would go up, Mr Speaker. That is the policy of the Labor Party. And if the rest of the world got to know who the Leader of the Labor Party, they wouldn't be able to go, he wouldn't be able to go to the G20, as I just did, and talk about the strong performing Australian economy, as I particularly did, Mr Speaker, in relation to the strong performance of the Australian economy supporting Australian women. Because we could talk about at the G20 that we have the highest record of female workforce participation in Australia's history at over 60%, and the gender pay gap falling to 14.5%, which is one of the lowest levels, Mr Speaker, that we've ever seen in this country, and 4 percentage points lower than the average around the rest of the world. So I could talk to the G20 about how Australia's economy was the envy of the world, growing strongly, unemployment coming down, investment driving the country forward, a government that was committed to freeing up trade and engaging with the rest of the world. I was particularly pleased to be able to say that Australia would be meeting our commitment when I met with President Trump to 2% of GDP on defence spending. Not only is that meaning that we're meeting our commitments and keeping Australians safe, but that is providing thousands upon thousands of jobs for Australians all around the rest of the country, Mr Speaker. Under this government, we've got a great story to tell about the economy. Under a Labor government, the story goes very pear-shaped.
The member for Petrie.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Energy. Will the Minister please update the House on how the government will help bring down electricity prices, and how would a different approach to economic management drive up power prices, including in my electorate of Petrie?
The Minister for Energy. Members on my left.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Petrie for his question. And he knows that this government has a balanced and sensible approach to providing affordable, reliable electricity to all Australian small businesses and families, including in his electorate of Petrie, Mr Speaker. Now, several weeks ago, I visited the member's home state of Queensland, where I met Curtis and Chelsea, who own a fitness business, Flex Fitness, that uses a lot of electricity to keep their clients cool. Recently, in Queensland, they saw their electricity bill go from $500 to $2,000 a quarter, Mr Speaker, times four. Now, Mr Speaker, Curtis and Chelsea are paying for Queensland Labor's $2 billion electricity tax, slugging Queenslanders to fix their budget blowout. Because, Mr Speaker, Labor governments prefer higher electricity prices, whereas we on this side of the parliament prefer lower ones. Now, Mr Speaker, the big energy companies have been forced to provide a better deal on energy prices thanks to pressure from this government. Our actions have ensured that 500,000 Australian families will be getting a better deal from January 1. AGL, Energy Australia, Origin, Alinta Energy and Lumo Energy, along with others, have heard the government's calls and have cut prices for customers on standing offers by up to 15% or up to $560 per annum for a typical residential customer, Mr Speaker. Meanwhile, those opposite have announced that they will oppose our big stick legislation before they've even seen it. Mr Speaker, legislation which will hold the big energy companies to account. Because, Mr Speaker, the big three energy companies have been taking record profits in recent years. In the last 4 financial years, they grew their profits by $1.15 billion per annum. And I'll remind those opposite that these companies are providing essential services to all Australians, and their profits are partly coming through sneaky late payments, price gouging and loyalty taxes. But worse than that, Mr Speaker, those opposite want to impose their reckless 45% emissions reduction target on the entire economy, and they haven't yet explained what that means for farmers, what that means for truckies and tradies, who are going to be facing new draconian vehicle emissions standards, and what it means for manufacturers who have been doing it tough. We stand for lower electricity prices while we keep the lights on.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. My question is to the Prime Minister. The government's proposed divestment legislation, which was rejected by the ACCC, been slammed by energy experts, legal experts, business experts and economists as putting upward pressure on prices, bad ideologically and unconstitutional. Why won't the Prime Minister abandon this discredited legislation and instead work with Labor to deliver the National Energy Guarantee, which the Prime Minister has previously said will deliver lower power prices?
Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, once again, the Leader of the Labor Party is seeking to mislead the Australian people. Labor's plan, which we will not support under any circumstances, is to have a 45% emissions reduction target. They can dress it up in whatever language they like. They can call it a neg, they can call it whatever they like. But Labor's policy is to have a 45% job-destroying, economy-crushing emissions reduction target, which will rob from the Australian economy. And the Leader of the Labor Party needs to come clean. He needs to tell those industries around Australia which will be the first to close. Will it be, as the member for Flynn knows, will it be the Boyne aluminium smelter up in Boyne Island, Mr Speaker? Will it be that? Will it be farmers? Will it be the Portland aluminium smelter, Mr Speaker, down in the member for Wannan's electorate? The Leader of the Labor Party is putting a big con on the Australian people. They have their 5-point plan is tax, 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 tax and tax, Mr Speaker. That is what the Labor Party stands for, and one of the biggest taxes they are proposing is an electricity tax with their 45% emissions reduction target. It's a reckless figure. It will cost Australians jobs, and he will have to be accountable for it when he goes to the next election, because on this side of the House we will not support an emissions reduction target as reckless as that one is, Mr Speaker. It is a carbon tax on steroids, and I'll ask the Treasurer to add to the answer.
The Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Members on my left. The member for
Well,
Kingston.
on that side of the House,
member for Kingston.
Labor is on the side of energy
has the call.
companies. On this side of the House, we're on the side of consumers, Mr. Speaker. We're on the side of consumers. Now, let's face it, the energy market has not been serving consumers well. This is what the ACCC has said about the energy companies, that retailers have, quote, played a major role in poor outcomes for consumers. That was what the ACCC has said. In the wholesale market, the ACCC has found a lack of competition has resulted in higher prices. When it comes to the retail market, that they say that the energy companies have been using deliberately confusing discounting strategy, using excessively high benchmarks and complex offer structures, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal and National government is addressing these problems with our plans for a new default market offer, with our plans to underwrite new generation investment capacity, with our plans for a reliability guarantee, and with our plans for new powers to respond to misconduct in the energy sector. We are on the side of Australian families and businesses.
The member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Defence. Will the Minister update the House how the government has created jobs and opportunity through the capability-building projects that Australian servicemen and women rely on? How might alternate approaches undermine these projects and threaten jobs, including in my electorate of Boothby?
The Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Boothby for her question. The very hard-working member for Boothby who's delivering for the residents of her electorate and will continue to do so years into the future. Mr. Speaker, because we have delivered a surplus budget for next year, because of good economic management, because of a growing economy driven by good economic management from this side of the House, we can afford to have the biggest build-up of our military capability in our peacetime history, Mr. Speaker, because we can afford to pay for it. And you can afford to pay for it because we are running balanced budgets and helping to grow the economy, because we're taking the burden off small and medium enterprises, because we are making multinationals pay their taxation. We are running the revenues that allow us to invest in our military capability. Just last week, we saw the impact of this, Mr. Speaker, in an Oxford economics report about the Hunter-class anti-submarine warfare frigates program. That economics report found that the frigates program will put $17 billion into the national economy. It'll create 6,300 jobs at its peak, even more than we'd anticipated. 500 Australian companies are already pre-qualified to work on the Hunter-class frigates project, and it's using 48,000 tonnes of steel, 48,000 tonnes of Australian steel, which of course wouldn't be available if the Labor Party were in office under their energy policies, because the steel industry would be put out of business, Mr. Speaker. But the 48,000 tonnes of steel will be coming from Australia. Now, this is in very stark contrast to what we saw under the Labor Party, Mr. Speaker. Because of their budget management, because the economy was not growing in the way that it is now, because they weren't running balanced budgets, they had to cut defence spending. And they did. They cut defence spending, Mr. Speaker. In 2010-11, they cut defence spending by 6.4% in real terms. In 2011-12, they cut it by 2.3% in real terms. And in 2012-13, they cut defence spending by a whopping 9.2% in real terms. In total, they reduced defence spending in those three budgets by 17.9%. by almost a fifth, Mr. Speaker, and that's why they couldn't make the decisions about projects like the anti-submarine warfare frigate program. They couldn't commission any vessels in 6 years because they were cutting defence spending. Instead, we've commissioned 55 vessels, Mr. Speaker. The most recent, the HADR vessel for the South West Pacific, Mr. Speaker. We have completely transformed the naval shipbuilding program, unlike Labor.
The Minister's time has concluded. The member for McMahon.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. I refer to statements made today by industry groups that the government's proposed divestiture powers represent deep and genuine sovereign risk, will discourage badly needed investment in the energy sector and will only lead to increased investment uncertainty and prices. Isn't the government's big stick really just a big mistake that will lead to sovereign risk and higher power prices? Why has this Liberal government abandoned its policy commitment to free enterprise?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, the member for McMahon has a short memory, because the last time the Labor Party was in government at a federal level, power prices doubled, Mr Speaker. Went up by over 100%, Mr Speaker. And they ignored the warnings on gas, and as the member for Hume knows, they left us with potential shortfalls in the domestic gas market, Mr Speaker. And now they're coming up with the pink batteries to solve the energy issues, Mr Speaker. And what about a replication nationally of what we saw in South Australia, the big experiment in South Australia, Mr Speaker? Now, when it comes to the coalition, 458,000 Australian families and 39,000 small businesses are today getting a better deal on their energy prices thanks to the work of the Morrison government, Mr Speaker, because we're putting energy users, consumers, businesses and families first, whereas the Labor Party is siding with the energy companies, Mr Speaker. And the fact is, there is market misconduct. There is market misconduct, and we have to take the necessary action. So there will be a range of remedies that are available. They range from a warning notice, Mr Speaker, to enforceable undertakings, to financial penalties and fines, and finally, as a last resort, to divestment, Mr Speaker. These are the steps that need to be taken to ensure that energy consumers get the lowest possible prices, Mr Speaker. And if I was the member for McMahon, rather than out there throwing his big stick at big business with the IR and tax policies, I'd be worrying about the 3,000 retirees in his electorate who are going to be worse off, and the 7,000 families who negative gear, all of whom will be worse off in the member for McMahon's electorate as a result of Labor's policy.
The member for Brisbane.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Senior Australians and Aged Care. Will the minister update the House how our government is supporting senior Australians and providing the essential services on which they rely without increasing taxes? Is the minister aware of any alternative approaches that would harm the livelihood of senior Australians, including retirees who have worked hard their whole lives to try to save for their retirement?
The Minister for Senior Australians.
Mr Speaker, thank you. I thank the member for Brisbane for his question, because it's an important question. We're protecting self-funded retirees and senior Australians. We're providing opportunities for them to have 45 and 65-year-old health checks to plan better for their economic retirement, for their financial future, for their health and for those necessities in life. And when I look at this group, this cohort of workers in Australia worked extremely hard in the 40s, 50s, 60s and 70s. And they've planned for their retirement. They've planned for the years in which they wish to enjoy life with their family. I was down with the member for Corangamite holding a seniors forum, and with the local member listening to the views of senior Australians who were expressing a range of issues. But one gentleman in the audience just said, "Keep your hands off our pensions, keep your hands off our retirement planning. And under a Labor government, we will lose money." Let me also say to you,
Member for Rankin.
There was another couple who said they've worked for 20 years, have saved, have driven the same car, have never taken a holiday and are planning for their years of retirement, and they made the comment that they are now terrified of a Labor government taking their hard-earned savings. And what they want is certainty. They know that the challenge of planning for their future is being eroded. They asked me to pass on to the Leader of the Opposition for him to reconsider the franking dividend tax, because they want to have a better opportunity in life. So let me say this. When we consider 900,000 Australians will be affected by your decision and your action, we do not support Labor's policy to deny funding ability of franking credits. Their policy will take thousands of dollars out of the pockets of senior Australians who have retired for their retirement. Under Labor, retiree tax, 84% of individuals impacted on taxable incomes of less than $37,000 will be affected. 40% compared are over 65 years or older. So senior Australians are concerned, and they are raising their voices, and they continue. So the Shadow Treasurer, they want you to pull back on that. They want you to give them the opportunity to enjoy their retirement years, not to put your hand in your pocket and take their funding. They want to have quality of life.
Member for McMahon.
So the member for Bowen, senior Australia. Sorry.
Member for McMahon.
McMahon. Sorry, I'm taken by your name. They don't want you to put your hands in your pockets.
Members on both sides. The Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the member for Hughes, under Standing Order 99. I refer to the member's motion on the notice paper, which relates to the National Energy Guarantee and says that it provides certainty for investors and reduces price volatility. Under Standing Orders, this motion will be removed from the notice paper if it's not selected for debate again. When will the motion be debated again, and has the member sought any intervention to have it debated?
The Leader of the House on a point of order. Members on my left. Members on my left.
Take out the big stick on you in a minute, Anthony.
The member for Grindler. The Leader of the House. I warn you on irony first.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Hughes.
I now call the Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Hughes does not have responsibility for what the selection committee decides, and therefore he is not capable of answering that question.
Members on my left, the Manager of Opposition Business.
Just imagine it's the Engadine Gym.
To the point of order, I refer to your previous ruling on exactly this matter.
Yes, I thank the Manager of Opposition Business. And that previous ruling said that certainly the member who has a resolution on the notice paper can be asked a question. It's well written up in practice, but the only part that is in order is the matters that go to procedure and timing. And I think almost word for word I could say, just because, as I said last time, that the member doesn't control the selection committee, it doesn't prevent him being asked the question. The member for Hughes.
Okay. And you are correct, it is up to the selection committee, but there is a big difference between the previous National Energy Guarantee and one that has a 45% target. The 45% target that you lot over there is a replica, Deputy Speaker.
Members on my left.
A replica of what we have seen in South Australia that delivered the highest electricity prices in the entire world. And that is the policy that the Labor Party wants to inflict upon every single Australian. I'd ask you to think about the old age pensioners sitting at home that are unable to heat their homes in
Members
winter.
on both sides.
You lot don't care one bit about them. Think about the pensioners this summertime that won't be able to cool their heats when it's 40 degrees in Western Sydney. You don't care. If you really cared, you would scrap the 45% target and get on board with the Coalition's policy.
Members on both sides. The Manager of Opposition Business.
I move an extension of time under Standing Order 1.
No, I dealt with this yesterday. By logic, an extension of time can only— no, look, it's very clearly written up in practice. Can I explain this very simple concept? An extension of time can only be moved when someone's run out of time. That's when they need more time. Okay. The member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture. And will the Minister update the House on how the government is providing vital support for drought-affected regions throughout Australia in the industries that we rely on? And would another approach to the economy place farming communities at risk?
The Minister for Agriculture.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the honourable member for his question and his interest in this drought, a drought that is spreading like a cancer right across our country now, even into his own electorate in South Australia. And that's why it's important that we as a federal government give a helping hand to one of the big economic lifters of our nation's economy. The agriculture sector contributes over $60 billion a year to our nation's economy. And that's why this government, to date, has committed nearly up to $7 billion worth of support programs to not only the here and now but into the future. And we've done that by not having to increase taxes, but we've done it actually at a time when we've reduced taxes. We've reduced taxes for small businesses, and those farmers themselves are small businesses who will take advantage of those tax cuts so that when it does rain, they'll recover even quicker. They'll be able to invest back in their properties and employing more people back on their farms, keeping those local communities going. But it's also allowed us to, for the first time in this nation's history, to have a nationally coordinated drought approach ever, with a $5 billion centrepiece that will allow us to reinvest the dividends of that every year after 2020 into research and development, into infrastructure. That's our job as a federal government, is to put the environment and infrastructure around our people, let them grow, let them do the lifting. And that's why we've already complemented the research and development with $300 million a year already, to allow our farmers to have the cutting-edge technology, the science and technology that makes them more productive and allows them to produce the best food and fibre in the world. But then we put the infrastructure around them, complemented with over $1 billion on the table for water infrastructure, to drought-proof our nation, to build that productivity and profitability, coupled with $2 billion worth of regional investment corporation loans to kick-start that drought-proofing right across the nation. And then we've gone deeper to the farm gate. We're tackling pests and weeds that cost the agricultural sector $5 billion a year. Looking at things like exclusion fencing to try and remove wild dogs that are for the first time in decades bringing sheep back to these small regional communities. What that does is bring shearers back, and invariably what the shearer does is leave some of their money at the pubs and servos and cafes in these regional communities. But we're also seeing environmental benefits. We're seeing for the first time in decades the return of koalas and brolgas and small marsupials. But we're also making sure we're working with best science, with the Bureau of Meteorology, getting localised climate guides to give our farmers the tools, the equipment, to be able to make real-time decisions about their stocking density, about their cropping rotations, making sure they've got the cutting-edge technology to ensure that their decisions make them the best money they possibly can that flows back through their community. So this is an investment not only in agriculture, but this is an investment in our nation.
The member for Port Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. On ABC Radio this morning, Malcolm Turnbull warned that giving in to the threats of the member for Hughes to go to the crossbench would be the worst and weakest option, saying, and I quote, "Giving in to threats of this kind is really, it's the antithesis of good government, giving in to threats of that kind." Why does this Prime Minister always choose the worst and the weakest option, including on government policy?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, the premise of the question is false. No such threats were ever made. But when it comes to the weakest option, Mr Speaker, he's sitting right there, Mr Speaker. That's who it is. When it comes to our economy, the weakest option is the Labor Party, Mr Speaker, because only the Labor Party wants to put $200 billion worth of higher taxes on the Australian economy. Only the Labor Party thinks it's a great idea that when the housing market has softened, that you go and hit it with a great big tax when it comes to abolishing negative gearing as we know it and increasing capital gains tax by 50%. Yeah. Only the geniuses that thought it was a great idea to impose the mining tax at its peak level of vulnerability think it's a great idea to impose a housing tax when the housing market is at its peak level of vulnerability, Mr Speaker. When it comes to weakness, when it comes to vulnerability, its name is Labor when it comes to the economy, Mr Speaker.
The member for Wentworth.
My question is to the Prime Minister. During the recent Wentworth by-election campaign, you committed to urgently eliminating discrimination against students on the basis of their sexuality. I draw your attention to recent reports of the brave statement by Finn Stannard, a Year 12 student at St Ignatius College, Riverview, coming out as gay to his school community and that he hopes to start a teaching degree next year. Does the Prime Minister believe that any Australian school should have the right to expel students like Finn or to reject or sack him as a teacher when he graduates?
The Attorney-General. Mr. Cool.
So of course the government doesn't expel a young student, a young brave student like that being expelled. Of course we do not. But let me explain to the House what the issue is that is now before the Senate and which I have discussed with the Shadow Attorney-General. Since 1995, in workplaces and other places, there have been rules of general application, and they have stipulated common-sense things that needed to be taken into account when determining the reasonableness of the rule. So the Human Rights Commission is tasked with the job of determining whether or not a workplace rule that might have an indirect effect on one group of people based on their gender or sexual identity is a reasonable rule. We have committed to the complete removal of section 38(3), which is the section which would allow for the expulsion of any student based on their gender identity or sexual orientation. What we have asked is at the same time that that section is removed, a very modest addition be made to the provisions of the Act at 7b, which tell the decision-maker, at first instance the Human Rights Commissioner, the types of things that they should have regard to in determining the reasonableness of the rule. Now, the reason that we have done that is we think that an equally important balancing issue here is not merely rights of people to be free from discrimination, which are critically important, but also the rights of the million people in Australia who choose religious schools to see those schools conducted in a way that is reasonably consistent with their faith. Now, the example that I've used at several points is the notion that a religious school might have a rule of general application that applies to all students, irrespective of their gender identity or sexuality, that says, at our school, you all have to go to chapel once a week. We think that that is a fair rule. We are not at all convinced that the terms of 7b provide adequate protection. And what we want to put into that section is simply a provision that would draw the decision-maker's attention to two things. If a school has a rule like that, have they taken into account the best interests of the child? And is the rule reasonably necessary to protect the religious susceptibilities of that school? That is all that we have asked for. We could deal with this thing today if we could agree around something as reasonable as that. But as it was the case, what members opposite have insisted on is a bare removal of section 38(3). And, member, we simply do not believe that that achieves the right balance between these two very important and competing rights: the rights of people of Australia of religion to see their schools associate and organise themselves in a way consistent with their faith, and the right to be free from discrimination. We would like to see this passed now, but it has to be a balanced passage.
The Prime Minister.
Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Thanks, the Prime Minister. The Deputy Prime Minister. No, that's. The Deputy Prime Minister is wishing to add to an answer?
Yeah, just to add to an answer. Just to clarify, Mr Speaker, the name of the deceased whilst clearing a fire break was George Bird.
Sorry, I can't hear the Deputy Prime Minister's members are leaving. The Deputy Prime Minister, if you could start again.
Just to clarify, Mr Speaker, the name of the deceased killed while clearing a fire break was George Bird, 21. May rest in peace. I may have said something else. I apologise.
Okay, I thank the Deputy Prime Minister for adding to the answer as soon as he can. The Manager of Opposition Business has indicated a question
thanks,
to me.
Mr Speaker. I have a question for you, which I've flagged with you during question time. There are reports that during question time the journalist Patricia Karvelis was asked to leave the gallery section of the chamber on the basis of dress standard rules that I think none of us have ever heard of before, and that certainly are quite different to what is acceptable on the floor of the chamber. Now, I wouldn't pretend for a minute, given that you've been chairing question time, that you've had a chance to look into it, but can I simply ask that following question time you investigate it, and subsequent to that, if the rules need to be fixed, can we please fix them?
Can I thank the Manager of Opposition Business for the courtesy of flagging that with me during question time, and he quite self-evidently points out that while question time's on, I'm not aware of all of those issues, but I will certainly be making some inquiries, and I'll report back as soon as I can in due course. But I thank him for flagging that with me, and I'll make some inquiries. As I've said, the Leader of the House with papers.
Mr Speaker, of course there are rules about dress standards in
the Leader
chamber,
of the House, yes.
as there are also in the galleries. So I'm sure you'll investigate thoroughly and make sure that those rules are being complied with. Mr Speaker, documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I thank the Leader of the House. Members leaving the chamber could do so as quickly and quietly as possible. And I call the member for New England.
On behalf of the Standing Committee on Industry, Innovation, Science and Resources, I present the committee's report entitled Keeping It in the Region's Mining and Resources Industry Support for Businesses in Regional Economies, together with the minutes of proceedings, and ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted. The member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I think that this has been a report that has been instrumental already in its outcomes. Already we've had Peabody and BHP come back to us saying that they will change their terms of payment to be more immediate with the services provided, in fact within 30 days. This committee managed to cover the length and breadth of our nation from the northwest in the Kimberleys, Port Hedland, right down to Singleton and across to Kalgoorlie. I'd like to thank the members of the committee, especially Luke Gosling, George Christensen, David Gillespie, Peter Cale, Brian Mitchell, who went to every public hearing bar one, but unfortunately he's so good on the road, so bad in the chamber. Unfortunately he's not here at the moment. Ted O'Brien, Tim Wilson, the Secretariat staff that we have worked with, particularly Tim, Susan and Emma. Mr Speaker, I'd like to also note that the essence of this report was also about how much wealth is extracted from an area and how much wealth stays there. Mr Speaker, Australia is envious in our places such as central Queensland as to where is our Dallas, where is our Houston. These areas that have been the beneficiaries of the major oil wealth in the East Texas oil fields, and we have an approximate wealth in coal in central Queensland, but we don't have the cities that other places such as the United States have. And the question always is posed, where has this wealth gone? It is not much use to the people of Emerald, and it's not much use to the people of Rockhampton if the wealth from their area ends up in Melbourne or Sydney or, in some instances, London. It also talked about coal seam gas and how we make sure that people on the land are partners in that industry rather than just exploited by that industry, to make sure that the beneficiaries of the wealth that resides in their area is seen in the towns and the commercial hubs of that area. Mr Speaker, I think also it's worth saying that with the delivery of this report, it is great to see the collegiate spirit that was expressed in the committee members, and so often what people see about politics is this chamber, and yet that is only a very minor part of what happens in this building and what happens in politics. This committee report showed that working together, not only can we deliver a good report, but we can get changes that are immediate, changes that are substantial, and changes that make a huge difference to the lives of the people in the industry. I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned. Sorry. Okay. I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to make a short statement in support of the tabling of the report.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the chair of our committee, who did a good job leading us through what I think has culminated in a great report being tabled today that, as the chair just said, will have some positive effects for people living in regional areas in particular. I want to, as he did, thank the members of the committee, and also to thank the committee secretariat, in particular Susan Cardell, the inquiry secretary Dr Emma Banya, but also Tim Brennan, Tegan Scott and Tamara Palmer. And just want to thank everyone who wrote in to the committee for this inquiry, especially to those who prepared submissions, and to all the witnesses who gave evidence as we travelled around the country. Thank you. I'll just make a quick point that I was very glad that we were able to get the hearing up to Darwin, to my electorate of Solomon. I'm glad that Territorians and peak industry groups also got to have their say, including the Minerals Council, the Chamber of Commerce, the Manufacturers Council, NT Farmers and Charles Darwin University. I won't go into too much detail, Deputy Speaker, but just to say that I think these recommendations essentially detail how we can strengthen relationships, strengthen partnerships and improve the social licence of mining companies to work in communities, between the communities and mining companies, between industry and governments, and indeed between governments themselves. There were a number of recommendations that suggested ways that we could increase the social licence of mining companies by recommending that the federal government consult with state and territory governments on existing legislations, frameworks, with a view to increasing that social licence for mining companies to work in regional areas of Australia. And obviously our sincere hope is that regional areas of Australia are strengthened through that partnership with the mining company and with mining companies and with industry. Just quickly on payment terms, and the Chair mentioned this, that the committee came to a belief that payment terms that were unreasonable were having a really negative effect on the reputation of mining companies in some regions, and that this has a flow-on effect to the community, is detrimental to growth and sustainability and to the functioning of those businesses. For these reasons, the committee recommends that if the industry does not get its act together, that government should legislate maximum payment terms. Developing the regions, one thing I think is worthy of note is some of the positive recommendations that were made in terms of local employment, including Indigenous employment in these regional areas. We all know that FIFO is an issue for regional Australia, and we want our regions to be resilient, sustainable, so we need to get the balance right. And we also need to make sure that there is workforce in regional areas to service the mining industry, because that will be good for regional areas of Australia, and it can be good for mining companies. Just quickly to finish up by saying that the skills of mining that mining companies will require into the future obviously require a workforce that we hope as much as possible can be local, but obviously that workforce needs to be trained with the skills needed by the industry. So part of that is funding of TAFE, funding of proper education opportunities, reskilling where possible, so that local people living in those regional companies have got a great opportunity for those jobs in those regions, and that's obviously got a great effect for families living in regional areas. And so, in conclusion, I want to thank everyone that worked with the Chair and myself. It's great that the other members of the committee will have an opportunity to make some commentary as well. And through these recommendations that were derived from consultation with our community in the regional areas of Australia. It is our great hope that it will mean that regional areas of Australia get a fair go, get a better go, and that will make us better and stronger as a nation. Thanks to all who contributed to this report.
Okay. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The member for New England. Yes, you just need to move the report formally.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I thought I'd already done that. I move the report.
That the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber.
I move that the order of the day be referred. I went right through this list before. I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber. I apologise, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rattled through all this before the member for Solomon had his chance to speak.
Thank you. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the honourable member for Menzies.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, I present the committee's report entitled Compassion Not Commerce, an inquiry into human organ trafficking and organ transplant tourism. And I ask Leader of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Yes.
Leave is granted. Please proceed.
I thank the House. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure as Chair of the Human Rights Subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade to present the committee's final report for the inquiry into human organ trafficking and organ transplant tourism. The development of human organ transplantation surgery over the past half-century has been a blessing for hundreds of thousands of otherwise terminally ill patients all over the world. Since the first kidney was successfully transplanted in 1954, organ transplantation techniques and anti-rejection medications have rapidly developed. The act of organ donation is a tremendous demonstration of the power of compassion to transform the lives of so many people. Australia has a lot to be proud of in the field of organ transplantation. We are a world leader in successful transplant outcomes, and since the implementation of the Organ and Tissue Donation Reform Program in 2008, our donation rate has more than doubled. Australian researchers, doctors and surgeons have led the world in terms of liver transplantation techniques in particular. Australian surgeons have pioneered paediatric liver transplants, segmented liver transplants, and notably in 2006 at the Royal Prince Alfred Hospital in Sydney, a world-first kidney, liver, pancreas transplant was successfully undertaken. In 2017, 1,675 Australian lives were transformed by 510 deceased and 273 living organ donors. There were 832 kidney transplants, 281 liver transplants, 206 lung transplants, 98 heart transplants, 51 pancreas transplants and 1 small intestine transplant. Each of these transplants represents multiple changed lives, not only of the recipients and donors, whether deceased or living, but their families, friends, neighbours, colleagues and others. Organ donation and transplantation touches entire communities. Unfortunately for those Australians waiting for a new organ, demand for donor organs still outstrips supply. Around 1,400 Australians are currently waitlisted for a transplant. A further 11,000 are on dialysis, many of whom would benefit from a kidney transplant. It can take years for a suitable organ to become available. The average waiting time for a kidney transplant is 3 years. Approximately 1 person each week will die before they're able to receive an organ transplant. This shortfall is common to many countries around the globe, even those with donor programs. But there are still countries who have no organ donation and transplant program whatsoever. It is this gap between the number of people requiring organ transplants and the limited supply of freely donated organs which has generated a black market trade in human organs throughout the world. With increased access to international markets, thanks to cheap air travel and the ease in which potential donors may now be located, thanks to improvements in internet connections, organ trafficking has increasingly become a major problem for the international community. It is this illicit commercial market of organ trafficking and so-called transplant tourism. Desperate people, often facing certain death without a transplant, may travel far from their own countries to places such as Egypt, the Philippines or Pakistan, paying tens of thousands of dollars and more for an organ transplant, where the donor is most likely in dire financial straits, possibly exploited, unable to give free and informed consent to donation. The recipient faces much higher risks of infection and insufficient post-operative care than they would receive here in Australia. Organ trafficking, the unethical removal, transfer or commercialisation of human organs for transplantation outside the legal framework, poses severe risks for both organ recipients and donors. It is an illicit trade that changes over time with developments in transplantation surgery techniques, the availability of medical infrastructure, uneven economic development, migration patterns, demographic trends, socio-economic exclusion and the evolution of national and multinational criminal networks. This inquiry by the Human Rights Subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade was prompted in the first instance by long-standing allegations by non-government organisations and individuals about alleged human organ harvesting and trafficking occurring in one specific country. But it became quickly clear, especially through input from expert witnesses, that human organ trafficking is a broad international problem encompassing many countries around the world. The organ trade has evolved and continues to evolve under the influence of forces of demand and supply, technical and medical advances, as well as changes in national and international regulation and law enforcement. The subcommittee has heard from medical practitioners, international bodies, government agencies and human rights advocates. Their evidence was consistent. Organ trafficking is a violation of the rights and dignity of people, and Australia must do more to stop people in our community travelling overseas to support it. What has also come to light is that judgments made about the extent and geographical focus of organ trafficking and transplant tourism a decade or more ago may have limited validity in relation to present trends and circumstances, and this report demonstrates that without the collection of accurate data and adequate analysis, solutions will be difficult to create. This report examines the global prevalence of human organ trafficking and the scope of Australian participation within this illicit trade. The report further considers international frameworks to combat organ trafficking and organ transplant tourism and specifically recommends that Australia sign and ratify the Council of Europe Convention against Trafficking in Human Organs. The report further recommends that the Australian Government pursue a range of measures to strengthen Australia's involvement in international efforts to combat human organ trafficking, improve relevant data collection, support public health education programs, strengthen Australia's legal prohibitions on organ trafficking and thoroughly investigate reforms that would enhance Australia's domestic organ donation program. It should be noted, Mr Deputy Speaker, that surveys show that the majority of Australians, approximately 70%, are willing to donate their organs and or tissue when they die. In Australia, 90% of families say yes to donation when their loved one is a registered donor. Despite this apparent support for organ donation and a majority of Australians believing that registering is important, only 1 in 3 Australians are registered as donors. While 71% of Australians think it's important to talk about organ donation with their family, only half, 51% of Australians, have held this discussion about whether they want to be a donor with their loved ones. This report largely deals with measures that are aimed at suppressing human organ trafficking and transplant tourism. However, a comprehensive solution to this grim trade must involve increasing Australia's rate of organ donation and harnessing the goodwill and overwhelming support of the community to ensure Australians can receive a life-changing organ transplant at home without ever needing to consider entering the murky world of black market organ transplantation. Compassion, Mr Deputy Speaker, not commerce, is the key. Finally, may I thank all the members of the subcommittee in particular who participated in this inquiry. I thank the members of the Secretariat who are in the chamber today and all those who participated in the various discussions that the committee had during the course of the inquiry, and I commend the report to the House, and I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the honourable member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I present a corrigendum to the report of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Broadband Network entitled The Rollout of the NBN in Rural and Regional Areas, Second Report of the 45th Parliament.
Thank you. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Fair Work Amendment, Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill 2018, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Gorton.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think everyone in this place would agree that women should be safe whatever they are doing and wherever they are doing it in our society. Unfortunately, we're here today because they're not. Women don't necessarily feel and they are not necessarily safe. And women need to be safe in their communities, online, at home and in their workplaces. Unfortunately, Mr Deputy Speaker, we do know that this is not the case, with around 17% of women over the age of 15 years who report that they have experienced violence from a current or former partner. Mr Deputy Speaker, our government is committed to addressing family and domestic violence, and it is an issue that demands actions on many fronts, and that is what we are doing. There is no one course of action that needs to be taken to solve this terrible issue, and in fact I think we can call it a crisis in our society. We need to do a variety of things. The bill before us provides for a minimum standard of 5 days unpaid leave for all employees covered by the Fair Work Act, and it is an important step to take now to add to the many, many other things we are doing to protect women and keep them safe from domestic violence and try to prevent domestic violence, Mr Deputy Speaker. This bill adds to the suite of measures that we are taking and that we have already taken. Since we were elected in 2013, we have committed over $300 million to address family and domestic violence. In 2015, we committed $100 million through the Women's Safety Package, which provided crucial funding for 1800-RESPECT, the national telephone and online counselling and information service, which ensures more women can get support when they need it. And we also supported local women's caseworkers to coordinate support for women escaping domestic violence, including housing, safety and budgeting services. In 2016, Mr Deputy Speaker, we then committed a further $100 million under the third action plan of the National Plan to Reduce Violence Against Women and Their Children. This plan set out an ambitious agenda. With the support of key stakeholders and the community, this ambitious agenda will substantially reduce domestic, family and sexual violence in Australia. But, of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, that's not all we are doing. We are developing the fourth action plan at the moment, and work on that plan is well and truly underway. As part of this process, the Minister for Women, the Honourable Kelly O'Dwyer, co-chaired the COAG National Summit on Reducing Violence Against Women and Their Children in Adelaide on the 2nd and 3rd of October this year. Our recent federal budgets have also demonstrated our commitment to addressing family and domestic violence. There were a number of measures announced in the 2017-18 budget. As I said, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have to do a range of things to address family and domestic violence. There is no one single solution. We need a range of measures. And what we announced this year was $55.7 million for community legal centres, so that we can provide frontline family law and family violence services to women who are in desperate need of that support at one of the most difficult times of their life. We budgeted $10.7 million to family law courts to employ additional family consultants who help to prepare family reports to inform the court about risks that may be present to family safety in those cases. We provided $12.7 million to establish parent management hearings, a new forum for resolving family law disputes between self-represented litigants. And we provided $3.4 million to expand the national pilot program for specialist domestic violence units that provide wraparound legal and other support services to women who are experiencing or at risk of domestic and family violence. There were further measures announced in the 2018-2019 budget, which included $22 million over 5 years to address the abuse of older Australians, which affects up to 20% of women who are our senior citizens, and $14.2 million over 4 years for the Office of the e-Safety Commissioner to help make cyberspace safe for women, because, Mr Deputy Speaker, as I noted at the outset of my speech, it is not just, in person that people are at risk. It is often online where women are suffering abuse and violence, and where they are feeling unsafe. We also provided $6.7 million to maintain funding for Domestic Violence Alert, DV Alert, to continue its domestic violence response training for community frontline workers, to support people that are so crucial for women who find themselves in these awful circumstances. We also provided an additional $11.5 million for the National Sexual Assault, Domestic and Family Violence Counselling Service, 1800-RESPECT, over 2 years. 1800-RESPECT, Mr Deputy Speaker, has been a vital support service for so many people, and on the 27th of November this year we announced an additional $10.9 million to fund this service to ensure that it continues to deliver a trusted and valued service to the community. In November, the Minister for Women also delivered the first Women's Economic Security Statement, worth $109 million over 4 years, to shine a light on the obstacles to women in building their financial security and focusing on practical measures to help change that. We know, Mr Deputy Speaker, that when women are financially independent, when they have financial security, they are more able to make the decisions and to leave if that's necessary, to get themselves out of harm's way and to keep themselves safe. The measures in the statement to support women's economic independence are worth $35.6 million over 4 years, and they include several measures to help Australian women experiencing family and domestic violence. We have continued funding to specialist domestic violence units and health justice partnerships, which will also include financial counselling. We are extending early access to superannuation beyond terminal illness and severe financial hardship to those experiencing family and domestic violence, so they can access funds that they may desperately need to help them get to safety. We're funding Good Shepherd Microfinance to provide no-interest loans to help 15,000 women experiencing family and domestic violence to access finance when they most need it, without high interest. These loans can be spent on things like relocating to somewhere safer, finding a new home, on essential household items, and also on rental bonds, which can be a very large upfront expense that women may not have the cash on hand to provide for themselves. We're also funding legal aid commissions to support changes to family law that will ban cross-examination in certain cases where women are escaping family violence and where they fear cross-examination by their ex-partner. And I'm pleased that these changes to family law under the Family Law Amendment, Family Violence and Cross-Examination of Parties Bill has passed the House, and I hope that the Senate will do so as well. The bill before the House now is an important part of the support that working women who are experiencing family and domestic violence need. As I said, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is one of the many, many things that we need to do for women who find themselves in these terrible circumstances. Providing a minimum safety net of 5 days unpaid leave will provide women experiencing family and domestic violence with time off to deal with the impact of that violence, and it will help them know, or it will ensure that they know, that they can be confident their job is protected while they do so. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I've already noted, our government is taking a number of steps to promote the economic security of women, and not just for women who experience domestic and family violence, but women throughout all stages of their life. We're supporting women to be financially independent, whether they're school leavers, job seekers, new mums returning to the workforce, or senior Australians nearing retirement age. One of the most important things, as I noted earlier, is that women are financially independent and they can afford to make the decisions that they need to make for their best self-interest and to keep themselves safe if necessary. And when you have a job, when you can provide for yourself, you can make those decisions if need be. We have added almost 1 million jobs to the Australian economy since September 2013, when we came to government, and significantly 58% of these jobs went to women. And the Minister reminded the House of these fantastic statistics during question time today. In 2015-16 alone, around 90,000 more women than men joined the labour force. These are very encouraging statistics. These are excellent statistics. By contrast, when those opposite left office, women's full-time employment was going backwards. So I'm so proud that we have been able to see more women into work and more women into full-time work. What we're doing on our side of the House is helping women access the job market by providing affordable and accessible childcare, because we know this is one of the biggest barriers for many women who want to return to work. We've started the national rollout of the Parents Next program, which helps eligible parents prepare for employment, with approximately 96% of participants expected to be women, including around 10,000 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women. In the May budget, we committed $64.3 million to establish a jobs and market fund to grow the National Disability Insurance Scheme workforce and service providers, because we know that women make up almost 80% of employees in the health, social assistance and disability care industries. We've extended the pension work bonus to allow pensioners to earn more income without reducing their age pension, and mature age women will benefit from expanded access to the Restart wage subsidy, offering an incentive of up to $10,000 to encourage businesses to hire and retain mature age employees. Women aged between 45 and 70 will benefit from the Skills Checkpoint for Older Workers program. When it comes time for women to retire, or when they want to retire, our government has provided a superannuation system which provides flexibility, sustainability and equity. We have introduced the low-income superannuation tax offset to support accumulation of super for low-income earners. We have levelled the playing field by scrapping restrictions on who can make personal deductible contributions, benefiting 800,000 Australians, including those women working in roles without access to formal salary sacrificing arrangements. In fact, in 2015-16, almost 320,000 low and middle income earning women were paid $100 million in co-contributions. And of course, we have also announced the Protecting Your Super package, which will help many, many women. We're assisting 1.6 million women who are still contributing to low balance accounts by helping to protect their super as well. We know the biggest risk to some of our senior Australian women is actually the retiree tax that the opposition wants to introduce were they to be elected to government, which is going to do a huge amount of damage to people who have worked very hard and saved very hard for their retirement. And we know that women who have retired will be heavily impacted by that policy. Mr Deputy Speaker, our government is doing a range of things to support women experiencing domestic and family violence, but we are not the only ones who are working to support them. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognise some of the wonderful work that local groups and organisations in my community do to keep women safe and to also keep their children safe and support them in their time of deepest crisis and fear. Just down the road from my electorate office is the Marion Life Community Service, which is a not-for-profit community organisation that strives to provide meaningful, flexible and responsive care and support to individuals and families in need. Marion Life is led by Chairman Peter Fowler and Director Leighton Boyd, and it provides a range of services including emergency relief supplies, financial counselling to help support economic security, and a community nursing service to support overall health and emotional well-being. Almost right next door to my electorate office is Uniting Care Wesley Bowden, who also do so much, especially for women and children who are in crisis in my community or in the south of Adelaide, with their southern Adelaide office providing a range of different services. Uniting Care Wesley provide emergency respite care and the Child and Family Mental Health Program. I know they provide particular support for children who really struggle to go to school during times of family upheaval and when they're in their moment of crisis, and they provide excellent economic advice and support and assistance as well. Another wonderful organisation in my electorate is Food Bank SA, who provide food, emergency food relief to so many people in need, but particularly to families who may be in crisis as well. It's the largest hunger relief organisation in South Australia, and I've been very proud to support Food Bank SA in the work that it's done, and I have seen firsthand their wonderful contribution to people in crisis. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill provides, as I've noted, unpaid leave for women in domestic violence situations, and I'm proud to support.
Honourable member's time has expired. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Fair Work Amendment, Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill 2018. Sadly, one Australian woman a week, on average, is killed by her current or former partner. 1 in 3 Australian women have experienced physical violence at some stage after they've turned 15. In October alone this year, 11 women died violently at the hands of men in Australia. This is a national crisis. Domestic violence is the leading cause of death, disability and illness amongst women aged between 15 and 44 years of age. Now, we know that there is no single answer to overcoming the scourge of domestic and family violence. We know family and domestic violence is preventable. We know the policy response needs to be multifaceted. It must come firstly from strong leadership, from government, from business, from the unions and from the community. And we are seeing some leadership from business, the unions and even from some governments, but sadly not as much as we need from the Morrison government. This bill is evidence of that. Sadly, it is a missed opportunity from the Morrison government. While this bill does amend the national employment standards to provide domestic and family violence leave to award-reliant employees, it only provides 5 days of leave, and the leave is unpaid. I do note it is a very small step in the right direction, and thank those opposite for occasionally getting something right. I could make a comment about a stopped clock being right twice a day, but I won't, Deputy Speaker. If the Prime Minister listened to women, he might have a better understanding of why it is necessary for women to have access to paid domestic and family violence leave and why only 5 days leave is inadequate. Anyone who works with victims and survivors of domestic and family violence will tell you that the most dangerous time for a woman is when she is leaving a violent relationship. It often takes a very long time to get to the point where a woman is actually able to leave. Domestic violence is all about control. Perpetrators go to extreme lengths to ensure their victim does not have the physical and financial freedom to leave the violent relationship. It is important that employees who are suffering from domestic and family violence know that they can take leave to attend to issues like obtaining a protection order against the perpetrator, arranging new, safe accommodation, obtaining legal advice, or seeking medical attention, or any combination of these 4. It is equally important that a woman who is planning to leave a violent relationship is not adversely impacted from loss of income through unpaid leave right at the time when she needs to be as financially independent as possible. Labor announced almost a year ago that, if elected, a shortened Labor government would introduce 10 days paid domestic and family violence leave into the national employment standards. Labor is leading on this issue. We know it's an important matter for all Australians. Many other organisations have also been calling for paid domestic and family violence leave, including the Law Council, the Catholic Women's League of Australia, the Australian Human Rights Commission, Rape and Domestic Violence Services Australia, the ACTU and other individual unions. Some businesses have already taken action themselves and provide domestic and family violence leave to their own employees, and I commend these employees, such as Medicare, CUB, Telstra, the NAB, Virgin Australia, LD Australia, IKEA and Qantas, to name but a few. And other governments have shown leadership and taken action to provide paid leave, such as New Zealand, who have legislated a guaranteed 10 days paid domestic violence leave. Deputy Speaker, we can't let the Kiwis beat us in this as well. It's bad enough that they win the rugby all the time.
Queensland and Western Australia provide 10 days paid domestic violence leave to public sector employees. South Australia actually provides 15 paid days of leave, while Victoria and the ACT offer 20. Even the New South Wales Liberal government announced last week that they would provide 10 days paid leave for public servants. Surely Australia wants to be seen as a leader, not a trailing, plodding follower. But this deficient and belated policy is showing us to be just that. But it is hardly surprising when we remember that this government's appalling record of opposing domestic and family violence leave. Senator Cormann outright rejected the notion of domestic violence leave, saying, and I quote, "We just believe it's another cost on our economy that will have an impact on our international competitiveness." And Senator Cash, speaking as the then Minister for Women, outrageously suggested that family and domestic violence leave would make women less attractive to employers, saying that it would act as a, and I quote, "a perverse disincentive." I mean, if you Google out-of-touch inherited privilege, you'll come up with a photo of Senator Cash. Surely. How could someone say such a thing? What an astonishing thing to say, especially when you are the person responsible for representing the interests of women in our federal parliament. How bizarre that you would ever think an employer would not employ a person because of the possibility they might be abused by their partner and require leave to keep themselves safe. This chaotic cluster of Liberals, I'm not going to use the term party, this chaotic cluster of Liberals just don't get it. In 2016, the Abbott-Turnbull government actually prevented 30 public service departments from providing for paid family violence leave in their enterprise agreements. The CPSU argued that the Commonwealth should lead the way in providing paid family and domestic violence leave for its employees. But the coalition government showed their true colours, that they are not truly committed to helping victims of family and domestic violence, even those employed by their own departments. For victims of family and domestic violence, their workplace can be a source of much-needed support, but it can also be a place where the perpetrator of the violence can actually readily target them. The University of New South Wales has reported that 19% of Australian employees experiencing domestic violence actually reported harassment at their place of work. Just imagine the awful dilemma of a woman who has finally taken the very serious and dangerous step of leaving a violent relationship, knowing that the next working day the perpetrator of that violence will know where they are. And not only that, but they will know when they will be leaving that place of work. That is putting a vulnerable victim into an even more vulnerable and dangerous position. If victims of domestic violence don't have access to paid family and domestic violence leave, they won't have the option of not going to work to avoid their perpetrator, and they won't have the ability to take immediate action to have a protection order put in place to stop the perpetrator from coming to their place of work to harass or threaten or even worse. What a difference it would make to the victim's ability to safely leave that relationship if they knew that the next day they will not be in a place where their perpetrator will be able to find them, that they will be able to take immediate action to put in place a protection order so that the perpetrator will not be able to go to their place of work or to the place where they reside. These are important but simple things to put in place. But to a woman leaving a violent relationship, this can be the difference between life and death. It is that serious. Without the ability to access paid family and domestic violence leave, victims will need to choose between their own and their children's safety or their continuing financial security. This is not fair. It is not fair, and it is appalling that this government, that says it actually cares about family and domestic violence, is choosing to put victims in the invidious position of choosing between their family's safety and being able to continue to put food on the table. The workplace is just one element, but an important one, of the family violence policy area. The Productivity Commission has reported that, sadly, victims of family and domestic violence have a more disrupted work history and are consequently on lower personal income, have had to change jobs more often and are employed at higher levels in the casual and part-time workforce. Family and domestic violence has far-reaching adverse implications for victims, including disrupting their working life and lowering their ability to earn a permanent and well-remunerated wage. It is for that reason that it is important to legislate for an appropriate amount of paid domestic and family violence leave to be available to all employees, and not just hope that it will be negotiated into workplace agreements. The women who need this leave the most will not be in a position to effectively bargain. There is a wider economic cost to family and domestic violence. The cost on production in the business sector was estimated by KPMG in 2016 as being around $1.9 billion for the 2015-16 year. The National Retailers Association estimates that almost 45,000 women working in that sector experience some form of family or domestic violence, and with costs to the industry of approximately $62.5 million per annum in lost productivity, absenteeism and staff turnover. The National Retailers Association estimate the direct cost to employers for each instance of violence is about $1,404. Not having paid domestic and family violence leave in place is costing businesses now. We know victims of domestic and family violence already have a tough working experience, and Labor has listened. We've listened to the experts and the people on the front line, the ones who every day are helping victims and their families escape from the horrors of family and domestic violence. The Women's Legal Service Queensland is in Annerley, which is in my electorate. They've been helping women and their children all over Queensland who are suffering from family and domestic violence for over 30 years. Women's Legal Service and similar organisations like them know that action is needed now, and governments need to lead the fight against family and domestic violence. Labor is committed to helping women leave violent and abusive relationships as quickly and as safely as possible. We've made this an immediate and urgent priority. Labor, if elected, will invest $18 million in funding for the Keeping Women Safe in Their Homes program. We'll invest in advocacy and make sure the victims of family and domestic violence are listened to. Labor will back in laws prohibiting direct cross-examination by alleged perpetrators by boosting legal aid funding to meet the increased demand on legal aid. And Labor is committed to legislating for 10 days paid domestic violence leave in the National Employment Standards. Family and domestic violence is not a fringe issue. It's not a women's issue. It's an issue for the whole of Australia. It is everybody's business. If we're ever going to truly combat family and domestic violence, we need everyone, governments, business, community and families, to take it seriously, to see it as the crisis that it is, and for us all to work together. We can do it, but it will take strong leadership. Leadership that, sadly, we're not seeing from this chaotic cluster called the Morrison government. Labor is prepared to lead on this issue. In a recent speech to the Our Watch reception in Canberra, the Leader of the Opposition set out the commitments of a shortened Labor government if elected. We'll develop and deliver a 10-year plan, a national plan, to prevent violence against women and children. We'll establish a national plan advisory group, survivors, advocates, experts, counsellors, community lawyers, people on the front line who know what is needed and where. We'll continue to prioritise dollars and resources for prevention efforts and frontline services. We know how important it is to keep those services funded. Money sure does make a difference. While not all victims of family and domestic violence are women, we know that Australian women are nearly 3 times more likely than men to experience violence from an intimate partner. A shortened Labor government will listen to women. Now, these aren't just words. We already know that half of the MPs in a shortened government will be women. Labor supports this bill, but points out that it is sadly deficient. It does not go far enough to protect vulnerable victims of family and domestic violence. It is the policy of a government that does not listen carefully to women, that does not understand women, and, sadly, has a very obvious and public problem with supporting and keeping women engaged within the Liberal Party. This leave should be paid, and it should be for 10 days. I repeat, this leave should be paid and it should be for 10 days. Family and domestic violence is a national crisis. It's everybody's business to prevent the scourge of family and domestic violence. It's everybody's business to make sure victims and their families can safely leave a violent relationship. It is the government's job to make sure that all workplaces fully support victims of domestic and family violence. So I call on the Morrison government to join with the Labor Party and to commit to 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave. Do it right the first time.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I too rise to speak on the Fair Work Amendment Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill of 2018 and in support of the amendments moved by the member for Gorton. I am extremely disappointed that only 2 government members have seen fit to add their names to the speaking list on this important bill before the House. And only one of those was added just hours ago after Labor exposed this shameful fact to the House. I'm disappointed because I don't think there's any more urgent and pressing law and order issue in this country today than the menace of domestic and family violence. This is a very important bill, but as my Labor colleagues before me have spoken, it doesn't go nearly far enough. And it falls well short of the 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave that the women in this situation need in order to give them the best chance of escaping a violent relationship. Approximately 1 in 4 women, or 2.2 million women, and 1 in 13 men have experienced violence by an intimate partner since the age of 15. Today in Australia, like any other day, police will respond to over 700 cases of domestic violence. And 1 woman is killed in Australia by a partner or an ex every single week. Already this year, 63 Australian women have died due to violence. We have already well exceeded 2017's history of 54 deaths, and we are still 1 month out before the end of the year. While there's a growing awareness of the problem, there is nowhere near enough attention being paid to the solutions, particularly the support required for women. And we know that around 2 out of 3 women who experience domestic violence are in fact in the workforce. So workplaces absolutely have to be part of the solution. We know that financial independence is one of the key predictors of successfully leaving a violent relationship, and access to a steady income can mitigate some of the effects of violence and provide one avenue out of abuse. Paid domestic violence leave is one important way in which to help achieve this, and that is why domestic violence leave is so important, Deputy Speaker. Leaving an abusive relationship can be costly. I'll go to some of those expenses later, but the measures proposed in this bill simply don't go far enough. I mean, it's of no surprise that when this government seeks to amend industrial relations laws to accommodate something like domestic violence leave, that they couldn't bring themselves to get it right. Unlike the Labor Party, which has been in consultation for 2 years across Australia with women, employers, peak bodies and organisations who have been working, who are either experiencing this in their own places or working in frontline services helping to assist this. The government hasn't put in those hard work yards. They're trying to play catch-up now, putting this bill in the House, but they haven't done their homework properly beforehand. The ACTU, in fact, placed the total figure or the costs of escaping a violent relationship at something like $18,000. So that's what we're up against, Deputy Speaker. And this bill was, of course, not prompted by a sudden change of heart or a revelation to members opposite. It was prompted by the Fair Work Commission's decision to include 5 days unpaid domestic and family violence leave into all the modern awards. This became active for 2.3 million workers on awards from August of this year. The government's proposed legislation will amend the National Employment Standards to extend this provision to all employees. It's taken a very long time to get here, Deputy Speaker. Indeed, the government's first committed to taking this action in March of this year. So why are we only talking about this in November? Since then, we've had almost some 14 sitting weeks and tens of bills, dozens of bills that the government have considered far more pressing for this House to deal with that have been coming before here. They have not prioritised women fleeing domestic violence in this chamber till now. Labor supports this bill in principle. Indeed, it was Labor that first committed to deliver family and domestic violence leave back in 2017. And we came to this position, as I said, after extensive conversations with victims and survivors of domestic violence, with frontline workers, with businesses, unions, organisations that deal daily with the tragic impacts of domestic violence. Their overwhelming message that we received was that domestic violence is a workplace issue, and people who have experienced domestic violence deserve the time and support to escape without losing pay. People told us again and again that family and domestic violence leave should be a universal workplace right. We are glad that the government is finally starting to listen. And of course this bill is a step in the right direction, but all of the evidence before us says it falls way short of what is needed. Too many women choose to stay in an abusive relationship because they simply don't have the money to leave. Others quit work because they don't think they'll be able to maintain it and still do all of the things that are needed in order to flee the violent relationship. And this is a horrific outcome, particularly when we know that maintaining a job is absolutely key to successfully escaping a violent relationship. We know that the most dangerous time for a woman is when she is leaving that violent relationship. And of course it's a time when she needs all the support possible. Domestic violence leave crushes stigma and protects employees from discrimination. It shows women that their employer understands, supports and cares for them. It gives them the time and space they need to rebuild their lives while maintaining their financial independence, and of course it gives them the best chance of successfully building a new life for themselves. Leaving a violent relationship is traumatic. It also can be enormously demanding, exhausting and absolutely time-consuming. There are doctor's appointments, trips to the police station, meetings with lawyers, counsellors, financial advisors and a whole host of other services, not to mention house inspections, applications and calls to real estate agents to find a new home. Then there's the locksmiths to fix and to continuously change the locks every time your violent partner tracks you down. And of course, women with children are often finding new schools and making sure their mental and physical needs of their children are looked after. So it's clear that the government's plan for just 5 days of unpaid leave isn't good enough. Labor would like to see the government match our commitment for 10 days paid domestic violence leave. The cumulative stress of finding a safe place to live, seeking out legal advice, accessing counselling services, medical treatment should not be exasperated by the fear of losing your job or indeed the financial hit of the loss of income because of days having to take off work. And this is the very brutal reality for Australian women today. They simply can't afford to go without pay, especially with the extra costs of trying to find bonds, rent money, maybe buying furniture and having to pay for some of the specialist services and counselling services that are required. In making this unpaid leave, the government is essentially saying that only women who can afford to leave without pay should be able to leave a violent relationship, and that is not the message we want to send to Australian women. Too often we hear members of the government bemoaning the scourge of domestic violence, but when there's a real chance to actually do something meaningful about it, their actions rarely match the determination or strength of their words. Indeed, it was this government who removed domestic and family violence provisions from some of the public service enterprise agreements that it was negotiating. And some of the comments of the government members on this matter have been deeply concerning. It wasn't long ago that the then Employment Minister, Senator Michaela Cash, argued strongly against family and domestic violence leave. She even went as far as to say, if it proceeded, women would lose their jobs. This is appalling and, of course, an absolute nonsense, a fig leaf for inaction. If you followed this argument to its conclusion, you might just as well say we need to get rid of carers' leave and maternity leave as they disproportionately needed and accessed by women. Around the same time, Finance Minister Senator Matthias Cormann dismissed family and violence leave as another cost to the Australian economy. This is revealed as a particularly shabby argument in light of the research done by the Australian Institute in 2016, a study which found that domestic violence leave wage payouts actually cost less than 1/50th of 1%, or 0.02% of current payrolls. And even then, these costs themselves are likely to be totally offset by the benefits to the company that they'd receive in terms of reduced turnover and increased productivity. Without this provision, we know that some women are actually leaving work entirely when the pressure becomes too much. And I know this from women who've come to see me in my electorate office, Deputy Speaker. By providing this extremely modest support, employers maintain an employer rather than going through the expensive and time-consuming process of hiring and training a new person. They're likely to be rewarded with a loyal, committed staff member who appreciates the support they have been given. It is worth noting at this point that the private sector is well ahead of the government when it comes to this issue. In fact, there is a terrific roll call of big household names that have already instituted paid domestic violence leave. I know my colleagues have mentioned before, but companies like Telstra, NAB, IKEA, Qantas and Virgin are leading the way in supporting their staff. In fact, there have been over 1,000 agreements with at least 10 days of paid domestic violence leave approved under the Fair Work Act between the beginning of 2016 and the middle of 2017. And this is because these businesses know that it's not only the right thing to do morally, but it also makes sense economically, despite the nonsense being peddled by the Finance Minister. In fact, there is a cost, but it's for the inaction. Indeed, anything that discourages a woman from leaving violent relationships not only hurts her, her children and her community, but it has great, broader economic impacts for our nation. In 2016, domestic violence was estimated to cost the business sector $1.9 billion. But it's not just business that's moving to enshrine family and domestic violence leave. Indeed, Queensland, the Australian Capital Territory and Western Australian governments have all implemented 10 days paid domestic violence leave. South Australia offers 15 days and Victoria has 20. So every Liberal state has now enshrined paid domestic violence leave, and it's not just Australia. In July this year, New Zealand also agreed to guarantee 10 days paid leave for workers experiencing family and domestic violence. So again, like so many other issues, federal Liberal governments find themselves isolated, behind the times and completely out of step with the country and our community opinion. We also need to recognise that paid family and domestic violence leave is just the start when it comes to addressing the menace of domestic violence. There is much more work that has to be done. Labor has a long-standing commitment to invest additional $88 million for a new safe housing fund to increase housing options. We've also committed to boosting legal aid funding by $49 million to meet the increased demand on services resulting from changes that banned the cross-examination laws in family court. I applaud the recent announcements of last week and commitments from a future Shorten Labor government, if elected. And indeed, in my closing remarks, whilst this bill is a step in the right direction, as I said, it's nowhere near Labor's commitment. And it falls well short of what our victims and survivors of domestic violence need, and all of those who work in frontline services. I'd like to pay special tribute to those in my electorate like Nova for Women and Children, Jenny's Place, Tricia's House, Hunter Women's Centre, Got Your Back Sister. These are the women who are working tirelessly to end the scourge of violence against women and children.
Thank the honourable member. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is really pleasing to be able to stand here and support, albeit with reservations, a piece of legislation that is about having some action in helping women escape domestic violence, women and their families. So we are supportive of this bill, which will formally establish the right of all workers to 5 days unpaid family and domestic violence leave, but that's the kicker in it. It's the unpaid bit of it. And that, unfortunately, makes this legislation a bit tokenistic. Clearly the government is following, not leading on this issue, following a decision by Fair Work Australia. And what we really need to see is paid domestic violence leave, and that would require a government to lead on that issue, and sadly we're not seeing that. It is a government, a Liberal government, that has said a lot of words about domestic violence in the 2.5 years that I've been in this place, but there has been so little action. What the amendment today will allow for is that workers can maintain secure employment and be able to access the services and do the things they need to do to escape violence. Many of those things are only able to be done in normal 9 to 5 business hours. So while, look, there's no doubt it is a step in the right direction, it's a pretty small step and it certainly doesn't go far enough. I think we should just look at the problem that we face. 1 woman a week will be killed due to domestic violence in Australia. That is really nothing short of an epidemic. It's absolutely a national tragedy, and for every life that is lost, there are enormous consequences for families and for children. 1 in 6 Australian women has experienced physical or sexual violence by a current or former partner. And over 60% of women who experience violence from a current partner are working. So this is not just something that affects you in the privacy of your own home. It affects you every moment of every day in your workplace, when you're picking kids up from school, when you're trying to cook the dinner at night. It affects every moment of your being if you're in a violent relationship. We also know that when a woman is able to leave a violent relationship, that's when she is most at risk. It's the single most dangerous time for her. And the newspapers have far too many stories showing just what that danger looks like. The practicality of it is that the cost of leaving an abusive relationship is high. There's the cost of relocation, maybe even including breaking a lease, medical and counselling bills, moving house costs, or even the loss of access to a car. And then there's just the time involved. It doesn't take hours to sort out legal and medical things, new schools for children, new childcare arrangements. It takes days and weeks. Now, I have not been in a violent relationship, but I have had to suddenly change where I live as a result of a fire destroying my house. And that experience of one day, one moment having a place to live and the next moment not, gave me a tiny insight into just the logistics of it. Changing addresses on everything, your licence, your credit card, your Medicare card, doing the logistics of re-establishing your life, let alone finding somewhere to live at short notice, including with children. So I really think when we look at the number of days here, 5 days unpaid leave is really barely scratching the surface on what may be required in a worst-case scenario for families, for women, for their children. The Australian Services Union is in a unique position to see the importance of paid domestic violence leave. Their workers are in the front line of family violence. They're in refuges, they're in women's health services, they're in community groups. These are the people who pick up the pieces when lives fall apart and support women and their children going through this whole gamut of domestic violence. Now, the ASU recognises that their own workers should have access to paid domestic violence leave as well. They recognise that paid domestic leave prevents further harm being done to someone's long-term health and well-being. and reduces the risk of that person facing poverty and homelessness. So really what we're talking about is something that, at the right time, makes an enormous difference for what follows. There's no doubt this place needs to do more to support survivors of domestic violence, and Rose Batty has made the point that knowing her workplace supported her while she had to leave to do things like attending court hearings would have made a real difference. It's the workplace where actually it can sometimes be an escape from the violence, but it can be possibly the single most supportive environment to follow through on your decision to leave. Deputy Speaker, last year Labor announced that a shortened Labor government will introduce 10 days of paid domestic violence leave into the National Employment Standards. We have listened to survivors, to frontline workers, to businesses, to the union movement and to organisations who deal with domestic violence daily, and their message is really clear. It's so clear that one government that very rarely gets what the community wants, the New South Wales Liberal government, has actually introduced 10 days paid domestic violence leave for New South Wales public sector employees. And I congratulate them on that. I'm pleased to see that they understand the impact it can have on people, not just on people but on workplaces as well. The government, New South Wales government, has brought in their 10 days of paid domestic and family violence leave per year for every public sector employee, which includes, of course, teachers, nurses, police, and that will come in from the 1st of January next year. I particularly note the words that were said when they made that announcement, and the Minister for Prevention of Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault, Prue Goward, with whom I was a journalist in this place more than 30 years ago, said this. She said, "Paid work is critical in providing financial stability to people experiencing domestic and family violence, which is why the New South Wales government is introducing this important reform to leave entitlements." So it is a purely pragmatic decision as well as a hugely supportive decision for a government to make. And it is very disappointing that this government has not seen the logic of it. It's been noted already in this chamber, but I should also note that New Zealand has brought in 10 days paid domestic violence leave. And the way they saw it was that it was part of a whole of society response, really signalling that this issue is not something that police alone deal with or courts alone deal with. So there's symbolism to this as well, particularly where we're talking about paid domestic violence leave. One of the arguments put by those opposite and others about why not mandating paid domestic violence leave is that it's a cost. But honestly, good, small employers wouldn't think twice about giving their staff time off if they knew domestic violence was involved. They might not have a legal obligation to intervene, but I think, and as a small employer, I certainly would have felt I had a moral obligation to my staff, to my team. Small businesses do know the economic costs of domestic violence to their business, as do large corporations, and the costs are high. The figures vary between researchers, but they're in the millions of dollars. You know, that is what's currently being lost because of a lack of action on paid domestic violence leave. Some of those costs include lost productivity, absenteeism and staff turnover. An academic working in the gender-related violence studies area, Ludo McFerrin, his work says that it's a mistake for businesses to think domestic violence is a personal issue that doesn't affect the workplace. And in fact, he points out that all staff in a workplace are affected. He tells with brutal honesty the reality that victims of domestic abuse talk to their co-workers, and it's often these people who try and help them, and then that's the very thing that puts the co-workers at risk. So the message that Ludo gives to employers is that domestic violence ends up costing them money through lost productivity, but it also affects the safety of all staff. Yet another good reason to be extending this 5 days unpaid leave into something more meaningful. There are already small businesses in my electorate doing enormous things to support their employees. And I'm not going to name the business and I'm not going to name the location where they are, but there is a business in my electorate in the Blue Mountains where one of the staff members did need to leave. They were in a violent relationship and they needed to leave, and they needed to go a long way away. And this business didn't think twice. This was a valued staff member. So they supported this person in leaving, in relocating to another city. And it wasn't just short-term support. They have continued to employ this person, who now works remotely and does her job for this business to the same high standard that she was doing it. It was a small business that was willing to make some adaptations to make it work, and that will have changed the life outcome for this woman. So there are small businesses who go well beyond that because they know that it's so important retaining valuable employees, and actually a bit of flexibility and a bit of help can improve productivity. People who've experienced domestic violence do need support, and for many their workplaces will be some of the most supportive mechanisms that they have around them. We know big companies are also taking far more action on this already than this parliament is taking today. Many companies already provide 10 days paid domestic violence leave, including companies like Carlton and United Breweries, Telstra, NAB, Virgin Australia, IKEA and Qantas. And these employers and many others really pave the way to help reduce the stigma that often accompanies domestic violence. So too many of Australia's unions have been campaigning for paid domestic and family violence leave over many years, and that's led to some subsequent coverage in many Australian workplaces. But this parliament has a role to play in it. We really could be doing more. We could do more than 5 days unpaid leave. 94% of employers agree that employers should take a leadership role in educating their workforce about respectful relationships between men and women. And I know many workplaces would be willing to take a next step to be able to support staff and ideally retain those staff as they've moved through very difficult circumstances. Deputy Speaker, the effects of domestic violence are not only felt while the abuse is ongoing, but they can reverberate for many years after the violence has stopped. And this has substantial consequences for career progression and also for potential future earnings. Where someone has had to leave their job, where their leave has run out and they've exhausted all other avenues and felt they had no option but to leave work to be able to escape their situation, that's where we do even greater economic damage, not just to that individual and her family, but to our whole economy. Victims of domestic violence are more likely to experience food insecurity, to struggle to find affordable housing and to cover the basic essentials like utility bills. Domestic violence victims are more likely to experience anxiety over their ability to support their children, even when compared to others on low incomes. And in fact, it's all intensified for low-income women. So, whether it's a few hours out of a day that someone misses, whether it's a whole day, a few days a week or a few months out of the year, all that missed employment translates into lost income. Providing paid family violence leave means we're not asking victims to choose between foregoing the necessary support that they need for the sake of financial security. And I think that's a very minimal thing for us to be able to do. Certainly Labor is committed to doing this and making sure that victims may be better able to weather the storm of domestic and family violence. We have our $88 million safe housing program, $49 million additional for legal aid funding if we are successful at the next election. Along with things like banning cross-examinations, which we have called for a very long time so that victims of domestic violence cannot be cross-examined by the perpetrator. These are some of the things that we can do, and our announcement last week of an $18 million anti-domestic violence program is another step to make sure that we're doing, as a parliament and as a society and as an economy, everything we can to make this place better for those who have found themselves in a violent situation but have the bravery to leave that situation.
I thank the member for Macquarie. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ACTU President Michelle O'Neill said this recently. In 2018, women escaping violent relationships should not have to choose between their income and their safety, and they should not have to spend their retirement savings or take on debt. Paid family and domestic violence leave is vital for women escaping violence. It's the right thing to do. It certainly is, Deputy Speaker. It's important for the social and economic benefit of this country. It will have a macro impact on this country, but it's important for women and their children particularly. But like so much of what we see in terms of reform in this country, this government has to be dragged kicking and screaming, and they've given a lukewarm response to the necessity of dealing with domestic violence and helping women struggling in circumstances where they're in violent relationships. This is an inadequate response by this government. It's, as many of my colleagues have talked about, very small steps undertaken by a government that really is not listening to the voices of women, whether it's in their pre-selection processes, whether it's in policy or any other aspect of our economic and community life. I commend the Australian Services Union for a very fine submission to the Senate Standing Committee on Employment and Education and Employment, dated the 24th of September 2018, that was an inquiry into the Fair Work Amendment Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill of 2018. A tremendous report, 31 pages, by the Services Union. The Services Union is one of Australia's largest unions. It has 135,000 members, but it's where their membership can be found which is so important. And the reason why this particular union submission is so cogent and so authoritative when it comes to this particular matter. Their members can be found in women's domestic violence court advocacy services, youth and child protection services, out-of-home care for children and young people at risk, family support services, health and mental health services, aged care services, migrant and settlement services, prisoner rehabilitation. I could go on and on, including, by the way, in community legal services that help in frontline legal service delivery for women who are facing these challenges in civil matters and apprehended violence proceedings, or indeed under the Family Law Act. So the Services Union is a very skilled practitioner union in terms of this particular area. So this submission is really very important. It outlines particularly the history and the challenges we face in this country, the impact of domestic violence, and why universal entitlement leave is critical to our country. What we see in the legislation here is simply 5 days unpaid domestic violence leave. It is really pathetic to think that that's what's going to be included in the national employment standards when it needs to be paid. Deputy Speaker, for more than 20 years before I was elected to this place, I practiced in the area of family law and child protection. As an accredited family law specialist I was, and a senior partner of Brisbane CBD law firm. I dealt every day in this particular area and had thousands, if not tens of thousands, of clients who were women who suffered from domestic violence, which takes many insidious forms: family isolation, financial domination, religious persecution, control of people's lives. The impact is massive in terms of the women I dealt with, in terms of their lives, but the impact on their children, the intergenerational impact, can't be underestimated as well. It has been estimated that the impact, at least by KPMG, until 2015-16, the impact on the Australian economy was $21.7 billion a year in terms of the cost of violence against women. And imagine the impact in the workplace. And we get lectures from those opposite all the time about listening to the voices of corporate Australia and free enterprise. Well, corporate Australia and free enterprise
certainly in terms of enterprise agreements, is way ahead of this government with respect to the provision of paid domestic violence leave. I think this government, which claims that they listen to the voices of the captains of industry, should listen and have a look at what is being done in this space to protect women and from the challenges and ravages of domestic violence. If they listened to the voices of industry, they would see that many organisations, and whether it's in local councils or big companies such as Telstra, Woolworths, Qantas, NAB, Westpac, the Retail Trades Association, Virgin Australia, a whole range of these particular companies have paid domestic violence leave policies or clauses in their enterprise agreement. A number of state governments have dedicated paid leave for public sector employees. So why is it this government refuses to do the right thing, as Michelle O'Neill, the President of the ACTU, mentions in a recent press release? It's inexplicable that this government has to be dragged kicking and screaming. And whilst we'll support this legislation because, inadequate though it is, it's certainly a very small step in the right direction, why can't they do the right thing by women? Why can't they do the right thing by those people who are fleeing domestic violence situations, often homeless, often with the challenges and all the problems, the anxiety, the depression, often the threats of violence being continuing from their former partners? Why can't they do the right thing? Why can't they come into this place and, with an amendment to the legislation, to do the right thing? I mean, this leave here, which would be conditional upon experiencing family and domestic violence, needing to do something to deal with the impact on that family and domestic violence. It's impractical to do that thing outside their ordinary hours of work. I mean, that's what they're doing here in terms of legislation. We need giant leaps in this space. And giant leaps are being made by corporate Australia. Giant leaps are being made by state governments, Labor and Coalition, including the Labor governments in Queensland and WA. I mean, we have a crisis in this country, a crisis. Every day, police are called to over 700 instances of domestic and family violence across the country. I mean, the challenges for the men and women of the various police forces who face these things. I mean, what courage, what bravery. You know, think of the often young men and women serving in our police forces around the country having to deal with perpetrators of domestic violence, often armed with weapons and implements, inflicting those that assault and violence upon their former partners or partners, and then police officers having to front up there. Imagine the challenge they face, but imagine the challenges of the women who are facing this each and every day. 700 people who may not have the comfort of being able to miss a day's pay to go and make a police statement, or attend a court hearing, seek medical assistance, or search shelters for temporary accommodation. As I said, domestic and family violence manifests itself in so many different forms: physical, emotional and financial. And we're living in a time, Deputy Speaker, when intimate images are used as blackmail or revenge against a current or former partner. We've seen progress in this space at a state level, but the figures are stark, and many of my Labor colleagues have talked about this. Tragically, 63 Australian women dying at the hands this year of current or former partners, and more needs to be done. The figures from the advocacy group Our Watch indicate 1 in 6 Australian women have experienced physical or sexual violence by a current or former partner, and 1 in 4 Australian women has experienced emotional abuse by a current or former partner. Australian women are nearly 3 times more likely than men to experience violence from an intimate partner. Australian women are almost 4 times more likely than men to be hospitalised after being assaulted by their spouse or partner. These statistics are really alarming. In my electorate, we have a number of organisations to do tremendous work. One of those organisations is the Domestic Violence Action Centre, whose Ipswich community-based project Being Heard has won Crime Prevention and Child Protection Awards, and I attended one recently in Goodna. This is got a focus on education and child safety. It's a program, the initiative of Sinead Noonan, with funding from the Queensland Government and the Ipswich City Council. This is a fantastic service, by the way, and this particular program is geared towards high school students in the Ipswich and Westmoreton region. DVAC have expanded beyond Ipswich into Toowoomba and the Darling Downs, and part of this program is their advocacy and prevention. It's engaging with young people from high schools, students undertaking a semester of domestic and sexual violence education to recognise, experience and respond to controlling and abusive behaviours. That is the subject, of course, those types of behaviours as the forerunner to this particular legislation. It's a practical, pragmatic, hands-on approach to learning about family and domestic violence and healthy relationships aimed at educating young people 15 to 18 from diverse backgrounds in our community, multicultural communities, Indigenous communities, people from the LGBTIQA community. This is really important. Young people are the key to really critical force in reducing instances of domestic violence, and many are currently experiencing unhealthy relationships or family violence, and it's impacting their school life. It's not just the work life of people, their school life, and setting the foundation for future relationships in adulthood. Others are supported by friends or extended family through family and domestic violence. Happy, healthy and contented young people are the best learners, and it's important that we make sure they are supported, because they often are working part-time when they're 15 to 18 as well, and their well-being is important to be guarded. At this particular point in time, in my electorate office in Blair and Ipswich in South East Queensland, you'll see what we've described as an orange lady. It's an inanimate object at the front of my electorate office. I recently attended at the International Day of the Elimination of Violence Against Women. I joined with the Ipswich and Westmoreton Zonta Club. They launched their 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. It runs up against the 10th of December, coinciding with the World Human Rights Day. And the theme of this year's 16 days is End Gender-Based Violence in the World of Work, which promotes dignity for women in the workplace. And how propitious that we're debating this particular point and this piece of legislation today, when that's the theme of Zonta's 16-day campaign across my electorate and elsewhere. The campaign is focusing on highlighting the prejudice and discriminatory behaviours which women in the workforce experience, with the view to eliminating this as a contributing factor to unequal power relationships at the heart of gender-based violence. While the push to prevent women from workplace harassment has been given a focus of intention in the past year, Deputy Speaker, it's important to recognise that often the situation reversed and women require a workplace which provides a safe and supportive haven for family and domestic violence from home. And that's why so many employers are to be commended, and the unions that I mentioned, in particular the services unions, be commended for the wonderful work they do. We announced, Deputy Speaker, that if elected we will implement 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave. Paid domestic violence leave is a policy we took to the last election. It remains our policy. We're committed to it. We're making sure that if we do that, we'll provide additional funding for legal aid, help for women in their homes, making sure that women who particularly have had their Sunday penalty rates cut will be in a position where they don't have to show up for work on Monday following an instance of domestic violence because that particular woman is worried she won't be able to put food on the table or pay the school fees or the health costs for her family. We think this is particularly important, and I was pleased to see that we are following the lead of, in my home state, the Palaszczuk government, which provides for 10 days leave on full pay for full and part-time workers and 10 days unpaid leave for long-term casual employees. The Western Australian McGowan government has done a similar thing with respect to public servants, making sure that they get access to paid parental leave. And like so many countries in our region, New Zealand has been at the forefront of this, and we are simply catching up because they've had this since July last year. I want to pay tribute to the Leader of the Opposition and for their recent announcement that we will provide critical funding to keep women safe in their home, that we will restore what I think was a tragedy that the Abbott government did, getting rid of the National Plan Advisory Group, which I think they should never have done. That will assist in terms of the advice and development of a new 10-year national plan for tackling domestic violence, pushing this important issue through the COAG process. The legislation before the chamber is simply not good enough, but we'll get our vote.
Thank you. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Braddon.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this piece of legislation before the House. It is quite disappointing, though, that this does not go far enough, and it's heartening to hear my fellow colleagues on this side of the House talk about the reasons why this piece of legislation doesn't go far enough to support those victims of domestic violence who, as we know, predominantly women, predominantly on lower incomes, who do need paid leave of at least 10 days to ensure that they can do what they need to make their lives better for not just themselves but, of course, the children they may have in their care. We know the facts of domestic violence in this country and we know how shocking it is. We know that at least one woman every single week in this country is killed by a partner or a family member as a result of domestic violence. It is a national crisis, and this government has been slow to act on this. When you have at around 800,000 women in this country experiencing violence at home this year, it is quite shameful that this government is not taking this matter seriously in supporting the victims of family violence. This piece of legislation was introduced on the 13th of September. We're now in December to debate this. This has been on the books all of last week to debate, with one member of the government speaking on this piece of legislation. It saddens me that that is the case of this parliament on such an important issue, when the minister at the time, in March this year, said that they would introduce legislation as soon as possible to extend the same entitlements that other workers have to access family and domestic violence leave. That was in March this year. We're now at the end of the year, the last sitting week, and we're just getting around to debating this, so hopefully we'll have this debated today. But Labor recognises how hard it is for victims of domestic and familial violence to leave a relationship, and it's heartening to hear people on this side, my colleagues, express their understanding of this issue and what we will do to support those people that are experiencing domestic violence with 10 days paid leave. 10 days paid leave. We know how long it can take for victims and their children to recover from domestic violence. There are sacrifices and challenges of surviving family members. The time that it takes to meet with police, with lawyers, real estate agents, the schools and doctors all takes time. And all those services are available during the workday. Counsellors, schools and childcare centres all operate within business hours. Hours upon hours of finding somewhere new to live, packing up belongings, moving to a new house, finding a new school, or childcare arrangements, talking to children's support groups, doctors, counsellors, teachers. That all takes time, and that all happens during a workday. Changing bank accounts and other financial arrangements, appointments with Centrelink, to apply for or change personal benefits, meetings with police, with lawyers, to apply for protection orders, and of course attending court hearings all takes place during working hours. If a victim has to take time off work to do these things to keep themselves and their family safe, they should be able to count on continuing to receive an income and being able to go back to work, continuing to receive that income. To escape a violent relationship, victims have to take that time off work. There's no other way around it. There's absolutely no other way around it. And the Senate did an inquiry into this legislation, and one of those giving evidence was the Australian Human Rights Commission. And in the government's report, it's mentioned the interaction with work. And the report says, and I quote, "Financial security can be a critical determinant of victims' ability to escape violent and abusive relationships. Employment improves affected workers' ability to remove themselves and their children from abusive family relationships and maintain, as far as possible, a decent standard of living." So my question is, why should a victim of family violence be financially impacted because they are a victim of family violence? Why is that the case? And it's pleasing that so many businesses in this country are supporting what Labor will do if elected and providing 10 days of paid leave, because they understand that a victim of family violence should not be financially disadvantaged because of what they have to go through. We know that the most dangerous time for a woman or any victim of family violence is when she's leaving or he's leaving a violent relationship. Without paid leave, victims simply don't have time or resources to find a new safe place to live. And we see and we understand how difficult it is, and we understand on this side the costs. Removalists, new utility connections, new phone lines, lawyers, rental property bond, plus paid rent in advance, court costs, childcare, counselling, new house set up with appliances, food and furniture. Family violence victims are telling us that they need, and Labor is listening to what they need. To leave, they need to leave. 10 days of paid leave. In my electorate of Braddon, family violence is very, very sadly prevalent. I come from a place where multi-generational family violence has been happening for decades and is still happening today, where victims have less opportunity to escape. Traditionally, we just haven't had the services available. We don't have enough lawyers. Many of our residents are isolated with less public transport, regional spaces where many just aren't aware of services and options. As a result, family and domestic violence in regional areas like Tasmania's northwest are highly complex and will often take the victims a lot longer to process. With limited services and long waiting lists, the trauma increases and is compounded. Clients of organisations like Bernie's Office of the Women's Legal Service Tasmania often require numerous appointments with the counsellor before enough trust is built so they can feel safe enough to share their experiences. These clients will often have to travel a long way just to sit down with someone for an hour to talk about their domestic violence experiences. And I'd like to, at this point, pay tribute to departing CEO of the Women's Legal Service, Susan Fay, on her amazing work that she's been doing in this space for about 16 years in the Women's Legal Service, and her strong advocacy for issues like this. I wish her all the best in what happens in the new year for her. But these people that come to services like the Women's Legal Service come from all walks of life, from other sectors across the workforce in my electorate, whether it be mining, forestry, dairy or tourism. People who are suffering significant trauma, shame, fear and dealing with the enormous stigma that is still attached to these experiences. In situations of domestic and family violence, a child's safe place should be their school. For adults, it should be and is their place of employment. Adults may feel they have nobody else in their life they can trust enough to disclose their situation to. For many victims, their workplace is their only support mechanism. Their work colleague, sometimes their employer, may be their only support in these situations. And a lot of claims as to why the government's not putting forward paid leave is the impact on small business. But I doubt there'd be very many employers who would not want to value their staff and support them in any way possible, and giving them paid leave is the best way to do that. They come to work to feel safe, sometimes after being up all night, terrified and terrorised, dealing with an abusive or drunken partner, dealing with children who are frightened and confused. They come to work to feel safe, but often their capacity to do the job is impacted. They become unreliable in getting to work or start making mistakes at work. A national employment standard that offers a victim 5 days of unpaid leave is inherently cruel and is moving well beyond the pace that is currently being set by many employers on this issue. It is not safe, it is not supportive, it is using a system as a means to perpetuate the violence. The minute an employer says, "Here are your 5 days of unpaid leave to attend court," they are penalising the victim. This legislation will make it even harder on domestic violence victims and domestic violence perpetrators, and will impact the organisational climate on employees' sense of well-being in their workplace. It lacks compassion, it lacks understanding across the entire community. And what this government is offering is a belated effort and, frankly, completely inadequate. The Minister for Women has said, and I quote, "People do have access to personal and carers leave. People do have the ability to take unpaid leave. And that's the price you pay for being a victim of family violence under this government." And the former Minister for Women is on the record for saying that domestic violence leave would be a perverse disincentive to employ female workers. I mean, that's just quite ridiculous. Quite ridiculous. So what happens with the extra 6 million predominantly women workers that this leave will cover. Does that mean they're not going to be employed because they're going to take unpaid leave? Given they will be covered regardless under this new legislation, but of those extra 6 million workers, how many are likely to come forward and seek the support required from their employer if their employer makes the process difficult for them to come forward at all? They are faced with choosing between getting help or toughing it out and paying the bills. Now, also in this Senate report that was put forward, and I'm talking about the dissenting, there's also a dissenting report, but the Rape and Domestic Violence Service Australia gave evidence, and they noted that 1 in 4 Australian households possess less than $1,000 in cash savings, whilst people suffering from family and domestic violence suffer a 25% loss of income associated with abuse. Victims are therefore more likely to experience food insecurity, to struggle to find affordable housing and to cover the basic essentials like utility bills. And the Rape and Domestic Violence Service Australia therefore stated, and this is in the report, that paid leave is essential in achieving safety for victims. But what is this government doing? Not giving that to over 6 million Australian workers. So workers should not be forced to choose between an income and safety. I think that's the crux of what we're talking about here today. But what we should also acknowledge is the work that we've been doing on this side of the House. The government seems to think that the only option for a victim of family violence is to leave the home, that they, under this government, have the right to access superannuation early. That is a cost to that person. Again, a cost to that person which may be helpful in the short term, but in the long term is a cost, because that money will no longer be there for them in retirement. But had they had paid leave, they wouldn't have to necessarily dip into their superannuation. And we know that the victims of family violence are predominantly women. They have less money in their superannuation funds, but that's the option that the government put forward. They also have put forward a Good Shepherd, increase in Good Shepherd microfinance under the no-interest loan scheme, which again is a good incentive for people that do need to maybe buy a new fridge. But again, it's this, I don't know, this perverse understanding that all victims of family violence must leave the home. And then therefore, most victims of family violence are women, they have low and less income, and they're going to go into debt for a considerable period of time to pay off this loan because they need to leave the home. But Labor, on the other hand, while we're supportive of these measures, they certainly do not address the issue around that not all victims of family violence should leave the home and should be financially worse off for doing so. And I'm really pleased that Labor will not only invest in $18 million over 3 years to ensure that keeping women safe in the homes continues after the government has confirmed it was cutting funding to the program. This is a program to keep women in their home or victims of family violence in their home, but also committing to a new 10-year plan for reducing violence against women and their children. And I think this is important to note because the government doesn't seem to really understand that it's also important for women to feel, and victims of family violence, to feel safe in their home. And this program will provide practical help for women and their children in their homes, allowing them to live safely away from perpetrators through expert safety assessments and safety planning, home safety upgrades and devices such as new locks, alarms, cameras and safety phones, and screening for bugs to ensure privacy and supporting women in enforcing apprehended violence orders. Everyone deserves to feel safe in their home, and women should not have to choose between their home and their safety, and neither should their children. This is something the government seems to not take any notice of, that women who are on less income, less superannuation, under the policies that they've put forward, will be financially worse off, not supported to stay at home, not supported to earn an income whilst they're dealing with the matters to address the violence that they have been subject to. And safety shouldn't be conditional on where you work. We, on this side, recognise and acknowledge those employers already offering support of paid leave to their employees. Employers like Houston's Farm in Tasmania, the first privately owned business in the state to offer paid leave to employees affected by domestic and family violence. In Tasmania, around 50 cases of domestic violence are reported each week, and Houston's Farm recognises that as an employer of over 200 workers, that they too share a responsibility to recognise and respond to these issues. Paid leave is offered to both the victims of domestic violence and those who are accused of perpetrating it. And this is the paid leave that Labor supports fully. Perpetrators need to access the same paid leave as victims. This needs to be available to everyone, irrespective of gender, identification, and who is experiencing family or domestic violence. They need to get help. They need money to do that, and only this side of the House will acknowledge that support and provide it if we are fortunate enough to form government next year. Thank you.
Thank the member. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. And I call the member for Hindmarsh.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise as well today to speak in support of this bill because this bill is an absolute minimum that should be legislated. But in reality, as other speakers on this side have said earlier before me, we know that it doesn't go far enough. We know that it doesn't deliver the things that are required from someone escaping domestic violence. And it should provide for paid family and domestic violence leave. And I say so because we know that when you're in a domestic violence situation, in a household where you are threatened, where your safety is at risk, there is an urgency about that matter. It's not something that you can plan and do and think out thoroughly before you take any action. Action is required immediately. And in many cases, that action is escaping that house as quickly as possible, or that residence as quickly as possible, for the safety of yourself, your children and other family members. So therefore, to do something along those lines, to get up and leave, you require some form of payment. So if you're not getting paid for this leave, it affects you economically, which then affects the things that you have to put in place, which are immediately, and that is finding a new residence. And if you're lucky, you might be able to find something in a few days. Second best would be to go and stay with friends, relatives, etc., or in a safe home somewhere that are provided. But the matters and the actions that that person takes are urgent. You need to put your family and your kids in a safe place. You need to provide food for them. You need to provide perhaps a bond for rent. You need to do a whole range of things, and to not have any pay for that period puts an extra burden on that person. It could prevent them from leaving a very dangerous place, and in turn meaning that their lives are at risk, their well-being is at risk. So therefore, even though we support this bill, we do so because it's an absolute minimum that anyone can do. But in reality, as I said, it just doesn't go far enough, and it should provide for paid family and domestic violence leave. Mr Deputy Speaker, extensive Australian research and international research tell us that family and domestic violence can happen to anyone. It occurs in all ages, postcodes, socio-economic groups. It doesn't matter what religion you are, what race you are, what colour you are, what your socio-economic standing is. We've seen that through surveys and through research that's been done, it happens at all levels, in all levels, and it could happen to anyone, basically. It impacts individuals' families, it impacts the entire community, it impacts the economy as well, because it has this ripple effect. Mr Deputy Speaker, while both men and women may be living in a violent situation or relationships, domestic violence is nearly always perpetrated by the male, and the victim is almost always a woman. Not in all occurrences, but the majority is. And almost 1 million women, up to 70% of women living in a violent relationship, are in the workforce. So that's 1 million women that are in the workforce and may at some stage require to have things put in place, such as domestic violence leave, for their own safety. These women are more likely to have lower incomes, a disrupted work history, often have to change jobs at short notice, because if you're moving around, or perhaps you have to leave the suburb you live in, or the city, or the town, or the area that you live in, it means that it's very difficult for them. as I said, these women are more likely to have lower incomes, disrupted work history, often have to change jobs at short notices, and are very often in casual or part-time work. Now, Deputy Speaker, 60% of these women have children whose lives are seriously impacted by living with violence. The effects of a violent household has massive effects on children. We know this through research and many other things. Domestic and family violence clearly impacts the workforce. It's a workforce health and safety issue as well, because if that person is not well at work, it affects the safety, it affects your outputs, but it also affects the whole workplace. And prior to coming here, when I had my 3 years out of this place, I did some work for a great union, the Australian Services Union. And a particular case that has stayed in my mind was a woman who had been pulled up by management and had been given a warning about her work. And the warning, she had left home because of a domestic violence situation, and her partner was calling up to 10 times a day. And someone complained that we're taking all these particular calls. She was called into management and she was told to stop talking on the phone or to tell this person to stop calling, otherwise your job is at risk. Now that is a situation which I counted. And this wasn't a very small business, this was one of the major banks. I won't name them and shame them, but this was one of the major banks that had put this woman through this. She contacted her union at the time, and I happened to be the person that was looking into it. We sat down and negotiated, and the warning had been taken off. But obviously, this particular manager had no idea of the workplace arrangements that have been put in place in a big bank like this particular bank, and he obviously wasn't following the protocol of this business. But there's this little situation where the person who had left the domestic violent household was being harassed at work by the partner because he was making so many phone calls and turning up to work. She was the one that had been given a warning and that her work wasn't up to scratch. So that is a situation that can happen, and we need a good education out there to let people know that domestic violence affects everyone that you're involved with, your children, your family, the community, and certainly the workplace itself. Mr Deputy Speaker, a person with a job is far more likely to leave a relationship and because they obviously have some form of income. But if you cut that income when you take your leave for domestic violence, that doesn't assist the situation. That's why it's critical that paid domestic and family violence leave is available as a universal right to all Australian workers. It is very important and is a fundamental right, because this is happening through no fault of your own. Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't think anyone should be forced to choose between their income and their safety, or the safety of their family. And as I said, a lot of people will not take action because you need time to put a whole range of things into place if they know that they will be not receiving any income. And this bill merely provides 5 days of no income. Nothing to help pay the bills that are associated with it, bonds for new premises if they're renting, to shift, to move furniture out of the house, things that are required, nothing to help them move to a safer home, to a safer environment, and nothing to keep the lights on, to pay the power companies, etc., to keep a household going. Deputy Speaker, working women, we know, need time and financial independence to make themselves and sometimes children safe. And as I said, no worker should have to choose between keeping their job and keeping their family safe. So we need at least 10 days paid leave. Research and other studies that have done shows that 10 days is pretty well an absolute minimum, but you need those 10 days to provide pay as well, which gives the person a better opportunity, knowing that they're still getting paid, to be able to take action to leave that violent situation of a very dangerous place. Deputy Speaker, the New Zealand Government has already guaranteed 10 days paid leave, providing that it is possible at the national level. Proving that it's possible, at the national level. This government needs to do more to assist women, Deputy Speaker, who are being killed every week. We see on statistics 1 woman being killed every single week by abusive partners. And we've heard some horror stories over the last few years, some dreadful things that have happened. And these have all been women that were subjected to domestic violence. Now, some of those women, if they were working and had paid leave, who knows? Their situation could have been very, very different, and we don't want to see any more women killed because of domestic violence. Now, as I said, we are supporting this bill, and it is a very small step in the right direction. I'd like to back all those surveys and research that's been done and all those experts who say that you need paid leave. You need paid leave to leave, and you need 10 days pay as a minimum, which is also the 10 days which is the recommended period. Deputy Speaker, I'm proud that the union that I work for, the Australian Services Union, and I am a member and have been a member for nearly 30 years, ASU members working in the frontline DV services as well. So we had members who were working in domestic violence services, and I've spoken to some of them over the years and just recently, and they've told me how long it can take to recover from having been in an abusive relationship. It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen over a week. It takes time to meet with police, to meet with lawyers, real estate agents. You might need to see a doctor, counsellors for yourself, for your children, to talk to school teachers, to the principals of your schools, to let them know what the situation is of those kids' families, at childcare centres, and many, many other services that are needed to escape violence. And these services, most of them, are only available during business hours, so while that person is working. So you need that time off to be able to access these services, to talk to people, and to get everything into balance. To escape a violent relationship, you need to have time off work to attend these appointments, but you also desperately need the money. That is the part that isn't covered in this bill. You need the money you earn in your job to pay for everything that's required. And as I said, solicitors, removalists, rental bombs, and the first month's rent up front in most cases, gas, electricity connections, phone line, counselling, doctor's appointments, new furniture, appliances, and the list goes on and on, sometimes a new school. Travel expenses to get to all these appointments as well if you're not driving, and if you are driving you need petrol and parking. So all these things add up, and we know that if there's no money to pay for all these things, well then that person may think that they cannot leave that situation they're in, and we're putting them at risk, and we don't want any of those people to be one of those statistics that I just read out earlier, 1 woman per week on average. So I know that the ASU and this side has been campaigning for decades for paid domestic and family violence leave. One workplace, one enterprise agreement at a time, and I was part of that, and it was interesting to see a lot of the workplaces were taking it up. And I agree with the ASU that's done the research and many other things, that this entitlement shouldn't just be accessible to workers lucky enough to be employed in a well-unionised workplace with enterprise agreements where they know that they have the support of their workplace, of the agreement that's in place and of their union, but it should be a universal entitlement for all workers, Mr Deputy Speaker. So I take my hat off to the people that are constantly advocating for the continual advocacy in this important space, particularly the South Australian State Secretary of the Australian Services Union, Ms Abby Spencer, who has been championing this in South Australia. And I know that some of our councils in South Australia have taken this on board. And many of them, Mr Deputy Speaker, have signed up to be a white ribbon workplace as well. And there's a whole set of criteria they have to go through. And many of our workplaces in South Australia have signed up so they can show that they are doing something for domestic violence. But as I said from the start, we're supporting this bill. It's a minimum step that we can take. But if you really want to make it work, if you really want to assist women who are in a situation that they have to flee from because of to protect their safety and the safety of their children, we need 10 days paid leave so they can afford to pay for the things that are required. And certainly if they're not getting paid when they're working, we don't want them to stay in this very dangerous situation.
I thank the member for Hindmarsh. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Kingston Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I speak in support of the amendment that's been moved by the member for Gorton, the Shadow Minister. This is a very, very serious issue. By this time today, and sadly on average each and every day, police across Australia would have already dealt with hundreds of domestic violence matters. That's hundreds of victims each Monday, week in, week out, of the uncivil war of family violence that continues across our nation. But it simply can't be left to police and our first responders to intervene and help pick up the pieces of broken lives on a Monday or any other given day across our nation. In this place here, we have a responsibility to do all that we can to help those out there, not only to prevent situations of domestic violence, but also to provide comfort, support and services for those that are victims to help get their lives back on track and, importantly, to ensure that their kids are safe. It's a responsibility, of course, to the victims and their families, along with those hard-working members of our police forces. On the 23rd of November, a couple of weeks ago, I was walking alongside a number of members of the New South Wales Police Force, Eastern Beaches and Botany Bay local area commands on the White Ribbon Walk to stop domestic violence against women. And the walk takes place every year from the top of the hill at Randwick all the way down to Coogee Beach. And during that walk, the time we took in that brief time, which was about 15 minutes, it really put into perspective the difficulties and the challenges that we have around combating domestic violence, not only in Australia, but unfortunately in other countries where the situation is much worse. For the police, so much of their time is spent on the front lines, and yet for the victims of domestic violence, all of their time, all of their life is consumed with simply surviving, simply trying to get through the day when they know they are going to be targeted by someone who's been violent against them or will be violent against them. So what can we do as legislators that uses our time in this place to make sure that we're supporting those? We can take the time to do all that we can to help women and their children live another Monday and more. It's shameful that so many from the other side just can't be bothered to speak about this issue. And if you look at the speaking lists that have been circulated in the parliament over the last 2 weeks, not just this week, unfortunately there's a sparse number of MPs from the government side that have been willing to speak on this issue, about something that really is a national tragedy. Family and domestic violence leave is crucial for women to be able to leave abusive relationships with their life. One woman a week is murdered by a cowardly Australian male, and we know that the most dangerous time for a woman is when she is leaving that violent relationship. Deputy Speaker, so many of the cases of violence against women in this country and in others occur during that vulnerable time when a woman has decided to leave a relationship and conveys that to her partner or ex-partner. At Coogee this year, we heard the harrowing story of a woman in that exact situation who spoke very bravely about her circumstance and her decision to leave her partner. And this woman was very well educated, she was a doctor, and decided to leave that relationship. And unfortunately, in the process of doing that, was violently assaulted by her partner and he threw petrol on her and tried to set her alight. Thankfully, she was able to survive. However, it perfectly highlighted that the most vulnerable time for a woman in a relationship is when they do make that decision to leave what has been an abusive relationship. Sure, in circumstances where women have to do that, there are many, many things that turn their lives upside down. They need to find new accommodation, security, often get an apprehended violence order through the police force, to seek treatment for injuries, and perhaps to attend court appearances associated with the horrible acts that have been perpetrated against them. It's all-consuming, and, Deputy Speaker, it's costly. It costs these women in these situations a large amount of money. The cost of relocation, of medical and counselling bills, increased transportation costs due to moving or losing access to a car, as well as lost earnings. It all adds up. And if women need to take time off work to do these vital things, to help keep themselves safe and, importantly, their kids safe, then a woman in that situation should not have to worry about the tenure of their position with their employment. They shouldn't have to worry about losing pay to do so. A woman in that situation should be able to count on continuing to receive a paycheck and being able to go back to work. That is a fundamental human right that we as legislators should be able to provide to women in that terrible and shocking situation when they are at their most vulnerable. And unfortunately, to date, this parliament has not been able to do so. And this government has ignored the pleas of victims groups, of a number of other state and territory jurisdictions, of employers who are already providing this type of leave, a number of welfare organisations, of legal bodies that say this is the right thing to do and it's a sensible reform to make. Yet this government, this hopelessly out-of-touch government, continue to stonewall and not provide that important support for victims of domestic violence. It is one of the most shameful aspects of this government at the moment, and let's face it, there are many. Victims of family and domestic violence need paid leave. And last year, Labor demonstrated that we are listening to those victims and their family and friends when we announced that a shortened Labor government will introduce 10 days of paid domestic violence leave into the national employment standards if we are elected. And we're disappointed that this government has refused to join us in this important commitment. We've listened to the victims. We've sat down with them and heard what they've had to say about this issue. But the government continues to ignore their pleas and continues to find excuses not to provide that legislative protection in our national employment standards. We've heard from frontline workers, from businesses, from unions and organisations that deal with domestic violence victims on a daily basis. Their clear message is that people who have experienced domestic violence need more support in the workplace. This is not a matter that's confined to the home. It's not a matter that we say anymore, listen, that's something you have to deal with at home, don't bring that to work. Because we all know that when you're a victim of such horrifying acts as this, you can't separate them from your workplace. For some women, their workplace is actually a support mechanism. Their work colleagues, sometimes their employer, may be the most important support that they have in these difficult situations. And other jurisdictions have introduced domestic violence leave, paid domestic violence leave. And Labor believes that Australia's federal workplace system should also provide this important workplace entitlement. For example, in July this year, the New Zealand government legislated family and domestic violence leave guaranteeing 10 days paid leave for all workers who are experiencing violence and need to escape. Queensland, Western Australia and the ACT all offer 10 days paid domestic violence leave to public sector employees while South Australia offers 15 and Victoria 20. Many employers already provide paid family and domestic violence leave to their workplaces and to their workforces through enterprise agreements. The Male Champions of Change Playing Our Part report 2015 suggests that, quote, 10 days paid leave appears to be a developing norm, end quote. Well, not if you're a member of this government, Deputy Speaker. If you're a member of this government, you've still got your head in the sand when it comes to listening to victims of domestic violence. You are so out of touch that you can't hear the pleas of those victims who are saying this should be a human right, that if someone is a victim of domestic violence, they deserve the time off to ensure that they can get their family and, importantly, their kids safe and get their lives back on track, and that employers should be in a position to support that. Many employers, as I said, already provide these services and through enterprise agreements. There's more than 1,000 enterprise agreements approved under the Fair Work Act between 1 January 2016 and 30 June 2017 that provided for 10 days or more paid domestic and family violence leave. The companies include some of Australia's largest: Carlton and United Breweries, Telstra, the National Australia Bank, Virgin Australia, IKEA and Qantas. These employers and many others have paved the way and helped reduce the stigma that often accompanies domestic violence. So too have Australia's unions. They've, for long periods now, campaigned for domestic and family violence leave over many years and negotiated that important coverage in domestic enterprise agreements. And it's now time that the Commonwealth Government, that this parliament, did the same thing. All of these organisations, victims, their families, victims groups, welfare organisations, state and territory governments, employers, the trade union movement have been saying for well over 5 years now, this is a reform that is long overdue. It's a basic human right that should be provided in our workplace relations system to victims of domestic violence. Now, Labor knows that many small businesses where employees and employers have a close working relationship already support their staff to take paid leave to deal with consequences of domestic violence. And while we do not anticipate that there will be a significant uptake of all 10 days leave, it's crucial that it is available for those women who need it. And it's available at that crucial time when they are trying to leave those violent relationships and ensure that their family, in particular their kids, are safe. Research by the Australia Institute in 2016 estimated that domestic violence leave wage payouts would be equivalent to less than 1/15 of 1%. So we are not talking about a cost burden here for employers. The study also found that the costs to employers associated with those payouts are likely to largely or completely be offset by the benefits to employers associated with the provisions of paid domestic violence leave, including reduced turnover and improved productivity. We all know it's a simple formula, Deputy Speaker, that if an employee gets the support that they need in the workplace, is a happier employee in the workplace, then they are going to be more productive. So it's really disappointing that it's taken this long for the government to move from their absolute opposition to family and domestic violence leave to their belated support for unpaid leave. And while this bill is a step in the right direction, it simply doesn't go far enough. Other jurisdictions have gone down the track of paid domestic violence leave. And it's time that this Commonwealth Parliament woke up and listened to those victims who've had the most horrible and horrific acts perpetrated upon them. It's time that we, as a Commonwealth Parliament, listen to those victims. It's time that we supported 10 days paid domestic violence leave, and it's time that this government supported Labor's approach and Labor's policy for this Commonwealth Parliament to provide that leave through the national employment standards. It should provide for paid domestic and family violence leave.
I thank the honourable member for Kingsford Smith. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, violence and abuse against women exists in many forms. It can be physical, it can be emotional, it can be financial. And now, in the information age, it can also come in new forms, like the sharing of non-consensual intimate images. Deputy Speaker, we've heard these statistics endlessly. On average, one woman is killed every week by a current or former partner. 1 in 3 women has experienced physical and/or sexual violence perpetrated by someone known to them. 1 in 5 women over the age of 18 has been stalked in their lifetime. And domestic violence is the principal cause of homelessness for women and their children. And this compares, Deputy Speaker, to 1 in 16 men. Now, violence against women is a national tragedy. It's a national disgrace. It's not a tragedy. It is a tragedy, Deputy Speaker, but it's also a disgrace. It is a national crisis and it is a national shame. And you want to know what else it is, Deputy Speaker, in terms of what else is a national shame? The dismissive response that women who are victims of violence or harassment receive from those who are in a position to help. Now, last week I stood here in this very spot and I was sharing the experiences of Canberrans in relation to housing stress and homelessness. Straight after my speech, a woman from Victoria called my office to thank me for speaking out and explained why she identified so closely with that speech. The woman receives the disability support pension and she lives in a rental property. The property has no heating. Fancy being able to rent a property with no heating. I remember one of the first places I rented in Canberra in the early 1990s, Deputy Speaker, had no heating, but I would have thought that 30 years later things would be a bit better. So this property has no heating, and that was the first point my caller identified with. The second was the dismissive attitude of real estate agents. My caller shared her story. She'd been the victim of an attempted rape in the previous fortnight and since then had been trying to break her lease so she can move somewhere that she can feel safe. The response from her property managers, this is real cute, Deputy Speaker, it will cost her $2,000 because of the length of the time it will take to find someone to take on the lease. So here she is, this woman trying to, in an unheated home, in 2018 in the Latrobe Valley. That's where she was ringing. I won't do any more identification than that, Deputy Speaker, but she was in the Latrobe Valley. And as someone who spent my very early years at the Latrobe Valley, where I went to kindergarten and I also went to primary school, and my little sister was born in the hospital down there at Lawn. I know that it can get pretty cool, pretty bleak in winter, Deputy Speaker, and so the fact that this woman is living in an unheated home is a disgrace too to the landlord. And then from the property managers asking her to pay $2,000 to break the lease because she'd been attempted. There was a rape attempt on her, and she was trying to find somewhere safe. That is a disgrace as well, Deputy Speaker. This scourge of domestic and family violence, the figures that we have in this nation, an absolute shame and disgrace, and something that we should all hang our heads in shame over. But here we have this woman who's going through these really tough times, and here's the real estate, the property manager saying, "Oh, that'll be $2,000." Now, she explained the situation to the property manager. She shared the intimate details of something so very personal and traumatising that had happened to her, and there was no empathy, Deputy Speaker, no understanding, no appreciation of what she was going through. Now, this is a woman who's on the DSP, who's been the victim of an insidious crime, who's trying to do what she can to feel safe, and where's she going to find $2,000, Deputy Speaker? Now, that's just one story. We've heard, over the course of this debate, we've heard countless stories of women fleeing violent situations who are in many ways degraded and made to feel lesser in the process of escaping violence, or made to feel even more vulnerable than they were when they were experiencing the violent situation, Deputy Speaker. Just one of the stories of outlining the experience of Australian women today going through violence in their homes. Now, the reason I share it with you is to show just how hard it is for women to escape or to do something to deal with the impact of violence, especially if they are already at a financial disadvantage. And so many women are at a financial disadvantage, a structural financial disadvantage as a result of pay inequity. Now, pay inequity drives the huge gap in women's super, and it's one of the reasons why older single women are one of the fastest growing groups of people falling into homelessness. And I have spoken extensively about that, and I will continue to speak about this issue, Deputy Speaker, until I finish in this place. The inherent structural financial disadvantage that most women face is the reason why I'm adding my voice to the discussion on today's bill. It's a bill that is meant to provide a safety net for those in the workforce who experience family violence. Now, the bill implements a decision made by the Fair Work Commission in March to include a clause in all modern wards to provide for 5 days unpaid family and domestic violence leave. What the bill we're talking about today will do is amend the National Employment Standards to ensure the entitlement will apply in full to all employees, full-time, part-time and casual workers. According to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare Science Studies, women are at a far greater risk of family violence than men. The Australian Bureau of Statistics estimates that around 2 out of 3 every women who experience domestic violence are in the workforce. Now, given this, it only makes sense that any response to domestic environment includes an appropriate workplace response, Deputy Speaker. Yet Australian women effectively work the first 2 months of every year for free compared to their male colleagues. And when they face their most traumatic experiences in their lives, this bill expects them to undertake life-changing decisions and make arrangements for their safety, all while being unpaid. The structural economic disadvantage for women continues. It just continues. It is built in, Deputy Speaker. It just continues and continues and continues until I'm having conversations. I'm seeing the reality, as are so many people in this place. We're seeing the reality of this advantage, this inequity, just continuing through a lifetime. And we see it when these women come to us who are in the private rental market, trying to make ends meet on the pension, Deputy Speaker, and they are facing a very, very bleak retirement future. Now, while this bill is a nod in the right direction, it simply does not go far enough. What Australian women, those in our communities disproportionately affected by family violence, really need, Deputy Speaker, is paid family and domestic violence leave. The Australian Law Reform Commission noted in its 2011 final report there are strong arguments in favour of the need for paid family violence leave or a combination of paid and unpaid leave to avoid provision of a hollow entitlement, risk further disadvantaging victims of family violence, or to fail to achieve the objects underlining its introduction. The ACTU argued until 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave is a universal employment standard, vulnerable employees will still be forced to make an unacceptable choice between their safety and their paycheck. I mean, how invidious is that? Here we are putting these women in this position that they actually have to make a decision between their safety and the safety, not only their personal safety, the safety of their children and their paycheck. Paid domestic violence leave provisions are not new, Deputy Speaker. The Philippines introduced legislation providing up to 10 days paid domestic violence leave in 2004, and these arrangements are appearing in Australian workplace agreements in both the private and public sectors. And my colleague, in his speech, the member for Kingsford Smith, outlined not just a range of states and territories across Australia that have introduced this similar legislation, but also the private sector and the public sector and some of our very large companies. And also he outlined the range of countries that have introduced this legislation. Now, the ACT might be small, but it's leading the way when it comes to pushing awareness of domestic and family violence and engaging the community in a response. The most recent ACT policing crime statistics showed that there were 2,150 incidents of family violence reported from January to October 2018, and in the same period there were 603 family violence assaults. These statistics were somewhat reduced from the same period the year before, which had 2,414 family violence incidents and 773 family violence assaults respectively. Now, the ACT, Deputy Speaker, has had 20 days paid family and domestic violence leave in workplace arrangements for the public sector since 2013, and it has pushed hard at COAG for paid leave to be included as a national employment standard. The ACT government has implemented a $30 annual levy paid by each ACT ratepayer, which is used to help fund future prevention and early intervention programs and demand for crisis housing, health and education legal support. And the reduction in ACT policing crime statistics shows these strategies are having some effect. But, Deputy Speaker, in the ACT there are avenues of support for low-income victims of domestic violence and fewer options available for women in the middle-income bracket. These domestic violence survivors making up a missing middle here in Canberra. Now, in the ACT, we have an Assistance Beyond Crisis loan scheme, which was established in 2017 with the help of the Snow Foundation, Deloitte, Ernst & Young, KPMG and PricewaterhouseCoopers. And since then, 27 women and 80 children have received financial help under the scheme. Women have been able to secure new homes and furnish them, afford medical bills, pay legal fees and keep their kids in school, which is really important. And that's not just at the school level but also at kindergarten. These are things we might take for granted, Deputy Speaker, but they're things which help maintain a sense of normalcy and stability. These interest-free loans have helped survivors build new lives. There's a misconception about domestic violence survivors that if you're earning a certain amount of money, you've got your life together. But just because these women are on generally high incomes, Deputy Speaker, doesn't mean they can afford the same things that they did when they were with a partner. 9 times out of 10, their financial circumstances are far more complex than this, and this complexity is yet another reason why women need paid family and domestic violence leave. Now, a number of submissions to the Senate Committee's report into this bill from private sector organisations noted the time needed by affected employees to sufficiently organise alternative arrangements, they were living arrangements and financial arrangements and legal arrangements, was between 5 to 11 days. So 10 days of leave, Deputy Speaker, absolutely makes sense. Now, we know that this government has moved too slowly, way too slowly. The minister first committed to unpaid leave at the end of March, and yet it has taken until September for the government to introduce the bill. And since coming into the government, the coalition has tried 5 times to slash paid parental leave. They've opposed increases to the minimum wage that disproportionately benefit women. They supported cuts to penalty rates. They introduced changes to childcare, leaving 1 in 4 families worse off, and meaning that some women working 4 days a week actually lose money if they increase their workforce participation. They cut $35 million from community legal centres that provide crucial legal services to family violence victims. They abolished the annual women's budget statement to hide the harmful impacts their policies actually have on women. And you contrast that to Labor, Deputy Speaker. We've already committed to a $400 million boost to women's superannuation balances for a more secure financial future, which includes paying superannuation on Commonwealth paid parental leave. We've committed to taking action to close the gender pay gap, including greater transparency and accountability for business and government. We've committed to investing $88 million over 2 years in emergency housing, and most recently, Deputy Speaker, investing $18 million over 3 years to ensure that Keeping Women Safe in Their Homes program is able to continue after the government cut funding for the program. Now, this is an amazing program that provides expert safety advice and upgrades to women to keep them in their home. Because why should women have to leave their family home? Why should women and children have to leave their family home as a result of a violent partner forcing them out of the situation? Why should they leave the comfort and safety of their own home and the whole school environment and the whole community environment because someone is instilling violence on them? Why should they be the ones who leave? Why should they be the ones who leave? That's why this program is so fantastic in trying to keep those women in their own homes and their children. Finally, Deputy Speaker, we're coming up to Christmas. This is a particularly bad time for family violence and domestic violence, so I encourage all Australians, Canberrans, please reach out to your support services and ask them what they need. I know here in Canberra, women who are fleeing family violence and particularly on Christmas Day and around the Christmas period. They need bags full of goodies and phone cards and toys and games. They're going to be in a hotel room, a bleak hotel room, on their own with their children on Christmas Day. Please, Australia, please, Canberra, reach out and provide every support you can to make the Christmas Day for those women and their children that much better.
I thank the honourable member for Canberra. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I want to indicate, as my colleagues have on this side of the House, that it's my intention to support this bill. However, I am critical that in providing 5 days unpaid family and domestic violence leave, that the bill does not go far enough. I am very conscious, Deputy Speaker, as I speak on this bill, in the roughly 15 minutes allocated to me to do so, that across the country, in homes in each and every one of our electorates, there's no geographical barrier to the experience of family and domestic violence. Across households, regardless of income, regardless of cultural or ethnic background or religion, this scourge in our society is affecting women and children right now as I'm on my feet speaking. And there must be efforts by this government, this parliament and state and federal authorities as well to do all that we can to address what is a crisis in our community. The impacts directly and immediately on people who are facing violence, whether it's physical, sexual, emotional violence, are profound. People struggle to simply manage and get by, to protect each other, and particularly mothers looking to protect their children. And the day-to-day reality is terrifying for them. And more long-term, we know from many, many studies the terrible impact that this has not only on the lives of those who are in the middle of such a crisis, on their emotional and physical well-being well into the years beyond escaping from that home, but also the impacts on our communities, our society and our economy are real and serious and require such attention by all governments. It is sadly the reality, as we know from our watch, that the statistics are really terrifying. 1 woman a week is murdered in this country as a result of family and domestic violence. Each day, like many of my colleagues, as I open my Facebook feed and we see Facebook groups that follow and report on this, every week we're seeing another death of a woman through family and domestic violence, and too often also children. 1 in 3 women have experienced physical violence by the age of 15. 1 in 3. 1 in 5 have experienced sexual violence. 1 in 6 physical or sexual violence by a current or former partner, and 1 in 4 emotional abuse by a current or former partner. We have to ask, as a society, what it is that is contributing to this situation and deal seriously with the underlying structural issues around the way women are viewed and treated in our society to ensure that we are raising young people, children, men and boys, girls as well, to have respect for each other and to understand that each and every single person has the human right to dignity, safety, and to see their lives fulfilled in not just our society but all societies. It should be a universal thing across the world. And until we get to addressing those very fundamental issues, we will continually face this crisis. And so it is important that we do have policies and procedures in place, things like the bill before us, to assist and protect people in the immediacy of these circumstances. But I would just put out a call as my colleague, the member for Canberra, just did as we go into the Christmas season. Each and every day we need to be thinking about how we build respect for each other. And if we respect each other and respect our right to safety, our right to be full people able to participate in our society, to go out into our communities, to reach our potential, then we start to challenge the views that obviously feed some people's view that they have a right to impinge physically, sexually or emotionally on the well-being of another human being. And when that is a person you are supposed to love, you are supposed to be supporting, then you really need to ask, what is it that is driving that level of disrespect in our society? And I think we should all be speaking about that constantly, and I endorse many of my colleagues across both sides of the chamber who challenge that view. Importantly, in terms of this bill, we know that the ABS tells us that 2 out of every 3 women in the workforce, women who experience domestic violence are in the workforce. And so one of the things that we have to address is how the workplace responds to women who are experiencing family and domestic violence. It's an example in 2016 that KPMG did an exercise estimating the cost of violence against women and their children on production and on the business sector. And whilst I don't argue that economic costs are the only factor, I think it is important to recognise that they found from their study that $1.9 billion in the year of that study, 2015-16, was the cost of family and domestic violence. So it is important, and there have been many campaigns prosecuted, in particular by the trade union movement, and I acknowledge many of the fabulous people who've been involved in that campaign, that we need to address how do we support women in the workplace when they're dealing with these matters. And so this bill, the Fair Work Amendment Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill, follows a decision that was made by the Fair Work Commission in March this year to insert a clause into modern awards that would provide 5 days unpaid family and domestic violence leave. That decision of the Fair Work Commission came into effect from the 1st of August this year, and that would cover more than 2 million Australians who are award-reliant employees, giving them that entitlement. The bill before us amends the National Employment Standards to provide all employees with an entitlement to this 5 days unpaid leave if they experience family and domestic violence. And the bill before us pretty closely reflects the model clause. That is, it's 5 days unpaid entitlement. It applies to all employees. Importantly, Deputy Speaker, including casuals. I think that is very important. It's available in full at the commencement of each 12-month period, rather than accruing progressively, and it will not accumulate from year to year, but it will be available in full to part-time and casual employees. That is, it's not pro rata as many entitlements are, and I think that is very, very important, and it is a step in the right direction. Labor has a policy and a commitment that we should have 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave. I think that is the appropriate standard. That's why I'm a little critical of the bill before us, that I don't think it goes far enough, but I do acknowledge it is a step in the right direction. One of the reasons this is so important is that when a woman makes a decision to leave a violent relationship, often having children that have to be taken as well, then there are a whole range of implications around that decision that have to be dealt with, and in particular things like medical appointments, legal appointments, As the member for Canberra said, the whole thing about arranging accommodation, and often those particular types of appointments can only be made during what are working hours. And so it is important to enable a woman in that really difficult and most often, sadly, most dangerous time when they decide to leave, that they have the entitlement to leave that will enable them to do those sorts of appointments. In the time that's left to me, Deputy Speaker, I just want to talk about some of the local organisations in my own area, and I'm sure they're reflected in constituencies across the country who work in this space, and my great respect and admiration for the work that they do. The Illawarra Committee Against Domestic Violence has produced a very important document that goes through the resources available and support. The Women's Health Centre works in this space. In particular, I want to acknowledge each year the Reclaim the Night Illawarra team that raise awareness in our community of the scourge of family and domestic violence and the resources that are available. Whenever I can, I make sure that I'm able to go along and support them on those occasions. In fact, about 2 years ago, they collected over 12,000 signatures calling for action on family and domestic violence, which I was pleased to table in this parliament. So the organisers this year, Janine McAvoy from Relationships Australia and Lynelle Samways from the Wollongong Women's Information Service, again rallied the local community on this very important issue. And it is, I think, a space that's not easy to work in. And I think we certainly should pay respect to the very many, both workers and volunteers in organisations in our communities who are working in this space. And I just want to, with your indulgence, Deputy Speaker, identify those locally. There's White Ribbon Australia, the Illawarra Communities Against Domestic Violence, the Women's Health Centre, the Wollongong Women's Information Service, the Supported Accommodation and Homelessness Services, Wollongong Homeless Hub, Wollongong Housing Trust, Southern Youth and Family Services, Headspace Illawarra, Wollongong Youth Services, the Violence, Abuse and Neglect Crisis Service, the Older Women's Network, Community Movers, the Illawarra Legal Centre, Illawarra Women's Domestic Violence Court Advisory Service, South Coast Children's Family Centre, Brighter Futures Care South, Housing New South Wales, the local police, who I meet with regularly and get updates on the issues they're facing, and often domestic violence is right up there with all the local issues. Our local hospitals, who are sadly often the first place where we see people suffering from this situation, and local charities who are out there day in, day out. Catholic Care, Baptist Care, Anglicare, St Vincent de Paul, Salvation Army, Bernardo's, providing emergency relief and other services. And I think part of the reason I wanted to pay respect to all of those organisations and the work that they do is I think that in listing them we can see the extent of the challenge in our communities. Some of them are providing counselling services, medical services, housing support, food and emergency relief services, and they're across youth services, women's services, health services and, as I said, police. And so it is an extensive impact on our community that we see from family and domestic violence. I was very pleased last week that the Leader of the Opposition and the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, along with our Shadow Minister for Preventing Family Violence, announced that Labor would refund, as in fund a program that the government had not committed to funding on, that is the Keeping Women Safe in Their Homes program. This is a program that provides funding so that instead of having to flee the home, the woman and the children are able to stay in the home, and it's funding that does things like assessments and safety planning on the home safety upgrades, new locks, alarms, cameras and so forth, and supporting women in enforcing apprehended violence orders. This was an important initiative and an important program, and I'm very pleased that Labor has announced that we will continue the funding for that program. So I just would finally say, Deputy Speaker, that this is a bill in the right direction. It is good to provide this entitlement to workers, permanent, casual and part-time, to enable women to have that support when they are fleeing family and domestic violence. But I would hope that we very soon see a government in this place that will extend that to 10 days and make that paid family and domestic violence leave. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Cunningham. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Oxley.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I also rise to add my voice to this bill. As my colleagues, and following on from the member for Cunningham, I want to acknowledge her strong commitment and voice for many people in this area, as the long list of speakers clearly shows that the commitment that members of this House and indeed the Australian public are committed to ending the scourge that is family and domestic violence. Whilst in recent times this issue has rightly seen more coverage in the news and in the community in many circles, it's sadly still a taboo topic that is simply swept under the carpet and ignored. A bruised eye from an argument over dinner, broken dishes from a disagreement about paying the bills, or even just the mental pain from repeated threats, bullying and intimidation. All of these acts, considered as family or domestic violence, can be overlooked or ignored. But together, as a parliament and as a nation, we must say no more. My colleagues and speakers before me have read out the shameful statistics when it comes to domestic violence, particularly against women. They are as large as they are shocking. The headline figure that on average 1 woman a week is murdered by her current or former partner tells us that this is truly a national crisis. Coupled with statistics like 1 in 4 women have experienced emotional abuse by a current or former partner since the age of 15, we can see that the problem runs deeper and deeper. These are our sisters, our mothers, our partners, our wives, our aunts, and even, in my case, a grandmother. Kept in mind, these numbers are only those women who have the courage and are brave enough to speak up, and we must encourage more women to do so. We also know that 7.8% of Australian men have experienced violence by a partner since the age of 15. All forms of violence are unacceptable, which is why it is paramount that this parliament leads the way to ensure that those suffering or escaping from family and domestic violence are given the support they need. And today we go some way to doing just that. The bill we are debating today follows the decision of the Fair Work Commission in March this year to insert a clause into modern awards providing for 5 days unpaid family and domestic violence leave. This decision came into effect from 1 August this year, meaning more than 2 million award-reliant employees are now entitled to 5 days unpaid domestic violence leave. The new legislation will apply to all employees, including casuals, will be available in full at the commencement of each 12-month period rather than occurring progressively during the service of a year. It will not accumulate from year to year and will be available in full to part-time and casual employees. This is certainly a step in the right direction, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I'm afraid to say it comes up short against what is truly needed for victims of domestic violence to feel safe, empowered and given the time they need to get their life on track. 5 days unpaid leave, whilst a good start, leaves a hole in the family budget and leaves those fleeing from domestic violence a small window to find safety and to find shelter. Today, I say we must do more. That's why the Leader of the Opposition, Bill Shorten, has announced that under a new Shorten Labor government, if privileged to be elected, we would invest $18 million over 3 years to 2021-22 to ensure that keeping women safe in their homes continues after the government's confirmed it was cutting funding for the program. This program provides practical help for women and their children in their homes, allowing them to live safely away from perpetrators through expert safety assessments and safety planning, home safety upgrades and devices such as new locks, alarms, cameras and safety phones, screening for bugs to ensure privacy and supporting women in enforcing apprehended violence orders. Everyone deserves to feel safe in their home. Women should not have to choose between their home and their safety, neither should their children.
Yet this is not the case for many women who have left violent or abusive relationships. I was proud to be here on White Ribbon Day last year when the Leader of the Opposition, Bill Shorten, announced that a new Labor government would also legislate for 10 days family violence leave in the National Employment Standards. And to this day, I and my Labor colleagues stand by this policy because it's the right thing to do, because it is what is necessary and what is required to support the victims. Mr Deputy Speaker, almost 40% of women continue to experience violence from their partner while temporarily separated. And it's facts like this, and it shows why 5 days is just too short. We know the most dangerous time for a woman is when she is leaving a violent relationship. She will often need to find new accommodation, security, get an AVO from police, seek treatment for injuries, or perhaps just to attend court appearances. Earlier this year, the bill was referred to the Senate Employment and Education Legislation Committee for inquiry, which handed down its report just over a month ago. This allowed the community, organisations and victims of domestic violence to have their say on the merits and also the shortcomings of this legislation. In their submission to the inquiry, the Acting Federal Secretary, Laurie Ann Sharp of the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation said that, and I quote, "The introduction of family and domestic violence leave to the entitlements enshrined in the National Employment Standards is an appropriate and welcome safety net to benefit all working Australians. The ANMF's membership of nurses, midwives and carers is approximately 90% female. As family and domestic violence predominantly affects women, this means a significant proportion of the ANMF's membership will at some time in their working lives be affected by family and domestic violence. However, the ANMF considers the provision of 5 days unpaid leave to be a starting point only. The ANMF calls for family and domestic violence leave to be paid and for the cap of 5 days to be removed. Rape and Domestic Violence Services Australia went one step further and said that, quote, "At a workplace level, the introduction of FDV leave may challenge attitudes and workplace cultures that support or condone violence against women. It may insist individual staff and managers to recognise and respond to signs that an employee might be experiencing violence at home." However, perhaps the most notable submission, from my perspective, came from the Queensland Government, who, through the hard work of the Palaszczuk Labor Government, has led the way on reforms in this country to give victims of family and domestic violence the support they need. Queensland was the first state to put an entitlement to paid domestic and family violence leave into law as part of the raft of significant new protections for workers under the State Industrial Relations Act. In doing so, the Queensland Government delivered on the recommendations of the landmark Not Now, Not Ever report from Dame Quinton Bryce for a 10 days paid domestic and family violence leave entitlement. I pay tribute and credit to the Minister for Industrial Relations, the Honourable Grace Grace, who said when introducing that legislation, "Just as our workplace laws support workers with leave entitlements in circumstances when they are sick or when their family is sick or when they lose a loved one, those workers experience domestic and family violence need and deserve the same type of support to help them in those most desperate of times." The entitlement in the IR Act, however, only extends to workers in the Queensland State Industrial Relations jurisdiction. To ensure that this same support is available to all workers in Queensland and across the country, the Queensland Government has consistently called for the provision of a legislative entitlement to paid domestic and family and violence leave in the National Employment Standards. Their submission particularly noted that paid leave of up to 10 days is necessary to afford genuine and practical workplace support to employees experiencing domestic and family violence. Now, some industry and employer groups will criticise Labor's policy as undermining the decision of the independent umpire. They may claim that 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave is an unacceptable burden on employers, particularly small business. But research shows this is just not the case. In their submission to the Senate inquiry, the Law Council of Australia stated that there are currently over 1,200 enterprise agreements which contain some form of domestic and family violence leave. And despite fears expressed by some groups that including such paid leave would cause financial hardship to employers through high rates of usage, a 2015 study of 102 employers who offered domestic leave found that the average paid leave taken in the past 12 months was only 43 hours, and the average unpaid leave taken was 19 hours. The workplaces that participated in the study did not report that providing family and domestic leave was an unaffordable burden for their organisation. Flagship companies that are already leading the way with 10 days paid and family and domestic violence leave include Carlton United Breweries, Telstra, NAB, Virgin Australia, IKEA and Qantas. These employers and many others have paved the way and helped reduce the stigma that often accompanies domestic violence. So too have Australians' unions, campaigning for paid domestic and family violence leave over many years and negotiating domestic leave coverage in the Australian workplaces. Only a few days ago, Aldi Australia became the latest business to unveil an expanded domestic violence leave policy amid a broader effort for employers to better support workers with policies which go above and beyond the law. Aldi will now provide its 12,000 full-time employees with access to 10 days of paid domestic violence leave, and also include an additional $250 offered for incidental expenses workers may incur as a result of family and domestic violence. It's clear the business community is up for this, so I ask, why isn't the government? There is perhaps no greater example than what our communities are doing on the ground each and every day. This includes in my own local community the Inala Says No program, which I'm immensely proud to work for. The program launched last year with a symposium at Glenala State High School under their principal's leadership, Anne Lawson, was attended by hundreds of students and community leaders among dozens of stallholders, including the Domestic Violence Service, Churches of Christ, Child and Youth Mental Health Services and Domestic Violence Action Centre. Glenala State High School captains unveiled the Inala Says No murals consisting 264 individual painted tiles of personal messages, quotes and designs that the students had painted during lunchtime. And Inala Says No stickers, designed by Glenala State High School student Jennifer No, has now been placed on over 70 local business shopfronts to show that the conversation about domestic and family violence has continued outside of the symposium and that the community is taking a collective stance against it. All of this would seem to tell us that we are heading in the right direction, but sadly, it may not seem so. If you look at the ABS release, the findings from the 2016 Personal Safety Study, it was first consolidated ABS data released on violence against women since the 2012 census. It recorded a 13% increase in partner violence against women. Last year alone, 211,700 Australian women experienced violence at the hands of a current or former partner. Let me put such a large number in numbers which are perhaps more manageable. If you divide that number by the number of days in the year, it means that from when we woke up this morning to tomorrow morning, when we wake up, over 570 assaults and attacks will be recorded overnight. 578. And so it starts with us here and now in this parliament today, that as we, as representatives of the people, to provide the support and backing the victims need and deserve. The ABS estimates that around 2 out of every 3 women who experience domestic violence are in the workplace. There can be no doubt about a comprehensive response to domestic violence involves a workplace response. So this is what we ask the government today. Whilst Labor will support this bill, it cannot end here. Labor has listened to victims, frontline workers, businesses, unions, organisations that deal with domestic violence. Their clear message is that people who have experienced domestic violence need more support in the workplace, which is why we call on the government to go one step further and legislate for 10 days of paid domestic and family violence leave. Only when we give our full and unconditional support to victims will we see them properly supported. I know from speaking to many service providers in my own community over many years, when I've looked in the faces of people who have fled situations, particularly women who have told me their harrowing stories. It's not easy conversations to have, but it's important conversations to have. And today I pledge my support to do everything I can to ensure that those people fleeing domestic and family violence have the support and recognition and leave that they deserve.
I thank the honourable member for Oxley. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Petrie.
Well, thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm really pleased to rise and speak on the Fair Work Amendment Family and Domestic Violence Bill 2018 and obviously support the bill. This is a great step forward for those people that suffer domestic violence all around the country and in my electorate of Petrie. I'm sure that all of us as members of parliament and the general community have heard domestic violence situations in our own community. Now, if you go back 6 or 7 years ago when I was living at Woody Point in my electorate, I heard a scream from the neighbour next door whilst I was at home. And you hear that scream and you go, well, what are you going to do? And then you hear the fight ensure afterwards. And on that occasion I called the police, and immediately the police came in a very quick response. But it is a difficult situation. People often don't know what to do. They're a little bit scared. Do they intervene? Do they call the police? Do they go around and knock on the door? I mean, domestic violence is a real issue, and I think the community, the Australian community, rightly so, is addressing it and is becoming more aware of it. In my own electorate, just up the road from my electorate office in Clontarf, I came across a woman not so long ago who was 7 months pregnant, and she was sitting there looking a bit lonely out the front of a coffee shop. And I was down there and I approached her and introduced myself as the federal MP for the area, Luke Howarth, got talking to her, and she said, oh yeah, my partner's just hit me. And it was difficult because she was 7 months pregnant with his child, and she's sitting there alone, a bit frightened, didn't want to go home that night. But it was clear to me that it wasn't easy, or she wasn't able to just leave the situation. She obviously loved her partner. They were about to have a family together, yet this person had been hitting her. And I was able to get her in contact with support services like Encircle in my electorate at Redcliffe and in the neighbouring electorate of Dixon at Strathpine, and provide her with some support. But it is a very difficult situation. Currently, the government, Australian federal government, the coalition government, we have a zero tolerance for violence against women and children. Zero. And we're committing well in excess of $300 million to address safety. And in the most recent federal budget, we committed an additional $54 million for women's safety initiatives, including $11.5 million for the 1800 RESPECT number, $6.7 million for DV Alert, $14.2 million for the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner to help make cyber safe for women, and $22 million to combat elder abuse. Of course, in my own electorate as well, we're supporting services like Encircle Redcliffe, like the Deception Bay Neighbourhood Centre, and many other community organisations that do great work in this space. So providing 5 days unpaid family and domestic violence leave for all employees covered by the Fair Work Act is a step in the right direction. How does this bill differ? Well, at the moment, of course, employees have 10 days entitlement on top of their 4 weeks annual leave. They have 10 days entitlement for sick leave and family leave. So if a woman is actually hit and physically hurt, of course, they can take that sick leave. But what this bill has done is it says that the Fair Work Commission has considered the model clause represented a fair and relevant minimum safety net entitlement and should be reflected in the National Employment Standards. We agree with that, and under the bill, the provisions, employees will be able to access the leave to undertake a range of activities during working hours that might not be provided during standard sick leave or family leave. These items would include participating in the court processes, for example, if they have to go to court, or attending property inspections if they're looking for a new place to live, or attending appointments at financial institutions to get support. So they might not have been physically hurt or at the time, but need some extra time off that might not be normally covered by personal sick leave and so forth. So it is crucial that employees have the opportunity to attend to these activities without concern for their job security, and this bill ensures this. which is why I'm really pleased to support it. Very pleased to support it, Mr Deputy Speaker. Of course, most businesses, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think would often provide that opportunity for their employees, but legislating this in as a workplace entitlement will actually help those people that do suffer DV. I just want to say as well that it's been a little bit disappointing listening to some of those members opposite, some of those Labor members opposite, that I think have been unfair and partisan in their criticism in relationship to coalition MPs. They rise and say, oh, we'll support the bill, but then they go on and say, oh, the government's not doing enough and DV is really bad, and somehow I believe reflecting on coalition members that we're not doing enough in this space. Now, every coalition member and every member in this parliament, whether you're on the crossbench or whether you're in the opposition in the Labor Party, takes DV seriously. I know I do, very so much so, and I'll talk in a moment about the White Ribbon March in Redcliffe, but it is a little bit rich for some members opposite to get up here on air and sort of say, take a partisan approach. Domestic violence in Australia should have a bipartisan approach. And the fact is that this bill that we're debating now provides new protections for people that suffer domestic violence in Australia. These are additional protections that don't exist at the moment. And the fact is that the Fair Work Commission has looked into this quite extensively. We know that the Fair Work Commission undertook an exhaustive process to strike the right balance, Mr Deputy Speaker, in setting up a new minimum entitlement for family and domestic violence leave. And in particular, the question of what type of leave should be available to victims was considered in extensive detail by the Commission. And this wasn't just a short process. This almost took 40 years. Between October 14 and July 2014, the Commission considered 68 written submissions from 27 different parties, reviewed over 2,000 pages of documentation, heard evidence from witnesses, over 26 witnesses, and held over 11 days of hearing. And submissions were called and hearings were convened for every step in the process. Evidence was given from unions, from employers, from community groups, all actively engaged in the Commission process. And after carefully weighing up all the evidence, the Commission came to a very clear determination in its decision. It explicitly stated that it was not satisfied at this time that it was necessary to provide 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave to all employees covered by a modern award. That's what the Fair Work Commission that the previous Labor government set up found after years and research. That's what it came to. The Commission also said that there was little evidence about the extent to which employers informally or formally provide such leave, or the extent to which employees access existing entitlements for family and domestic violence leave. And the Commission concluded that the provision of paid leave will increase costs to employers, and that given the lack of data, the impact on employers of that increase in costs is difficult to assess. And I raise that because when opposition members argue for that, they show a partisan view and try to reflect badly on the government. I think what we need to understand here is that is at different capacity for different sizes of businesses. Many businesses currently do provide paid DV leave, and they've been rattled off here today by different speakers, and I congratulate those large businesses that do that. And some small and medium-sized businesses also provide that. You know, there's many small businesses in my electorate with a turnover of well under $10 million, perhaps even $2 million, where they're running family businesses, and if they have a staff member that was in a domestic violence situation would most certainly give them some paid leave to have time off to be able to go to court or to access a property or to visit a financial institution if they'd currently run out of other entitlements like personal and sick leave. And they certainly wouldn't differentiate. But not every small business has the capacity to do that. So I think Labor's criticism and policy hasn't necessarily been thought through on the impacts to every business and every woman that would find herself in this situation. We've heard the good news from the Minister for Women last week in relation to the Women's Economic Statement as well, where we're seeing under our government the gender pay gap diminishing quite significantly by 3%. Okay, and we don't hear members opposite talk about that, or the fact that there's 3.1 million women now employed full-time in Australia. There's some great results, and this bill, this Fair Work Amendment Bill for family and domestic violence leave, also contributes to that, which is very important. Mr Deputy Speaker, MPs, as I said before, in this place and in the other place, in a bipartisan nature, support women and the fight against DV, and also support children. Just 2 weeks ago, I participated in the White Ribbon March in Redcliffe, where it started off a few years ago, and there would have been maybe 50 people that marched down the street from the Redcliffe Police Station up to the Moncomo Hotel. Now, this is organised by Encircle Redcliffe and Encircle Strathpine. This year there was well over 600 people. There were schools participating as well, a number of different schools, and you know, there was St Patrick's College, which wasn't in my electorate, that were there. There was the Lakes College at North Lakes. There was Clontarf Beach State High School, Clontarf Beach State School. There was Humpybong State School. There was Redcliffe State High School. There was the Australian Trade College, North Brisbane. There was Scarborough State School. I think there was Muir College there as well. There was a number of different schools that participated, primary schools and high schools, and the signal was that when the men got up to speak, and I spoke as the federal member for the area on this issue, but when the men got up to speak, the young boys also got up to pledge that it's never okay to hit women or to have domestic violence against women or children. And so the government is acting here today, but as a community as well, we can all do more. And that's why that bipartisan march that I spoke about was so important, because it was saying to the young boys as well as the young girls, educating them on how we should treat each other. I spoke about the fact that when we deal with each other, we should be saying, I'm okay, you're okay, and treating people well. So I want to thank Redcliffe and Circle, but it's not just political leaders, and it's not just this government or the Australian Parliament that makes a stand against this, but it's all leaders, whether it's religious leaders, community leaders, school leaders, it's community groups, it's our emergency services, the police, I know up in my area, the Redcliffe and North Lakes and the Sandgate and Castledine Police have all had white ribbon signs out the front of their police stations. The ambulance service, the fire service also participated in the march. It's parents teaching their children. You know, my father always taught me that you don't hit women. And I have 3 sons of my own, and I teach the same thing to my 3 sons because I want them to grow up to treat women and children with respect, and I want them to grow up to be great citizens in our Australian community that our older Australians have left us. We live in the best country in the world because of older Australians and what they've left us. So I support this bill, and I'd like to see further speakers support this bill in a bipartisan manner rather than scoring political points that they think is in the best interests of their party. Thank you.
I thank the member for Petrie for his contribution. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week saw the release of the annual Community Attitudes Towards Violence Against Women survey, led by the Australian National Research Organisation for Women's Safety. Sadly, the results showed that many in the community still hold outdated and harmful views around family violence. For example, 32% believe that a female victim who does not leave an abusive partner is partly responsible for the abuse continuing, and that 21% of Australians believe that sometimes a woman can make a man so angry he hits her when he didn't mean to. If we are going to make a genuine attempt to eliminate domestic and family violence in Australia, then we need to change the way we view violence against women. We must make it clear that we no longer accept that this is merely a private matter conducted behind closed doors. Instead, we need to encourage victims of violence to share their experiences safe in the knowledge that their employers will support them. This bill amends the Fair Work Act to insert a new national employment standard of 5 days unpaid family and domestic violence leave. In speaking with employers from a broad range of industries, I was comforted by the fact that many acknowledged and accepted the intersection between home and work and acknowledged the profound impact that disruption in one will have in the other. In their submission to the Senate Legislation Committee, who was looking at this bill, the Law Council of Australia provided a helpful explanation for the interaction between work and family violence. The Law Council, to quote, "Research indicates that women who experience family violence have a more disrupted work history and are on lower personal incomes, have had to change jobs frequently and are more often employed in casual and part-time work compared with women with no experience of violence." What this then perpetuates, of course, is a circle of disadvantage. Financial hardship can bind victims to their abusive relationships. This bill attempts to break that cycle of disadvantage by allowing victims of family and domestic violence time away from the workplace without the fear of losing their jobs. If women are going to start a new life away from their abusive partner, then a consistent source of income is essential. An employee will be eligible for unpaid leave if they meet 3 conditions. First, the employee is experiencing domestic or family violence. Secondly, the employee needs to do something with the impact of the violence, such as attend a court hearing. And thirdly, it is impractical for the employee to deal with the impact of family and domestic violence outside of ordinary working hours. The importance of the National Employment Standard should not be underestimated. A national employment standard applies to all national system employees, irrespective of whether the employment contract is a modern award, an enterprise agreement or an individual agreement. It will apply to all employees, whether full-time, part-time or casual. It will be available to all employees, whether it is their first day or their last day in the role. This bill will bring the NES in line with the modern award standard set by the Fair Work Commission and ensure consistency for both employers and employees. But remember, this is just a minimum standard. It does not prevent employers from going one step further and implement a paid leave policy or perhaps provide additional days of unpaid leave. While the bill before the Parliament today only provides 5 days of unpaid leave, the inclusion of paid leave was the subject of great debate during the committee inquiry process, and it is appropriate that I touch briefly on the issue in circumstances where discussion on this point will no doubt continue in the Senate. In a paper prepared by Dr Jim Stanford of the Centre for Future Work at the Australia Institute and referred to in the Senate committee report for the bill, the estimated financial impact of 10 days paid family violence leave was minimal due to predicted low take-up rates. Dr Stanford estimated that such a scheme would cost between $80 and $120 million per year for the Australian economy, which equates to around 0.2% of the current payrolls. PricewaterhouseCoopers, NAB, ANZ, Commonwealth Bank and CPMG were all offered as examples where generous paid family violence leave schemes are offset by increased employee productivity. I applaud those companies who are taking the initiative and working hard to generate the cultural change needed to eliminate violence against women. However, not every electorate will be home to such large corporations, and I'm conscious of the fact and the impact of 10 days of possible paid leave would have on small businesses at this time. In my electorate of Mayo, we have a wide variety of businesses, from boutique distilleries to large fertiliser plants. Of the businesses in Mayo, 99.6% of them who are registered in Mayo have a turnover of less than $10 million and therefore meet the generally accepted definition of small business. If we drill down into those figures a little more, we know that over 40% have a turnover between $50,000 and $200,000, and then over 25% of those small businesses have a turnover of $50,000 or less. Mr Deputy Speaker, these are small businesses. They are the newsagents, the hairdressers and the gift shop that make up the main streets of our small regional towns. We are not talking about Coles, Commonwealth Bank or indeed Qantas. In voicing my concerns, I am mindful that they may be misinterpreted in placing the economic interests of employers above the safety net of personal employees, or that employers' balance sheet in some way could determine the level of support that they're obliged to provide to employees. That is not my intention. I've met with victims of family violence, and having listened to their stories, I'm acutely aware of the positive impact that an employer can have on an employee's journey to independence and safety. I'm in favour of compassionate, reasonable and appropriate measures that enable an employee to escape and recover from dangerous situations, but such a measure must be economically viable for small businesses if it is to be sustainable. I also note the Fair Work Commission has already considered this issue earlier this year. Having received a request from the Australian Council of Trade Unions to consider the inclusion of 10 days paid family violence leave in all modern awards, the Fair Work Commission considered a significant number of submissions from stakeholders before ultimately deciding that 5 days unpaid leave would be the best approach. That entitlement was inserted into 123 modern industry awards and now covers around 2.3 million workers. This took effect on the 1st of August 2018. The introduction of the Family Violence National Employment Standard will provide a baseline from which employers can choose to adopt additional entitlements that can be tailored to the unique requirements of their workforce, and I strongly encourage them to do so. I again note that this is the minimum standard and that going forward it may be that the introduction of paid leave is an appropriate progression. Of course, in an ideal world, we wouldn't need to offer family and domestic violence leave. I accept that both government and the private sector are working to eliminate family violence, but the statistics suggest that that day is still a long way off. One woman is killed by her current or former partner every week in Australia. One woman every week. Recent reports by PricewaterhouseCoopers and the University of New South Wales suggest that 27% of Australian women have experienced violence or emotional abuse at the hands of a partner, and 34% have experienced some form of violence. The Australian Bureau of Statistics report that 23% of women have experienced violence at the hands of a partner before they even reached 15 years of age. The bill recognises the scale of the problem of family violence in Australia and is an acknowledgement that family violence is not limited by geography or occupation. It can occur to anyone at any time. I believe that this is a measured first step in line with the Fair Work Commission, and I welcome a review, and I would urge the government to build in a review in the Senate process of this bill, perhaps in 2 years' time. But wherever you are and whatever role you have, this bill will go a long way to ensuring that you will have the safety net that you need to get you and your children the help that you need. I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
I thank the member for Mayo for her contribution. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, family violence is a stain on this nation's character that we do not, as a parliament, do nearly enough to address. And I'm sorry to say this bill also does not do enough to address. The resources needed to address family violence and its horrendous impacts continues to be disgracefully inadequate. This parliament managed in 1 day to pass into law a bill to get tough on strawberry vandals. That decision showed what can be done with political will and bipartisanship. If strawberries require this parliament's urgent attention, Surely the women and children of this nation deserve no less. I do rise today to support this bill. It will go some way to help people suffering from family violence, but let's not pretend it goes nearly far enough. While this chamber is, I assume unanimously, supporting this measure, the government continues to refuse to commit to reinstating $18 million that will ensure the survival of the Keeping Women Safe in Homes program. $18 million to keep women safe. It should not even be a question. Last week, the Prime Minister told this House that considerations for the funding were going through the proper processes. The notion of proper process would be fair enough, except this is a government that ignores proper process at the drop of a hat. Did the government follow proper process when it handed $500 million to a foundation to manage the Great Barrier Reef, or when it flagged moving our embassy in Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem? It leaves a sour taste in the mouth of those suffering family violence to know this is a government that demands the I's dotted and the T's crossed for the expenditure of $18 million that keeps women and children safe, but abandons proper process for spending hundreds of millions of dollars on reefs and embassies. Talk about priorities. In this term of the Parliament, we have approved billions of dollars in expenditure for defence, hundreds of millions of dollars for national security, tens of millions of dollars to upgrade security at this very Capitol Hill, all in the name of keeping Australians safe. Yet it is $18 million to keep women safe at home that has the government saying, steady on, we need to take a look at whether this is affordable. I am pleased, therefore, Deputy Speaker, that a Labor government, if elected at the next election, will reinstate this vital funding. I would like to acknowledge the work done by the group Our Watch, which last week visited this parliament in order to educate parliamentarians about the crisis of violence engulfing this country. Our Watch is dedicated to driving the big changes that are needed to arrest family violence, culture, behaviour and, importantly, gender and power imbalances. I urge all in this House to log on to ourwatch.org.au to read and learn about the violence that blights homes in every suburb, every city, every town, across all socio-economic backgrounds and incomes. It is a violence that kills women and children. Yes, I know men suffer from family violence too, but the vast majority of victims and survivors are women. The vast majority of perpetrators are men. This should not be allowed to be diverted into a "but men suffer too" argument. We have 3 weeks to go before 2018 draws to a close. So far, more than 60 women have been violently killed by men in Australia this year, with the killer in many cases the victim's current or former partner or a man otherwise known to her. More than 60 women, more than one a week. It is not just unacceptable, it is criminally negligent that it has been allowed to get anywhere near this when we have the tools and the knowledge to save lives. We just need the political will. The government and the opposition agree that keeping Australians safe is one of the most important duties any government has, which explains the billions of dollars we invest in intelligence, national security and defence. There is little quibbling about this expenditure. There is an acknowledgement across the board it is required to keep Australians safe from present and future threats. But when more than 60 women are killed a year in this country, we have to ask ourselves whether we are doing enough to keep Australians safe, not just from external and potential threats, but from threats who live amongst us, in our homes, sharing our beds. If terrorists were murdering 60 women a year in Australia, we would move heaven and earth to stop the carnage. And this is not a new crisis. It has not crept upon us unawares. 5 years ago, the chair of Our Watch, former Senator Natasha Stott-Despoja, called violence against women a national crisis. As she notes, 5 years on, the number of women who have been killed has increased. It has got worse, and I do fear that without strong political leadership to drive cultural change amongst boys and young men, it may well get worse still. There is a growing movement across the Western world of right-wing men's groups that are rooted both in racism and in misogyny. Some are in lockstep with increasingly prominent Nazi movements, emboldened by mainstream Conservative parties adopting some of their platforms. One of these far-right groups is the Proud Boys, formed in the US by an objectionable individual called Gavin McInnes, who openly boasts of being violent and antisocial and who revels in notoriety. His followers identify themselves as proud Western chauvinists. And in my speech, I've got some notes here about just how objectionable he is, but I'm pleased to say that in between me writing this speech and coming to this parliament, the government has decided not to allow him a visa into this country. So I'm pleased about that, Deputy Speaker. He is somebody who has no place in this country spreading his hateful manifesto. Nationally, we know that 1 in 4 women will experience emotional abuse by a current or former partner from the age of 15. 1 in 5 women experience sexual violence from the age of 15. 1 in 2 women experience sexual harassment during their life. On average, 1 woman a week is murdered by a current or former partner. Intimate partner violence is the single greatest health risk factor for women aged 25 to 44. Family violence against women is the single largest driver of homelessness for women. A history of family violence is a common factor in child protection cases and is the cause of a police call-out once every 2 minutes. And we know the cost to business of violence against women and their children was, according to KPMG, an estimated $1.9 billion in 2015-16. Recently, I attended an event in New Norfolk, a town in my electorate, organised by Jessica, a young woman who spoke openly about her own exposure to family violence. She spoke about how isolating it was to keep her emotional and physical abuse secret. She spoke about the time her partner kidnapped her at gunpoint. Fortunately for Jessica, her story has a happy ending, but she came close to being another woman killed at the hands of a man she had called her partner, another face on a chart filled with too many faces already. Deputy Speaker, the Australian Bureau of Statistics estimates that 2 out of 3 women who experience family violence are in the workforce. This statistic presents both challenges and opportunities, but most of all, it presents a requirement for government, for employers and for work colleagues to think differently about their roles and their responsibilities to each other. There is no doubt that a comprehensive response to family violence requires a workplace response, which brings us to this bill. The bill before the House, the Fair Work Amendment Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill 2018, has been written on the advice of the Fair Work Commission's full bench decision, which earlier in the year expressed the opinion that all employees should have access to unpaid family and domestic violence leave. In short, the bench decided to provide 5 days unpaid leave per annum to all employees, including casuals, experiencing family violence. The full bench considered a number of matters relating to access to the entitlement and decided the unpaid leave entitlement will apply to all employees, will be available in full at the commencement of each 12-month period rather than accruing progressively during a year of service, will not accumulate from year to year, and will be available in full to part-time and casual employees, that is, not prorated. The full bench also decided not to require employees to consume their available paid leave entitlement before accessing unpaid family violence leave. This bill is a step in the right direction, but it has taken too long to come before the Parliament, and it certainly does not go far enough. I note that the Minister first committed to unpaid leave at the end of March, but did not see fit to introduce this bill till last month. That is 8 months that this bill has been languishing. We dealt with strawberry vandalism in 1 day, but it has taken 8 months for the government to bring women's safety to the attention of the Parliament. This bill, Deputy Speaker, should provide for paid family violence leave, not unpaid, and that is why I am supporting Labor's amendment to this bill. Women and men who need time off work to deal with family violence should not have to worry about losing financial security. We know that the most dangerous and unpredictable time that a woman faces is when she decides to leave a violent relationship. She will often need to find new accommodation, arrange security, access an apprehended violence order from the police, seek treatment for injuries and perhaps attend court appearances. When a woman works, it is difficult to fit these necessary aspects in, particularly if doing so covertly for her own safety. If a woman needs to take time off work to do these vital things to keep herself and her children safe, she should not have to worry about losing pay or her job to do so. The need for paid leave has been recognised by Australian unions for some time, and they have been working hard for its inclusion in awards and enterprise bargaining agreements. I was proud to stand with Unions Tasmania and the ACTU to back their campaign for 10 days paid family violence leave. Like many of my colleagues, I signed a pledge to work towards it, and it is a pledge those of us on this side of the House will deliver if we are elected to government. Once again, just like with child labour laws, with the 8-hour day, with safe working conditions, with minimum wages, with penalty rates, with superannuation, it is Australian unions leading the important and necessary social changes that improve Australian lives. Once again, it is the Liberal Party standing in the way, claiming it is too hard or too expensive, that it will lead to the ruination and the end of days. We have been here before. The Liberals' knee-jerk reaction is always to oppose progress rather than embrace it. Paid family leave is now available at a number of work sites across my electorate, including Able Australia in New Norfolk, Anglicare in Perth, Mayshore in Swansea, and the New Norfolk, Campbelltown, Oatlands, Deloraine and St Helens hospitals. There have been no reports of access to this leave being abused. I am pleased to report a number of councils in my electorate also include family violence provisions in their EBAs, including Meander Valley, Break Day, Glamorgan Spring Bay, Central Highlands, Derwent Valley, Southern Midlands and Sorrel. No one is keen to use it, but the inclusion of 10 days paid family violence leave is vital. It provides an essential safety net. Research by the Australia Institute in 2016 estimated that domestic violence leave wage payouts will be equivalent to less than 1/50th of 1%, that is 0.02% of existing payrolls. That is a very, very small, infinitesimal price to pay for women's safety. That study also found that the costs to employers associated with the payouts are likely to be largely or completely offset by benefits to employers associated with the provision of paid family violence leave, including reduced turnover and improved productivity. Last year, Deputy Speaker, Labor announced that, if elected, a bill-shortened Labor government will introduce 10 days paid family violence leave into the national employment standards. We do remain disappointed that the government has refused to join us in this important commitment. It would be so much better if the Australian people could see a bipartisan commitment on this very important matter. For many women, their workplace is a primary support mechanism. Their work colleagues, often their employer, may be the most important support they have when suffering family violence. For others, going to work can be an escape. The thought of losing a job affects not just financial security, but also social support. We need to do more, Deputy Speaker. If Labor is elected, we will do more. Thank you.
Member's time has expired. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to tell you a story of a young woman, a classic example in the cycle that is family and domestic violence. Anna was married and had 2 children. Her children were still in primary school when the abuse began. And after multiple acts of violence over a period of a few years, enough was enough, and one day Anna was courageous enough to leave. Anna expected the emotional turmoil, the unfortunate but unexpected incidents with her ex-husband, but what Anna didn't expect was the time she would need during work hours to get the protection she and her children needed. She was told she'd need to apply to the courts for an intervention order to protect herself from her ex-partner. Many of the meetings she needed to attend to protect herself and her children were only available during business hours, but when she was required to be at work. She struggled on for months in secret, taking time off as sick leave. By the time Anna told her employer what was happening, she had missed a lot of work and was worried then that she might lose her job. However, Anna was lucky. What she hadn't known was that her employer was willing to offer her domestic violence leave. This was the support that she needed to get her life in order without the risk of losing her job. However, sadly, Anna is not alone. More than 210,000 Australian women were victims of family and domestic violence in 2016. The Australian Bureau of Statistics estimates that around 2 out of every 3 women who experience family and domestic violence are in the workforce. There can be no doubt that a comprehensive response to family and domestic violence involves a workplace response. But being a victim of family and domestic violence can only put jobs at risk. Women like Anna may need time off work because they are injured and need to attend medical appointments, have to go to court to get a restraining order, or to pack up and move house. We know financial insecurity makes women more vulnerable to family and domestic violence. We know being a victim of family and domestic violence makes you more likely to experience lifelong economic disadvantage. It is a very vicious cycle. Having a job and some degree of financial independence makes it much easier for women who want to leave an abusive relationship. It's easier to walk away when you don't have to worry about whether you'll be able to afford the rent or whether you'll be able to put food on the table for children. 1 in 12 women return after trying to leave a violent relationship, in part because they have nowhere to go and are struggling to support themselves and their children. That's not a price anyone should have to pay when trying to stay safe. That is why it is so important that women have the financial support to ensure they stay employed. I have heard from many frontline workers in Townsville in the domestic violence services who say that women that they are helping are delaying leaving violent relationships as they fear that taking time off work will lead to them losing their job. Women should never be in a position where they have to choose between staying alive and keeping their children safe or keeping their job. And it is very good news that many employers and companies understand that women who are victims of family and domestic violence need to be supported to keep their job. Telstra, NAB, CUB, Qantas, Virgin Australia, IKEA, Dulux and Bloodstone Boots all provide paid domestic violence leave. Medibank has announced that they will start providing unlimited personal leave for employees to deal with issues relating to family and domestic violence. These companies demonstrate that there is a clear business case for supporting your employees through tough times. We know that, in addition to the terrible personal and social cost of family and domestic violence, there is also a significant cost to business. In May 2016, KPMG estimated that the cost of family violence against women and their children on production and in business sector was $1.9 billion for the year 2015 to 16. Even a small reduction in family and domestic violence rates from the introduction of paid leave would more than pay for a few days of additional leave. And state governments are also following suit. Western Australia, Queensland, Tasmania and the ACT now provide 10 days paid domestic violence leave for people working in the public sector. Others, such as South Australia and Victoria, provide more. Federal Labor has been calling for some time for the introduction of paid family and domestic violence leave. And sadly, for far too long, we did not see much, but walls and whiteboards from those opposite. Former Minister for Women, Michaelia Cash, thought family and domestic violence leave would provide a perverse incentive for employers to discriminate against women. Finance Minister Cormann had been so callous as to describe paid and family domestic violence leave as just another cost to the economy. Women did not need those comments. Victims did not need the LNP pushback. These comments demonstrated ignorance regarding this issue, critical issues for both women and the national economy. Research by the Australia Institute in 2016 estimated that family and domestic violence leave wage payouts would be equivalent to less than 1/5 of a 1%. In fact, 0.02% of existing payrolls. The study also found that the costs to employers associated with these payouts are likely to be largely or completely offset by benefits to employers associated with the provision of paid family and domestic violence leave, including reduced turnover and improved productivity. Many companies have already started picking up where the LNP government has failed. More than 1,000 enterprise agreements approved under the Fair Work Act between the 1st of January 16 and the 30th of June 17 provide for 10 or more days of paid family and domestic violence leave. We shouldn't have to lobby this government for what is readily becoming the norm. The Male Champions of Change, Playing Our Part report in 2015 has also outlined this point, suggesting that 10 days paid leave appears to be developing to be the norm. After much lobbying efforts, we have this bill here today, which, it must be said, does not go anywhere near far enough. This bill implements 5 days paid family and domestic violence leave, which is a shortfall of the growing norm and Labor's commitment to 10 days. It is a begrudging effort by those opposite. The Fair Work Amendment, Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill 2018, follows the decision of the Fair Work Commission in March this year to insert a clause into modern awards providing 5 days unpaid family and domestic violence leave. This decision came into effect on the 1st of August this year, meaning that more than 2 million award-reliant employees are now entitled to 5 days unpaid family and domestic violence leave. The bill amends the National Employment Standards to provide all employees with an entitlement of up to 5 days unpaid family and domestic violence leave. If they are experiencing family and domestic violence, need to do something to deal with the impact of that family and domestic violence, and it is impractical to do that thing outside of their ordinary hours of work. The provisions of the Fair Work Amendment, Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill 2018, appear to reflect a model clause and provide that the 5 days unpaid family domestic violence leave entitlement. It will apply to all employees, including casuals, will be available in full to the commencement of each 12-month period rather than accruing progressively during a year of service, will not accumulate from year to year, and will be available in full to part-time and casual employees, i.e. not prorated. It is disappointing that it has taken this long for the LNP government to move from their absolute opposition to family and domestic violence leave to their belated support for unpaid leave. We note that the government first committed to unpaid leave at the end of March, but did not introduce this bill until now. For more than 6 months, victims have had to wait. We know that the most dangerous time for a woman is when she is leaving a violent relationship. She will often need to find new accommodation, security, get an apprehended violence order from police, seek treatment for injuries, perhaps to attend court appearances. And as the case for Anna, she needed to take time off work to do these vital things to keep herself and her family safe. She would not have to worry about losing her job to do so, and that is a good thing. She should be able to count on continuing to receive a paycheck and being able to go back to work. Last year, Labor announced that a shortened Labor government will introduce 10 days paid domestic and violence leave into the National Employment Standards. And as I said, it is disappointing that the LNP government will not be bipartisan on this important and life-saving commitment. 10 days is what a fair and reasonable community would expect. In meeting with women, family and domestic violence services, victims and the unions, the message is clear. 10 days of domestic and family violence is needed, and it is urgently needed. I support this bill, but I call on the LNP government to urgently enact the 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave that is so desperately needed by so many women and children in our communities. Thank you, Speaker.
I thank the member for Herbert for her contribution. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. this is an opportunity for the government to listen to the reasons of the people on this side of the House, but also to reasons that are being expressed in the community, whether it be our trade union movement or our many not-for-profits working in the space, whether it be our state governments, all are calling for paid family violence leave. It is disappointing, Deputy Speaker, that within this debate we've got the same old tired rhetoric coming out of the Conservatives when we're debating paid leave. It was the similar comments that we're hearing about sending businesses broke, that it'd be abused, that people won't hire women, were the same arguments that they were saying about paid maternity leave and paternity leave back when it was being discussed in the community and in this parliament. It was the same arguments that they said way back when the Conservatives around an allocation of paid sick leave, paid parental leave. It's the same old arguments from the Conservatives. We'll let you have it unpaid, but you cannot have an entitlement of paid because of outdated views in relation to leave. Deputy Speaker, like many in this House, I have met women in this circumstance where if they had an allocation, if they were able to access paid family violence leave, their life could have been very different. It was probably about 18 months ago that I met a woman in Kyneton. She wanted to share her story, her journey. She, at that stage, was now finally in accommodation, suitable accommodation for her and her son. But she, when she decided to leave, was homeless because she was locked into a mortgage with her former partner, still paying that. She drove to Melbourne because there was no accommodation available in the Macedon Ranges. It's a regional area that is common in a lot of regional areas. Arrived at a shelter and they said, because you have a car, our priority is for women who don't have transport. You can sleep in your car. And after a few nights of that, she rang her employer and said, I can't come in. And because, of course, she was homeless, living out of her car, and eventually she did actually lose her job. The employer was incredibly sympathetic, but basically said, look, you know, we're going to terminate your employment. Then being homeless, without a job, trying to find somewhere, get herself back up on her feet, and dealing with the trauma associated with family violence. It was a longer journey back for her and for her son. And she raised this experience with me to really say that we need to do more. It isn't just about having shelters, which would have helped her, or suitable accommodation. It's also about making sure that people are able to keep their job. I also had another experience where a small business came to see me where they wanted to share their experience. They had one of their employees, a valued employee, someone who was in a situation where she decided to leave, family violence. They were not aware, the small business, of what had been happening at home, and they actually reached out to Fair Work to say, can you help us? We want to know how to support our employee properly. And they spoke to me about how they were shocked that there was no rules, no entitlements for this particular employee. It is a small business. There's only about 5 people that work in the business. They did give her leave, and they did give her paid leave because they wanted her to stay on. They wanted her to stay on, and they supported her through that process. And the reason why this small business came to speak to me is they said, Lisa, every victim of family violence, every survivor of family violence should have access to leave. And they, because Fair Work, because the entitlement wasn't there, they actually then went and spoke to the Lotta Malley Women's Health Service, the Centre for Non-Violence, just to try and work out the best way to do it. And they they should be very proud of what they did, and they speak out and they speak regularly at different events to encourage other small businesses in our area to offer the same for their employees. So the need for paid family violence leave is there and established. Even in regional areas like my own, we have examples of how it can help change people's lives. We know the stats. 1 woman a week is killed as a result of domestic violence. It is a shame and it is a national tragedy. ABS estimates that 2 out of 3 of every women who experience domestic violence are in the workforce, and that is true. It is true of the statistics. It's something that I think is really quite shocking when Conservative commentators and Conservative, and I'm saying Conservative, I'm not saying Liberal and National, because there are people I know who are Liberal and National MPs who do support there being action on this issue. I say Conservatives who say that it could be abused, this entitlement. I've never met a survivor of family violence that's faked it, and it's just insulting to say that. It is quite horrific for anyone to go through this. It's not by choice that they've ended up in this situation. It's not through any fault of their own. It has happened. And when they make the tough decision to leave, we should be doing all that we can to ensure that they have access to appropriate support services, but they've also got access to entitlements, such as we're discussing today. Quite often, if they do leave, there's also a lot of work we need to do with our businesses to ensure that other employees and the survivor involved is actually safe, because quite often the perpetrator knows where to find them if they're at work. And that's another area where the Centre for Non-Violence in Bendigo is supporting businesses locally on how to best manage that when the perpetrator arrives at a predominantly women's workplace in search of them. There is a bit of a triage and a wraparound service that is needed. This particular bill that's in front of us, whilst it's welcome that we will have 5 days of unpaid family violence and unpaid family and domestic violence leave, it's that sort of first a small step in the right direction. I really call upon the government to back in Labor's proposal to see it be paid and it to be 10 days. When I've met with survivors in my part of the world, and when I've met with unions who've raised this issue with me on multiple occasions, it's no doubt that 10 days isn't going to be enough for a lot of the women in this situation. But it is a really good start, and it is something there that people can tap into. Others have mentioned that it could be about attending medical appointments, could be about enrolling your kids in school, new schools. It could be about meeting with lawyers, discussing issues, could be about looking at protection orders. Like, there are countless time that's involved when a woman makes the tough decision to leave, and the amount of work that occurs and the support that they require. Not to mention that they've also got to work through their own trauma and their own experience of family violence. In a lot of cases, there is a lot of financial abuse that is also involved with victims of family violence. It's not just the physical bruises or the physical attacks. Quite often it's linked into financial abuse, where they may not have access to funds, or there's been ridiculous debts that have been run up on credit cards in their name or joint names that they're then responsible for. So meetings with financial counsellors is important. It doesn't matter which organisation that I talk to locally, they all agree that we need to make the step towards paid family violence leave to really support women's stay in work and to help them access an entitlement, so therefore financially be okay. Not get ahead, but be okay. Moving at any time is expensive, let alone when you are fleeing violence. You just get up and go. You grab the kids, grab the pets, you get in the car and you go. And it's that moment of, I have to get out. I need to get free. You don't think about in that first fleeing moment about, do I have the financial means to do it? Unfortunately, for far too many women, that's the reason why they end up staying, because they can't see how they can survive. They might lose their job. They can't see a way forward. And that is a great tragedy, that quite often women will stay in an abusive relationship because financially they can't see a way through. That was very common in the 80s and in the 90s, back when we didn't talk about this so openly, back when we referred to these families as just unhappy families or troubled homes, or, you know, things aren't doing too well. Women did stay in abusive relationships because they felt that they couldn't leave, they couldn't protect their children in terms of financially, and that needs to change. As I mentioned, a number of the unions have been advocating for this for quite some time, and I did want to acknowledge the work of the Australian Services Union, the union that represents a lot of women who actually work in this space. So rather than coming to see us as MPs, even in our electorates and here in Parliament, to say this is an entitlement that we want for our members, they're coming to say that this is an entitlement that we want the women who access our services to have support. So here they are, a union advocating for their clients, and their clients having the right to paid family violence leave. That is extraordinary, Deputy Speaker, for all the name-calling that we get from those opposite about unions. Very rarely is there recognition for the good work that they do for broader social movements such as this issue. So in my electorate, I had City of Greater Bendigo workers come see me, I had women who worked at the Centre for Non-Violence come see me, and I had women who work at Annie North, which is a refuge that is in my electorate. And they spoke to me about the need for this place to adopt these amendments to the Fair Work Act in quite passionate terms about, if you really want to help women get back on track, women who are survivors of family and domestic violence, that having access to paid family violence leave is a good step. What it also does, Deputy Speaker, and I acknowledge that this will also happen because of this bill, is it will encourage a conversation with employers and employees around the country. Once you have access to an entitlement, it does mean that businesses will be reaching out to know how to best manage it. Like I said, there are businesses who are already doing it. It's not just the big corporates that we've heard about, like businesses like IKEA, it's also, and CUB, it's also small businesses. And at the moment they're doing it in a very ad hoc way, but we could do more. For the millions of workers who are on the award, we could do more by making sure that we have access to paid family and domestic violence leave in our awards. There's a lot of work we need to do when it comes to industrial relations, and I do feel that this government is kind of really sort of tinkering at the edges, small bits and pieces here, when we could have done so much more with the legislation that's before us. It is welcome, though, because it is a step in the right direction, but I do encourage those opposite to consider the amendments that have been put forward by the opposition. As I said, more than 1,000 enterprise agreements already have provided access to 10 days or more of paid family violence leave. It's a demonstration again how workers and employers are getting on with the job of making sure that these clauses are in their agreements. I wanted to acknowledge the work that some of our construction unions and our mining unions and our manufacturing unions have done. Even though their female workforce might be quite small, they too have included these clauses in their agreements because they acknowledge the importance of every worker, every woman having access to this. Labor has listened to the victims, to the survivors, to the frontline workers, to the business and unions, to the organisations who deal with domestic and family violence each and every day. If we're serious about tackling this scourge and making sure that women do feel safer, we have to look at the financial side of things. And that is why I support the amendments that have been put forward, and I encourage the government to also do so.
I thank the member for Bendigo for her contribution. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Batman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to the Fair Work Amendment, Family and Domestic Violence Bill 2018. Labor supports this bill in principle, but we note that it falls far short of Labor's commitment to introduce 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave. I thank Senators Marshall, O'Neill and Waters for the dissenting report following the Senate inquiry into this bill that lays out the reasons for the need for paid leave. Deputy Speaker, way back in 2008 or 2009, when I was still Federal Secretary of the Australian Nursing Federation, as it was called then, I was contacted by a woman called Ludo McFerrin. She ran a small outfit called the Domestic Violence Clearinghouse, an organisation dedicated to working for the eradication of domestic violence and helping survivors. I met with Ludo, who I quickly realised had a life passion to help people experiencing this violence, to raise awareness about the issue, to bring it into the realm of consciousness of our legislators and to find best practice initiatives to stop it. She was driven, but in a gentle, determined and somewhat strident way. She told me she'd had a revelation of sorts. All the while she'd been trying to work with governments, with police, with employers and other organisations and policymakers, and still the issue of family and domestic violence was not raised in prominence, was not being properly addressed and was not getting traction with legislators or policymakers that it deserved, and it was not being taken seriously enough by the justice system. Women were dying. In fact, right now, 1 woman a week dies at the hands of a domestic partner or someone she knows intimately. It is a national shame. The issue of a young boy who was tragically hit in King's Cross rightly got immediate media attention and legislative outcomes, yet hundreds and hundreds of women being violently killed receive barely anything. So back to Ludo. She told me she realised that a new path had to be forged, a path that would raise awareness, destigmatise the problem for women survivors, create effective outcomes, focused policy and ultimately specific legislation. In forging that new path, she turned her mind to the union movement. It was a sunny, bright day that I joined her, Tanya Plibersek and comrades from the NTEU at the University of New South Wales. This was a union meeting to discuss the insertion of a clause into the EBA being negotiated with the university that specifically allowed for paid family and domestic violence leave. The clause had been developed in conjunction with Ludo and the Clearinghouse. It not only went to paid leave but also to the development of training for HR staff and line managers to help them work through options with staff experiencing family and domestic violence leave. It dealt with issues of safety for the employees and managers from perpetrators coming on site and with the privacy of the workers who were affected. As a nurse, I had seen firsthand the pain and suffering of the physical and psychological consequences of being attacked by a partner or intimate other. I saw the shame and often the lies that went with the presentation to hospital. I saw the impacts on the children in the family, and I saw all too often the complete desperation and despair when there was nowhere else to go. I relayed my experiences to the union members, encouraging them to continue to fight hard to get the clause up in their EBA. Unfortunately, they were not successful. The university would not include such a clause, but they did develop a comprehensive policy position. And, Deputy Speaker, a trajectory had begun. Oh, Mr. Speaker, I apologise. Sorry. A trajectory.
I'll just ask the member for Batman to pause. It being 7:30 p.m, I need to propose the question that the House do now adjourn. And I call the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the regional rail link was a significant investment from the former federal Labor government that has been invaluable to the thousands of people in my community who use the service to commute to Sunshine or to the city. The fact that car parks at our railway stations are full by 8 a.m, correction, sometimes as early as 7 a.m, demonstrates that people living in Melbourne's outer western suburbs want and need to use public transport. It was never imagined that this line, the Wyndham Vale line, on its way through to Geelong, would attract such custom. It is vital, therefore, that we are not only investing in additional public transport services, as we've seen from the state Victorian government, but also delivering measures to ensure that commuters who choose to use public transport can do so with minimum hassle. So I was proud to recently join the Shadow Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Cities and Regional Development, Anthony Albanese, the Victorian Treasurer, Tim Pallas, and the newly elected member for Tarneit, Sarah Connolly, at the Tarneit train station. The member for Grayndler announced that a future Shorten Labor government with the Andrews State Labor government will jointly fund a $15 million expansion of car parking facilities at the Tarneit train station. The commitment to build an additional 400 car park spaces at Tarneit station will make a real and practical difference to the lives of people who rely on public transport, while also reducing congestions for local residents. This is fantastic news for our community. But equally, it is disappointing that over the past 5 years, those opposite have failed to invest in this vital infrastructure that my community needs and deserves. And, Mr Speaker, there are those members of my community who would like to say that the people who are accessing Tarneit train station should be doing so on a bike. I'd take this opportunity to remind those people in my community and in others that sometimes parents are dropping children at childcare. And if you look into the cars at the Tarneit train station on any given morning, you'll see many a child seat in those cars. People have incredibly busy lives, and we need to make it easier for them to access both employment and to have as much family time as we can. Mr Speaker, earlier this year I launched a petition calling on the federal government to fund a desperately needed full Medicare rebate MRI licence for the Werribee Mercy Hospital. So far, my request has been ignored by the federal government and the Minister for Health. To date, my petition has collected over 500 signatures, and many locals have taken the time to send me emails or have a chat to me about what access to a full Medicare rebate MRI would mean to them. I refer to Vicky from my community, who said, and I quote, "The Werribee Mercy Hospital needs an MRI licence. My husband had a bleed on the brain and we went to the city very stressed." Mr Speaker, the last thing you should have to worry about when you or your loved ones are sick is whether or not your local public hospital has the equipment required and the licence required to give you a diagnosis and a treatment. I refer further to Lisa, who said, and I quote, "As someone who has had to pay for 4 MRIs privately so far, I think this is long overdue." Mr Speaker, being forced to pay high out-of-pocket costs through the private system or travel long distance to access Medicare rebated scans is not good enough. But this is the reality that residents in my community face. I am pleased that despite being ignored by the Federal Health Minister, the Shadow Minister for Health, Catherine King, the member for Ballarat, has listened to my community and has announced that a Shorten Labor government will deliver a full Medicare rebate MRI licence to our local Werribee Mercy Hospital. Again, another example of Labor listening and delivering for residents in Melbourne's outer western suburbs. On a sombre note this evening, Mr Speaker, my community, many young people, many families, schools, community and sporting organisations are deeply mourning the loss of a vibrant, loving young man who left us suddenly and in tragic circumstances last week. I want to send my love and thoughts and deep condolences to his family, to his parents and brother and sisters, to his extended family and all in our community who are struggling to come to terms with the loss. As the grief reaches through the community, I want to thank everyone for the thoughtful, careful way that they are expressing their grief and reaching out to one another to offer comfort. This young man has left a deep impression on all those who have spoken to me about their relationship with him. His loss defies collective comprehension, but with all in our community, I send to his family strength and love.
I call the honourable member for Cowper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On Saturday, I had the honour of attending the 31st annual parade of 331 Squadron Air Force cadets in Coffs Harbour. 331 Squadron has a proud history of turning out fine young Australians over many years. The cadet movement is not just a source of potential recruits to our Defence Force. It is a great youth development organisation. Cadet units build qualities that are of benefit in later life. Service to the community, discipline, self-confidence, working as a team, to name just a few. On the parade ground, the cadets were a credit to their unit, watched on by officers, proud parents and supporters. The reviewing officer, Group Captain James Gibson, was impressed by the precision of the parade, as were the audience. It was a credit to the unit staff, in particular Cadet Flight Lieutenant Deborah Hoyles, who regrettably was unable to attend due to family commitments. I would like to acknowledge Parade Commander Cadet Flight Sergeant Blake Hall and Parade Warrant Officer Cadet Flight Sergeant Benjamin Ranford. The Banner Warrant Officer was Cadet Sergeant Nicholas Winkler. Banner Bearer was Cadet Sergeant Eden Miller-Waldock. The Banner Escorts were Cadet Corporals Emily White and Reese Rainbow. A Flight Commander was Cadet Sergeant Keegan Ford, and B Flight Commander was Cadet Corporal Daniel Alford. The cadets were kept in time not only by hours of drill and hard work, but through the fine contribution made by the Coffs Coast Pipes and Drums, who were on hand at so many community events along the Coffs Coast. 331 Squadron cadets routinely help out at a range of commemorations held in our region. In return, there were representatives from various ex-services groups in attendance, including the Australian National Servicemen's Association and RSL sub-branches from around the area. At the parade, Cadet of the Year for 2017 and Cadet of the Year for 2018 were announced. I would like to congratulate Cadet Sergeant Keegan Ford for being awarded Cadet of the Year for 2017 and Cadet Flight Sergeant Blake Hall for Cadet of the Year for 2018. All were impressed by the dedication and hard work of the staff and cadets of 331 Squadron. They are a credit to the long and proud history of 331. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg your pardon. It's extremely important, Mr Deputy Speaker, as you would agree, that all citizens get an equal opportunity to exercise their democratic rights, their right to vote. Absolutely. It's critical that the federal government, through the funding of the Australian Electoral Commission, enable the right to vote by compiling a complete and accurate voting roll. The voting roll must be assembled for all areas of every electorate, so Australians all get an equal right to participate in elections, no matter who they are or where they live or what their circumstances are. It's especially important that Australians who live with a greater than average tyranny of distance, or who live well below the poverty line, or for whom English is a second or third language, receive the resources to enable an equal and fair participation in the democratic processes. Mr Deputy Speaker, previously in this place I've expressed my concern at the AEC Darwin office closure, effective closure, when it was reduced from 16 staff to 3 under a federal government restructure in 2017. The government cuts to the AEC included $1.5 million in 17-18 and $8.4 million over the forward estimates. The staff that were cut from the office in Darwin included 5 from the enrolment branch and 4 in the Indigenous Participation and Voter Education branch of the AEC in the Northern Territory. It's clear that by cutting and underfunding the AEC, this government is depriving large numbers of Territorians of their right to vote. The data shows the impact of the federal government's neglect of the democratic rights of Territorians, especially Aboriginal people in remote communities. As of the 30th of September 2018, there were 69,825 persons enrolled to vote in Lingiari and 139,000 in both electorates in the Northern Territory. At the 30th of the 10th of this year, the AEC on its own website pointed out there were 26,377 people who were not on the roll in the Northern Territory at all. This means 84% of Territorians are on the roll, 16% not. For the rest of the Australian population, it's 96% of people on the roll, 4% who are not. In Lingiari, it's highly likely that the enrolment situation is even worse than the NT as a whole. For a number of reasons, it's even more difficult to get enrolled to vote in remote communities. As well, there is no access to the AEC's direct enrolment program. Direct enrolment programs where the Centrelink and motor registry lists are used by the AEC to a people on the roll unless they advise otherwise. Direct enrolment is a major reason why all urban areas in Australia, including urban areas in the Northern Territory, have over 96% of enrolment. Direct enrolment was and is a very successful and efficient program introduced by Labor. Yet direct enrolment is not used by the AEC for at least 50,000 people in my electorate of Lingiari. Over 26,377 people are not enrolled. I estimate around 20,000 of those are in my electorate. And yet the federal government has cut and continues to underfund the AEC. Other data supports the federal government neglect of the democratic rights of Territorians, especially the rights of Aboriginal people in my electorate. Mr Deputy Speaker, in addition, in 2014, the AEC had already identified that 42% of Indigenous people were not enrolled to vote. What can we conclude then from these cuts to the budget of the AEC in 2017 and cuts to their staffing at the electoral office in the Northern Territory? The only conclusion I can reach is it's a deliberate attempt to keep people off the roll rather than do the diligent thing and make sure every Australian, regardless of where they live, has the opportunity to exercise their democratic rights. Mr Deputy Speaker, in Lingiari there are some 50,000 voters or potential voters where direct enrolment is not used. That's a scandal. In Nhulunbuy, Jabiru, Tennant Creek, plus all the communities that are more remote. The federal government must do what it can, and I would ask that they urgently review this arrangement to ensure that direct enrolment is available to all Territorians. Mr Deputy Speaker, as we approach next year's election, you would have thought that given the desire to have people participate in the democratic process, that this government would understand the impact of the cuts it's made on the Australian Electoral Commission and therefore, as a direct result, the impacts it's having on the rights of Northern Territory residents who should otherwise be on the roll to vote. It's an absolute bloody scandal.
Member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to update the House on the progress of the cashless debit card trial in the Goldfields area of my electorate of O'Connor. On the 7th of November, I hosted Minister for Social Services, the Honourable Paul Fletcher, on a visit to the Goldfields to see for himself how the cashless debit card trial was progressing. First, we flew into Leonora in the northern Goldfields. This is where the idea of introducing a cashless debit card trial was first conceived after a spate of suicides drove one of the elders to approach me for assistance. It was great to introduce the Minister to some of the key community members who had been instrumental in its inception and success to date. I have to be honest, not everybody credits the card as a resounding success, but it was never portrayed as a silver bullet that would fix every problem in the community. Some Aboriginal elders suggested participants were rorting the card and accessing grog, but overall the community sentiment was positive. Local medical services reported more voluntary presentations, with people taking interest in their routine health care. The hospital reported seeing less alcohol-related injuries, and the Royal Flying Doctor Service call-outs were well down for alcohol-induced incidents. The police supported these findings, with crime statistics down by 42%, particularly for domestic violence and assaults. The Minister chatted to local pharmacist John Kufos, who reported that prior to the cashless debit card, people only came into his pharmacy for PBS medications, but now he was selling more general products like baby care, asthma spacers and other items. Next, we went to Laverton, one of the most remote communities in the trial site, which is a model for community collaboration and cohesion. Aboriginal elders like Bruce Smith and Janice Scott work hand in glove with the local shire and service providers. The DSS have had a really positive presence, with local partners working on local solutions for local people. Laverton experienced an influx of people from outside the cashless debit card trial and has had some social issues with out-of-towners, so they devised a community safety plan, which coincided with the introduction of the cashless debit card. This has seen crime figures reduced by around 37%, although in September, Laverton Senior Sergeant Justin Turinsky was quoted in the Kalgoorlie Miner saying that crime was down by as much as 52% on the same time last year. This Goldfields trial could not be more varied. The Northern Goldfields has more Aboriginal participants and make up a larger proportion of their communities. Their geographic and demographic isolation makes these positive outcomes absolutely compelling. In the city of Kalgoorlie-Boulder, the ratio is reversed, with more non-Indigenous participants, and those on the card make up less than 10% of the population. The positive outcomes are less obvious to the casual observer, and there are other factors in place, such as the recent Operation Fortitude, a WA police blitz on drugs and alcohol, and the recently introduced Kalgoorlie-Boulder Ranger patrols. But even so, WA police statistics for the September quarter reflect a decrease in burglaries, assaults and domestic violence of 17% in Kalgoorlie and 22% in Boulder. Importantly, recent media reports of street fighting and domestic violence describes offenders as residing outside the cashless debit card trial. The Shire of Coolgardie President, Mal Cullen, and Aboriginal Elder and Councillor Betty Logan are reporting real and sustained improvements in the quality of life of card participants in their community. Kids are going to school with food in their stomachs. Parents are shopping for the necessities of life. And local IGA owner Patsy illustrated the real changes she is seeing in spending patterns in a letter that she penned to Minister Fletcher. Wrapping up our whirlwind tour, we consulted with the disability sector, where Minister Fletcher was impressed by the candour and experience of disability pension recipient Nicole. Nicole contacted me personally, distressed at social media reports that her card would not work for medical appointments and accommodation in Perth. I assured her it would work anywhere that accepted a Visa debit card. It did, and she's been a firm supporter since. Only 2 weeks ago, Minister Fletcher met again with Nicole at a cashless debit card round table, where representatives from all 3 existing trial sites came together to share their experiences. Nicole recounted how she hated the concept of the card, but she used it and she came to save more money than ever before, to the point she could now afford to move out of home. Nicole spoke bravely of the vilification that she had experienced personally and on social media since speaking out. Those from the existing trial sites of Ceduna, East Kimberley and the Goldfields echoed that it had been tough going in the early days, but the eventual positive outcomes were now clear for all to see. Keith Pitt, the member for Hinkler, was there to experience for himself what the path ahead for Bundaberg and Hervey Bay might look like. Representatives from the Northern Territory Shire of Barkly were there, also listening to the feedback. I take this opportunity to encourage them to consider the cashless debit card as a tool to help them fight towards positive social outcomes for their community. I close by thanking all who met with Minister Fletcher across the Goldfields and at the recent round table, and commend them on their courage in supporting the cashless debit card trial.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today is the International Day of People with a Disability, and it is at this evening that I rise to speak on the state of the National Disability Insurance Scheme in 2018. The legislation for the National Disability Insurance Scheme was introduced with the nation's hope for a better way for people living with a disability behind it. And yet today, 5 years later, the NDIS is falling devastatingly short of the promises it was founded on. I think back to the passionate, proud and driven sentiments of my colleagues around the NDIS before this place in 2013. I think back and contrast these to the sad realities of the NDIS with my constituents in Werriwa when they face every day navigating the scheme. I think back and wonder where we've gone wrong. We said that disability care would be here when you need it, election after election, decade after decade. The reality is the NDIS is only there for Australians at annual review dates, if that. Many of my constituents have been left waiting for months for plan reviews, only to be told that when they are finally assigned a planner within 100 days of an annual review, they must wait until this occurs for anything to change. We said disability care provided support for certainty and provides differently abled Australians with choice and control. The reality is that disabled Australians and their carers are left for months waiting for funding decisions from the NDIA. One of my constituents was left with a wheelchair he cannot use at home because car modifications have been waiting months for approval. His family have resorted to community fundraising instead. Where is the choice and control in this, Deputy Speaker? We said that disability care will ensure people with disability will have security and dignity that each Australian deserves. The reality is the wait times of the NDIS do little to improve the security and dignity for vulnerable Australians. One of my constituents put a request in for an electric wheelchair in May. Her existing one was only meant to be temporary. It had a fabric back and was manual, so she had to push herself off the wall to get around the house. She needed the wheelchair to be more independent and be able to go out. She can't walk, has kidney failure and is on dialysis several times a week. This constituent contacted us in September because there were still no updates from the NDIA. The wheelchair was ordered in mid-November, 7 months later. And Deputy Speaker, we said disability care would end the primitive time where people with disabilities and their carers need to shoulder the burden and fill in the gaps. In reality, disability care means disabled Australians and their carers must instead shoulder the burden of messy, complex bureaucracy that is difficult to navigate. The NDIA shrouds the positive measures of the NDIS plan in the layers of forms, phone calls and plan approvals. A lot of policy around differently abled Australians has historically looked at disability as a problem or a deficit, and that policy solutions could fix. The NDIS was meant to change this. The NDIS was introduced through largely pro-disabled political consensus between the two parties. However, the policy has been implemented in a way that makes disability a problem to solve. The stories of my constituents make this clear. This needs to change. The NDIS must evolve as a tool to empower Australians with disabilities and address the structural inequalities faced by people with a disability. Last week, while I was standing out in the sun at a mobile office, a young woman stopped. She came to tell me that as a nurse and a social worker, she found the NDIS really difficult to get through. But she stopped to thank me because my office was able to help her navigate through the system. This shouldn't happen. It shouldn't be that they need the help of a local member to mitigate unreasonable waiting times. It should not happen that there are webs of bureaucracy, and it will not happen in a scheme that is associated with a government that looks at it as welfare and administration rather than simplicity, choice and empowerment. Prime Minister Gough Whitlam, the former member for Werriwa, once said, Australians should not have to live in doubt or anxiety lest they have injury or sickness that reduces them to poverty. Let today, the International Day of People with a Disability, serve as a call to action. We must get the NDIS back on track as a tool that empowers differently abled Australians to live the lives they want.
Call the member for Petrie.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. As a federal member for Petrie, my job when I come to this place, of course, is to represent the constituents, the 150,000 or so people that live in my electorate. So I've had a few people raise some questions with me via social media, which I wanted to quickly address. So I had Sandra Smith said, please ensure our live export is exceptionally high. I've had a number of people talk to me about live export. I have visited the cattle stations up in Northern Territory and had a look at first-hand how those ships and those farmers treat their cattle. People might not be aware that in Australia, whether it's sheep or cattle, that we're the only country in the world that actually has laws that when our agriculture is exported, that they have to be dealt with in a proper manner, in a professional manner, in a humane manner at the other end. If Australia exported, got out of that market, other countries would take its place and there would be no protections at all. So in many ways, Australia's involvement in this industry raises the standard. But I'd say to Sandra, I do plan on visiting a live sheep ship soon, and I'll report back to her once I've had a look at that. Joshua Allen wants to make sure higher education is affordable, and why is Queensland unemployment rates one of the worst in the country? First of all, in relation to higher education, Joshua, the federal government currently pays 60% of the bill, so Australian taxpayers foot 60% of every university degree and 40% is paid for by the student. The student can either pay for that up front or they can hex it and pay it back after they earn approximately $50,000 and above. I've got the new University of the Sunshine Coast being built at Petrie in the Moreton Bay region, of which the federal government has funded a lot of funding towards, and it'll start in 2020. So basically, if people aren't able to afford to go straight up, they can hex part of it and the other 60% the federal government will pay. Now, in relation to why the Queensland unemployment rate is the worst in the country, I could be really partisan and say that's because you've got a Labor state government in Queensland and New South Wales has a Liberal government, but I won't pretend to do that. I think that's a question you'll have to put to the state Labor members in your area. All I can tell you is that the unemployment rate federally is 5%, and it's not an accident. It's because the federal coalition government has had a plan for jobs and growth around ship manufacturing, around free trade agreements, about small and medium-sized tax cuts, and it's working well. June Utski wants to ensure our borders are safe and wants to know what we're doing. As you know, June, we've stopped the boats, we've stopped children drowning at sea. We've got 2,000 children out of detention. When I came into office, there's now like 13 there or something. But we're also this week introducing the Telecommunications and Other Legislation Amendment Bill. Police currently can access, if they have a warrant, of course, they can access go to Telstra and access text messages and phone records or intercept live calls if they think there's terrorism or other serious offences going on. This new bill will allow our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to go to the company that provide encrypted services on WhatsApp and other things and via social media. Now, if these companies are operating in Australia, they'll be captured by the legislation, which is really important as well. Jim Frew and Trish Lacina would like Australia to exit the Paris Agreement. We won't be doing that. I've spoken to the Prime Minister. We've signed the Paris Agreement. It's a 26 to 28% renewable energy target, or emissions reduction, I should say. And the fact is that we will meet that target. It's a way of moving to renewable energy. We still have coal and gas and other forms of energy which are important. I think it is in stark contrast, but Jim and Trish, to Labor's 45% emissions reduction target. And we know that they haven't given up on a carbon tax, which will see electricity bills rise. We have also brought in legislation this week to keep energy costs under control, and we're seeing many companies, energy companies, reducing costs, and including, if you are a loyal customer to your electricity provider, in the past they haven't passed on discounts to you. We're now seeing them pass on discounts to you. So I'd say to people in my electorate, if you haven't checked with your electricity provider, make sure you check with them that you're on the best deal. Now is the time to act. They are listening because of the federal government's legislation that we're implementing.
I thank the member. The House stands adjourned until 12 p.m. tomorrow.